I didn't yell at you. I said, we got enough. It's not your fault. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the City Council chambers. The Finance Committee meeting is called to order at 5:05. Councilman Howe will not be attending the meeting this evening. He is actually, I believe, out of the country. So we'll do the best we can with just the two of us, and that'll be that, right, Councilman? All right. Need acceptance of the minutes of the meeting from January 22nd.
Favorable action.
We have a motion for favorable. I'll second it. All in favor? Aye.
This is a three-person committee. Two people make a quorum. You would need unanimous vote.
Okay, just as a point of clarification, too, for everyone, the Finance Committee is made up of three people. A quorum is two, which we have, and that's what I just confirmed with our council solicitor. So for anything to pass or fail, it would have to be a unanimous vote, up or down. So just so everyone has an understanding as to what's taking place. Okay, first item found on page 1 is Neptune cold water meters. Dan, turn that on, please. It will be as soon as you get your mic on.
Good evening. Here we go.
Good evening.
There we go. As you're aware, the Water Division has an existing contract with Thai Sales for the purchase of cold water meters. The current 2-year contract is set to expire on March 26, 2020. There's a provision in the contract, the existing one, for the that allows us to, upon mutual agreement with the company, in this case Thai Sales, to extend for one additional term at the same fixed prices per unit cost. And what I'm doing, what I'm requesting is that we extend the contract, or they've agreed to, for one additional year, which is not a full term, but it would give us 3 years of fixed pricing under the contract. And also in the memo I mentioned that they are the exclusive distributor, fortunately or unfortunately, in New England for these products, and which leaves us zero flexibility in terms of buying from another distributor for the same products within the area. So it makes a lot of sense on a lot of different fronts to extend the contract for an additional year. And we are in need of meters at this time, and to be able to have the authorization on an as-needed basis to purchase additional meters. And as you know, a lot of people with the combined water sewer utility bill want to have the ability to purchase what we call deduct meters. And I'm going to say in the neighborhood of about $25,000 to $30,000 a year of those meters are purchased. So there is an offset with an income item, for some of these items. And the others is just through age and obsolescence, new homes, new businesses, and replacement of meters. So it's a combination of reasons why we have to purchase the meters. So,
Dan, it's readily known that I'm not a major fan of this sole source provider stuff. And I also realize that there are oftentimes no choice on department heads regarding that. I know over the years we've had this conversation about going out for bid and possibly finding a new vendor, more competitive, et cetera, et cetera. And if I recall, I think you had indicated that there could be some issues with using different meters.
correct.
Tell
Because what would happen is you'd have to start you'd have to be able to stock for multiple different types of meters. There would be integration issues insofar as software, reading, billing, et cetera, et cetera. And at this point in time, we're not looking to create problems on our own with that. I can tell you, too, if you were to compare a meter, if you were to contact another vendor, say, for example, Badger or a census meter for a 5/8-inch meter, which is probably 98, 99% of the purchases we have, and if you were to cold call them, even with the bid prices, you essentially would receive this about the same price. What I would suggest is, and when the time does come, when the city decides or whoever wants to do a more of a massive upgrade, if you will, to the whole reading system with fixed base networks, more information, be able to read on the spot with and be able to obtain information with customer accounts, you would put out an RFP, an RFQ, if you will, and then it would open it up to all the vendors at that time. And we're not at that point because of the system is still useful, it's still working, and it hasn't reached the end of its useful life, so to speak. But that would be the time to entertain alternate types of systems, for lack of a better term.
And Dan, these meters, what does each meter cost?
Again, 9% of them, the meters, we're looking at 5/8-inch meters. You're looking at about I think it's $115, $120 we charge for an installation fee to install those meters for residents, for new installations, or for new purchases. So you're looking at about $100. I'm trying to remember. It's like $140 off the top of my head. So.
$140 that we charge?
Correct. For somebody who wants to purchase a deduct
Okay, that's
meter.
what we charge the homeowner.
Correct.
What does the meter cost us? What does it cost
about
us?
$115, $120.
Okay, the meter costs us $115, $120.
Yes, and then we charge
And
roughly
when we
about
sell
100,
it to the homeowner?
about 140, 145. I should have it
Okay.
engraved in my mind, but I don't at this time.
So essentially, it's a wash. The
Correct.
cost, what we pay for the meter and what we charge the homeowner with a slight fee for changing it over, essentially it's a wash.
Correct.
Okay, and that, I think, is important for people to know. I know I've gotten some questions, does the city make money on these things, et cetera? And I mean, it's a good question, and I've asked the same question, but I want to just make sure that we got that on the record again, that the homeowners, it's not like the city's making money on these
No.
things. And this is definitely a benefit to the homeowners because why is it a benefit to the homeowner? Because they're saving money on the
Correct. On
the
sewer-
sewage bill,
On the sewer
particularly.
usage portion of the combined utility bill, which in most cases is probably about 65, 68% of your typical utility bill.
Okay. And to date, because this has obviously a large number associated to it, so what do you have as far as the accounting for this? What we've put out to purchase these meters versus what we've taken in? How close are those two numbers?
Again, for example, out of the per year, I mentioned the number of, and I can certainly get you more concrete numbers going back over the last few fiscal years. On the average, about 25 to 30,000 per year on the offset for the purchase of these meters.
25 to 30,000?
30,000. If you were to look at the price for the meters combined with the installation cost.
Okay.
These are, I'm talking about the people who purchase deduct meters.
So this year, you're looking for 75,000 for a year. Are you suggesting that we can only expect to bring back 25 or 35,000?
Yeah, because you have meters. Meters don't last forever. We have meters that break down. We have meters that malfunctions.
Okay.
And part of the bid, if you were to take a look at the details, is some of them are register heads that don't properly register, and that is the cash register, unfortunately, to
Okay.
use that phrase. So
So
it's a
this
co-
isn't for just the new installs?
Correct.
This is for also maintenance, replacement?
You got it.
Okay, got it.
Exactly.
Okay. Any questions from, yes? No question? No question? You got the floor, sir.
Director, and then you mentioned here that we are extending this contract, but there is no increase, it's the same terms? So
Correct.
they actually have the same terms over 3
Correct.
years?
And we have it in writing also, too.
And
I-
that was in our packet
Yes.
as well, so thank
Okay,
you
you
for
do have it,
providing that.
okay.
And that, so that's another advantage of this is, you know, costs always go up, so having a fixed price for
To be
3
honest
years-
with you, I asked for the 2 years, but they would only give the commitment for 1. So,
Thank you.
Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public? Hearing none, I need a motion.
Move for favorable action.
I'll second. We have a motion for favorable. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Item 2020-019, hydraulic parts and repairs, found on page 15. Hi, Christie.
Good evening. Public Works is
Christie,
requesting...
just state your name for the record, please.
Christy Moretti, Public Works. Requesting to increase the award on the bid 2020-019 hydraulic parts and repairs to Tri-Power Sales and Service in the amount of $10,000. This bid does not expire until June 30th of this year.
And so these hydraulic pots, this is like pots and hydraulic lines on the different vehicles?
Yes.
Yeah. So what it appears here in your, or the director's position paper is that there has been a fair amount of issues with these different vehicles and hydraulic lines, et cetera?
Yes, the majority of what we service has some hydraulic component to it.
Okay. And you're looking to increase the cap because you have exhausted your original amount of 20,000?
Yes, just about. We
And
have-
that's from July 1?
Yes.
Okay. And is there any money left in that line item right now?
In the bid cap, the current bid cap, we've spent $19,335.87, so there's probably about 600 and change.
Okay, I'm asking about the, you know, the hydraulic lines and the failures, et cetera, because that happened, I happened to experience that in my ward, where one of the hydraulic lines burst and kind of stained up the street for 100 feet or so. Matter of fact, we're still waiting for that to get corrected in terms of the stain and the road cleared. But I can understand what you're saying as far as the hydraulic lines and the maintenance, et cetera. Christie, as I have asked recently, I'm going to ask also for this, is I'd like to have a copy of the invoices for the repairs that have been done on these vehicles for that amount of $19,300 and some odd dollars. You said 19,003 what?
335.87.
335.87. Okay. Okay, you can get those invoices to me?
Sure.
Okay, and when can I expect to receive them?
I'd have to do some research to find them. It is from July, so the last 6 months. I'm assuming that's all you're requesting is
I'm sorry?
from the start of the bid.
Okay. Okay, any questions from members of the council? I'm sorry, the committee. Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public? Hearing none, I need a motion.
Move for favorable action.
We have a motion for favorable. I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Thank you, Christie. Item 2020-071, found on page 22.
Public Works is requesting to increase the award on the Public Works portion of this bid, $230 for services at Randall Holden School. When this originally went out to bid, that building was not occupied by city employees. It is now. It does require some pest control services. The vendor that we utilize, Griggs & Brown, is holding the price at $28.75 per month, and we are requesting for 8 months.
Christie, when did this go out for bid?
This bid doesn't expire until it began September 1st, 2019, so probably somewhere around May, June, maybe. It was early. I think it was presented at the July meeting, last July.
And it was approved by us when?
I'm sorry?
And it was approved by the council when?
It was well, because those two meetings were held, July and August.
Right.
It didn't actually go through until September.
And when did we occupy the Holden School?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure when they moved into that building.
Is there anyone here that can answer that question? When we moved into the Holden School?
Matthew Salitro, Department of Public Works
Hello,
Director for the
Director.
City of Warwick. How are you?
Good.
So we took possession of the school after June of this year, and I'd say within a couple months we moved in.
So it was, probably the latter part of August.
That's
Okay.
fair to say.
The reason I'm asking is, it just seems a little odd to me that you have a bid for $3,600 and you're coming back to us for $230 because it wasn't known at the time that this bid was advertised, it says here in our position paper. And I guess my question is, why wasn't it known? And why didn't you just amend the bid when you brought it to us in September?
Well, the reason it wasn't known is because we weren't sure what we were going to do with the people that were from Draper Ave. So when the bid was awarded, we didn't know that we were going to have additional people and requiring additional services from Griggs & Brown.
But we awarded it in September, right?
Correct. Correct. There
And
was
that's my point. We knew in September we
So
were going in the
there was a
building.
couple of things at play at that point. We were going to have another organization go in, potentially splitting, the cost and defraying the cost of what was going to be done. That didn't play out. So now, here we are.
Right, okay. And the 3,600 that was for a DPW portion only, that's been completely exhausted?
No, that's for a whole year's worth of services.
It's for a whole year?
Right.
Okay,
So that was a bid award for do the pest control for a whole year in the buildings that we serviced.
Right.
So the additional monies would be for the additional building that we put on.
so when you had this bid of 3,600, that was right to the penny?
Christie could answer that.
Yes, it was. We have a set amount per month per building.
Okay.
So yes, it was. And then we added this building. But just to clarify, we sent this bid up to purchasing probably, I would say probably around April, May. The reason it actually didn't get signed until September, it was presented, I believe, at the July meeting. But because July's meeting and August meeting were held till September, they were never discussed again after that. It just
Right.
simply was a vote at that point. So even if we knew in September that people were moving into that building, we wouldn't have known in time to add that building to the bid.
Okay. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Sir? PCR 2020. Yep, will do. Councilman Sinapi, you heard that request? Councilman Sinapi, you heard that request, right? For 2020-071, we're going to abstain? Okay. Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public? Sir, if you have to come to the microphone, please.
Rick Casella, citizen of Warwick. I just didn't hear his question. You asked if anybody had questions,
Okay.
and he asked it to you, but we didn't hear it.
Okay, no, that's
So if
fine.
you could just repeat the question and what the answer was.
We'll do that, sir, but anything that is requested or questions from members of the public, we're going to do it on the mic because it doesn't pick up there, okay? Okay, so we'll repeat that for you. We have assigned this a PCR. The PCR is 20-20, and the reason is Councilman Sinapi is going to be abstaining on this vote. That's why we had to give it a separate PCR, okay? Any other questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public? Hearing none, I need a motion on PCR 2020.
I move favorable action on PCR 2020.
I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. If any time during the meeting, if someone can't hear or understand what we're saying, please just feel free to step up to the mic. We know the acoustics in here are not the greatest, and sometimes if we're not talking directly into the mic, it makes it very difficult for people to understand. So please don't hesitate to just step up to the podium and let us know. Thank you. 2020-206, inspection of Lincoln Avenue transmission main, found on page 32.
Good evening, Dan O'Rourke with the DPW Water Division. As you're aware, over a year ago, the city of Warwick experienced a rupture on one of its critical lines that in the vicinity of Route 95, and I've spoken about this in my quarterly report several times. We've had a report commissioned, if you will, through our engineering firm to look at the possible causes of the line that did rupture. And I believe I had presented that to you many months ago for your reading when you have chance. What I'm looking for, what I'm requesting approval for at this point in time is to perform a live inspection on, and I say live as under current water flows and pressures from our Petticoncet connection, which is in the city of Cranston, which is one of our major interconnections with Providence Water Supply Board, right through to and terminating out in the vicinity of Cardi Corp on Lincoln Avenue. And these lines, there were two of them. One of them is out of service at this point in time for obvious reasons that we will have to repair it in due time, but it would be done in conjunction with this inspection. This inspection would involve over 2,200 feet of tapping the live line at certain points, and it traverses, again, from the city of Cranston, under the Patuxent River, under Route 95, under Route 37, and terminates and continues to travel and eventually ends up at Post Road. This is one of our two critical lines currently that we have in service. And what we need to do is we really need to do a condition assessment of this. And I had started this process, I believe we had this conversation a couple of years ago where we were looking at what the quote-unquote critical lines throughout the entire city, but the bid prices came in that I thought were high for our budget at the time. So I was going to come to the council to negotiate with the lowest responsible bidder at the time to reduce the scope of the work. And then lo and behold, in December of 2018, the line experienced a catastrophic failure. The long and short of it is we have to be absolutely sure that this line is not experiencing any problems right now that can't be seen, can't be, with the naked eye. And this is just part of just smart maintenance, preventive maintenance, doing something now before we experience a major catastrophe. And this was part of the thinking before, but I can tell you it's even more critical now at this point in time with that other line that's out of service. And I wanted to detail about what makes this process different and why we're doing it now versus months ago. We're trying to coordinate this with the city of Providence because the lower portion of the 102-inch aqueduct, which I've made reference to, and people have asked questions, I know it's boring conversation, but to time it whereby we're not putting ourselves at risk during a peak summertime, fall demand periods. And this is the window, in my opinion, and it's the collective opinion of the department, engineers, the company that we're looking to retain, utilize what we call the Sahara technology. It's called, a company called Pure Technologies. I can, as we speak right now, they're doing work for the City of Providence, Providence Water Supply Board with a similar type of issues. And Bristol County Water Authority recently experienced a near catastrophe with their Cross Bay pipeline, their only line that this technology was able to detect the exact location of where that leak was, and then they had to make the subsequent repairs. So this is step one in the process. I don't know where it's going to lead. I'm hopeful because the line is not as old and it's a different type of line that we'll find that there won't be any issues. But before we fix the other line, I use the analogy, why fix the tires before we even know what's wrong with the transmission? So, and we did purchasing, in conjunction with purchasing, we did send out, or they sent out, I believe, Pat, it was like 9 or 10 bids, 9 or 10 companies, and we only received responses from 2, and I know it's always a concern with this committee, but I can tell you, a job like this is unique. It's to be honest with you, for the big players, without getting into the names, it's too small for them. And unless you have the combined water, wastewater experience in dealing with these type of things, and they have worked with us before, Iannicelli and Sons. That's, as you can see with my recommendation, we've worked with them before, and we found them to be very competent and very proficient and experienced in this type of work, and that's critical. We can't, low bid is, in this case it is the lower bidder, but the lowest responsible bid. They're a good company and come with a reputation.
So when this exploratory work is being done,
Correct.
so we're spending $241,000 to do a review of this particular thing?
What happens is there's anywhere from 3 to, depending on what the conditions are at the time, anywhere from 3 to 5 locations. But you have a company that's going to come in with massive equipment, if you will, and do the excavating. They're going to tap these lines and do the actual water work, and the technology allows the company to enter on a live water line without taking out a service. That's the key. It's not just going and poking around and saying, oh, geez, there's a leak or there isn't a leak, but they're going to be able to give us a conditional analysis of that pipe. They're going to be able to tell us every weak spot, every leak, et cetera. And it's either tell me now or tell me later, and the technology is proven. That's what we're paying for. It's a combination of the construction plus the company, Pure Technologies, that's going to be performing the work. And I can tell you, out of the 200 and plus thousand, 41,000, 80,000 represents Pure Technologies' piece of the work that they're going to be performing, and they'll be coming in.
So Dan, when we're doing this review,
Yeah.
if you or they find problems, are we going to be making those repairs right then and there?
No, they're not. They're hired. They're going to be hired. They're being retained to tell us exactly what the condition of that pipe is, any deficiencies that are in it, and to make recommendations within days, and in some cases right on the spot. And then we have to take it to the next step, depending on what area we're talking about. And we have to evaluate the different options that are available to us, whether it's slip lining with pipe or open excavation, depending on where it is.
Okay.
It's impossible to see at this point, but I can tell you, it's much more dangerous and much more irresponsible, and I'm not suggesting anybody is, if we just ignore it and pretend nothing is there.
Right.
This was in the works before, and then unfortunately, it all came to the surface.
No, obviously, we're not going to sit around waiting for a pipe to burst. So let's talk about Stantec Consulting Services. Have you used them before?
Oh, yeah, there are existing engineering firm right now.
Oh, okay.
Which is another issue you and I talked briefly about, but as far as engineering services in general, currently we have them, we're working off remaining monies, if you will, that were appropriated to Stantec for different types of assignments. And Stantec, prior to that, was Face, Spofford, and Thorndike. You may recall that. You've been on the council long enough, but they've since been purchased by a large international concern. So we've worked with them. They've worked with us, I say us, the city of Warwick, since the 40s.
And the Water Division, you engaged them to prepare bid specifications and review the proposals, right? Through
Correct.
the bid process?
Correct.
Okay. And how much did we pay them to do that?
In the neighborhood, about 20,000. I wish I had it off the exact answer, and I'd be more than happy to get it for you, but that's the preparation of the bid specs, evaluation of the different options, and the research that it took to come up with this.
And for their estimate?
Correct.
So, I have to tell you, from what I see right here, right now, I'm not impressed. Because what I see here is an engineer that you say we've been using for a very long time, that we paid them 20 grand of taxpayer dollars to do an estimate for us as to what this cost would be, so you could get, some sort of a grasp on what was happening, right? And what I have in front of me is the engineer's estimate for televising of Lincoln Avenue. Their estimate is $43 per unit. And their estimate, which is what we should have a right to rely on and depend on,
I know.
their estimate is $96,750. The low bid came in at $94 per unit, and that's just on this one item, and a total of $211,500. How is it that the actual bid, and it's the low bidder, the high bidder was almost $300,000, how is it that this estimate could be off by 100%?
I think it's an estimate that was done from a desktop study, if you will, and I'm saying that loosely. But when we had, I'm talking putting specs together and basing it on some research and discussions with people, but when people actually went out, bidders actually went out on site and saw some of the conditions, I think they came up with their estimates. Again, it's an estimate. I'm not disagreeing
So
with you.
why didn't they do it? You know, if I hire an engineer to design something for
I'm
me,
not
an addition
disagreeing
for
with you.
me,
I'm not
and
disagreeing
give
with
me
you.
an estimate as to what this thing
Yep.
should cost so I can go ahead and bid this job, I certainly would expect it to be a lot closer than 100% off.
Yep.
And then we get down to the estimate of the total bid price. Their estimate, what they're telling us that this should cost is $170,000. And what we got for the low bid is $241,000. They're not even
241.
close. And the total bid price minus alternatives. So why is that number relevant to, or why should it be relevant to this committee? And what does it mean? I mean, we have a number up here, estimated total bid price, $241,250. We have a total bid price minus alternatives, $191,250. What does that mean? What does that mean to the taxpayers? There's a difference there of $62,000 or so. Why do we need to spend the 191 versus the 129? Just explain that so
Okay,
people
I'll give you
know.
I'll give you a little background on it too. That gives us the option. It doesn't mean we'll necessarily, that's we're asking for authorization up until that amount. It's not going to be a fixed amount. And my hunch is we're probably going to come in under that figure because we may not need to perform as much excavation in some of the areas. Again, it's going to depend on when we're out there, what the flows are at the time, what the pressures are at the time. And if we don't have the proper flows and the proper pressures, and I could get into a long discussion about it, it's not black and white, high or low, that if it was midsummer conditions, we could probably come in a lesser amount with more risk, if you will, working on a pipe in the summer that something could happen, and God forbid it has to go down. So if we have to perform, it have to be less excavation and less entry points. I'm trying to simplify it. We will come in at a lesser amount. And one of the alternatives was to eliminate a section on the Cranston side. If you can picture this, over by the Cranston sewer plant, up through the woods and out to Petticoncet Avenue, if we would eliminate that, and there were suggestions that may not be as critical. Well, it's all the same line. In my opinion, we should take a look at the whole thing and not just do part of it. If we're going to be in there and we're going to retain a company, let's do it right, let's do it once, and let's get the right information so we can make an educated decision to move forward.
So
But I can appreciate what you're saying with the estimate.
it's a big concern to me.
Believe me, I'm not blind to the issue.
And it's a big concern going forward, too.
Yeah.
So, Dan,
Yes.
where this estimate is like so far off, what criteria did they apply to selecting or determining who the qualified bidder is? What criteria did they apply to that? They're off on the numbers, on their estimate. They're the engineers, not us. And they're off significantly on the estimate. What criteria did they apply to say, this is the company
Obviously
that
not the
qualifies?
correct criteria, utilizing maybe some of the Rhode Island labor and construction rates. That's all I can say. I had this discussion with them too the last time when we were dealing with them on another issue too. Again, it's an estimate. I know talk is cheap and all that. It's not what you want to hear, but I'm being honest with you. That's the
So-
only basis that I could come
You
up
said
with.
you had this talk with them on another project. So was that the same issue? The estimate was, it was a different
There was a
topic.
misunderstanding over some of the
Oh.
contract language, but
And how
believe
did,
me,
you-
we just
how
don't
did the
accept-
city select Stantec for doing this estimate?
they were the engineer that was under contract with the city. I believe it was a 2 or 3 year deal.
Okay.
You know, that we went out for RFP, request for proposal, request for pricing, and they were the vendor or the company that we had chosen, you know, to do
Okay.
this type of work.
Okay.
Mainly, go ahead.
Well, I think going forward, I think that this needs to be reviewed, if you say, because I like estimates that are much closer than this. I can understand a little bit off, but if we're preparing a budget and we're relying on professionals that we're paying to provide us with information that you and whoever else can prepare a responsible budget that the taxpayer is going to foot the bill, I'd like to see somebody that's going to come in a little bit closer than what we have here. Any questions from members of the committee? Councilman McAllister.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I think the chairman pointed out some very good things talking about the estimate and the bidder here. But I do see in your notes that you have worked with this company before, and you actually asked around and you checked with also local references about the ability, and that's not what the chairman is looking for. He's not asking about
No,
the-
I understand,
the
but I fully
ability.
appreciate what you're saying.
Excuse me one minute. I'm not questioning the
No, no,
ability
no.
of the contractor whatsoever.
I fully understand, believe me. I understand, believe me. I can.
And but this is I think we're moving in the right direction here. This is a preventative measure. You know, we're going to look into it, go to see, invest in it now, so we can try to head off some of these major disasters. You know, shutting down, you know, water, having these big breaks is just a major thing. So if we could head off some of this with this project, I mean, that's very worthwhile. I also like the point that you pointed out that they'll be able to do this testing without taking those lines off service.
Correct, and that's the key to the whole process.
Yes, so people can continue to have the water and get ready to go to work and everything, knock on wood, on there. So I think we're heading in the right direction. This is a good, I like preventative. You know, I think the preventative nature of things, trying to get ahead out, you know, that'll bring costs down too if we can get, and just use technology to our advantage. It looks like that this is, you know, a new technology that we haven't had the opportunity to use in the past to get ahead of these things. So those are some of the things that I'm looking at here, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Again, I'll reiterate, my questioning was not with respect to the contractor.
I agree.
And the differences between the low bidder and the high bidder are substantial. My issue is with paying someone to do a job, and what we get back isn't even close to what we're going to be asking the taxpayers to foot the bill for. And that makes it very difficult for department heads and anyone else in the administration to put together any accurate budgets going forward. So I would like to see some homework done for
Oh, I understand.
alternatives. Any other questions from members of the council? Councilwoman Travis.
Yes, I don't have a question. I just think that, doing it every time, doing it this way is the right way to do it. We don't have a disaster like we did in Cayman Lane. Everybody shut off the water. I know it's a big way.
Well, it is and isn't. We were within 300 feet of having a national disaster under Route 95, so this is...
Thank you, Councilwoman. I agree. I get it. I understand. It is very serious. And the alternative is to do nothing and sit here and wait until we have some massive failure and have an entire community or a ward shut down for days or weeks on end. And you're going to end up having to do this study anyways, and it's going to be a lot more difficult, a lot more expensive to do it when you got a bunch of stuff in a hole that you can do it right now when it's empty. I get it, and I understand that being proactive in this particular case certainly is worthwhile, because the alternative of sitting on your hands and doing nothing could certainly come back to be a lot more expensive, as Councilwoman Travis pointed out with Sandy Lane and other issues. Any other questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public? Anyone want to comment on anything that pertains to this?
Thank you.
Hearing none, I need a motion.
Move for favorable action.
We have a motion favorable. We have a second. All in favor? Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. 2020-249A, City of Warwick gasoline sulfur, et cetera, found on page 41.
Public Works is requesting to award the bid for the unleaded fuel, diesel fuel, and winter diesel fuel to Dennis K. Burke in the amount of $850,000 for a one-year period beginning April 10th, 2020, expiring April 9th, 2021.
Christie, how much have you used in fuel for the current term?
Collectively for the current term? Or do you want it by,
No, for what you're asking for. You're asking for $850,000, up to $850,000 for fuel out of code 65220. How much have you spent in fuel out of code 65220 since the implementation of this particular contract?
I can tell you what I've spent this fiscal year. I don't have the previous couple of months. We have $258,465 left in the budget code. I still have some encumbered, so we've probably spent about half.
You have, but you're asking for this from April 10th of 2020 to April 9th, 2021, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what you're speaking to us is for this fiscal year, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
we've spent about half of the $850,000.
Okay. And you said you have how much available
$258,465.50,
as of when?
about noontime today.
Okay. And do you know how much fuel, dollars and cents, you've used from that April 10th of 2019 through April 10th of 2020, or to current day? Do you know how much fuel you've used?
I don't have the previous fiscal year, so I don't have
Okay.
April to June. I can give you July to today.
What are you basing your request for $850,000 on?
Well, the bid is based on, we estimate that we're going to have a price per gallon for each of the blends. So if we estimate that, we're going to use 120,000 gallons of unleaded fuel at $2.65 a gallon, and then we do that for our diesel, we come up with a number of what we think we're going to spend. But because this is based on an increment and the price that's posted, the oil price that's posted the day we get the delivery, it's not an exact number.
So this $850,000 that you're requesting, this is both for gasoline and diesel?
Yes.
Why don't you break it out? So much for gasoline, so much for diesel.
Why don't we?
Why don't you break it out?
Well-
You're asking for $850,000, and it says for gasoline. I'm assuming it's for gas and diesel, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
We have two separate purchase orders. So I have a purchase order specifically for unleaded, and I have a purchase order specifically for diesel or winter diesel. So it is broken out within the budget code. I can tell you that right now, on winter diesel from November to January 2nd, we've spent $101,340.44, and there is $31,821.27 that's still outstanding in checks that have not yet been issued, and we did get a delivery on Friday. Unleaded, we've used $127,566.54. I could tell you how many gallons we've pumped if you'd like.
So you have the breakdown?
Yes.
How much you're allocating for gas and for diesel? I have a reason for asking it, so that'll come up a little later. But you have that breakdown?
Yes,
Okay.
we use more diesel fuel than we do
But so we're
unleaded.
all clear, if we approve this spending authority up to $850,000, that's for both gas and diesel?
Yes.
Okay. Is that more or less than what last fiscal year was?
It's, I think, last year might have been 820,000.
And you're requesting another 30,000 more this year because?
We base this request on what we have in the budget code. I mean, obviously, we have not, next fiscal year hasn't been worked out yet, but assuming that it's going to be level funded, that's what the number's based on, as well as how many gallons we use with estimated high, so to speak, price per gallon.
But the point is, you expect to spend, or you anticipate spending more money on fuel this year than you did last year.
This year, our budget is $850,000. Last fiscal year, I believe it was $820,000.
Right.
We're not asking for any more for the next bid
Okay.
fiscal year.
And just so that everyone's clear, the numbers that are in our binder from this Dennis K. Burt, that is the add-on to the current wholesale cost of fuel, if I can just simplify it, right?
Yes, for whatever day the fuel
Right.
is delivered.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure everyone is clear that we're not, I mean, you're good, but you're not that good, that you're getting fuel for like 3 cents a gallon, right? Okay, so just so that everyone is clear on that. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council?
Yes.
Mr. President, go ahead.
Yes. Chrissy, I don't know if Matt can fill us in on this too, but what is the state of the GPSs on the vehicles? I know that the administration had said that, that was a concern as far as how much we're driving, what we're driving for, and being able to monitor things like that. And I know that they were forthcoming in saying that GPSs were going on vehicles, and I was just wondering if we could get an update on that.
Matthew Salitro, Department of Public Works Director for the City of Warwick. Good question, Mr. President. Actually, we are in the process of soliciting like an RFP and getting some information. One company is called Samsara, and they've been in several times. They're in the process of giving us a quote for, I think it's 142 vehicles roughly. And what that'll do, that'll be GPS monitoring. It'll track hard stops, wear and tear, like a quasi-maintenance system as to what needs to be done, and also a camera option as well. So we've been working on that for maybe 3 months. There's a lot of technology out there. We want to make sure that we're getting the right technology and the best bang for our buck. So the administration has been working on it.
I think the information that they give you from that type of technology is invaluable to the city because it takes a lot of these arguments around off the table that there are, duplicate vehicles doing different things. And I think it also gives you more information as far as streamlining how often we're driving. I think it definitely impacts on gas and wear and tear on the vehicles, as you pointed out. And I'm 100% behind, what you're doing, getting GPS in the vehicles, and I look forward to you bringing that bid to us.
And most recently, in the past couple of weeks, Mayor Solomon sat down as well and reviewed all the ins and outs of it, and he seemed to be in favor of some sort of GPS, as anybody would be.
Right.
So,
I believe he had stated that before too.
Oh, yeah.
And 100% behind it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Matt, do we have more or less or the same amount of vehicles on the road now as we had a year ago?
I'd say it's pretty static. I mean,
Okay.
we retire some, we get a couple new vehicles here and there, but I don't think we have, an additional 10 or 15%
Okay.
per se. We have an aging fleet. When we retire them, we try and make other vehicles and patch one into two, so it's pretty static.
Okay. Any other questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public? Hearing none, I need a motion.
Move for favorable action.
I'll second. We have a motion for favorable. We have a second. All in favor? Aye. Thank you. 2020-249B, City of Warwick, fuel, on page 45. Major?
Lori Michaelides on behalf of the Police Department. The Police Department went out to bid for gasoline under bid 2020-249B, and qualified bids were received from 4 vendors for unleaded gasoline per the specs provided by the Police Department. Per the recommended octane requirements for our police vehicle fleet as established by the Ford Motor Company, the Police Department's bids are for unleaded plus gasoline only.
Excuse me, Major. Excuse me, 1 minute. Ladies and gentlemen, if you need to have conversation, please take the conversation out into the front foyer. As I said earlier, the acoustics in this chamber are not so good, and the undertone makes it even more difficult for us to hear. So if you could just please accommodate us with that, take the conversations out to the foyer. Thank you. Go ahead, Major. Sorry.
Yep, no problem. Based on the bids submitted, the department recommends awarding the bid to the lowest qualified bidder, which is Roberts Energy LLC out of Springfield, Massachusetts, who bid at plus .0350 cents per gallon, calculated from the lowest daily terminal unbranded gasoline low rack price. If this bid award is approved, the department requests authorization to expend funds not to exceed $320,000 during a term of the contract, which would be for 1 year, April 10th, 2020 through April 9th, 2021.
Major, what did the police department use in fuel over the last year,
Fiscal year,
fiscal year?
we have approximately 98,000 left in our budget code. We had a budget of 300,000, so $202,000 so far.
And question I forgot to ask DPW, but I can ask them again. What do you have in your tanks now?
So we have a 12,000 gallon tank. The maximum fill point is only 10,000 gallons to allow for expansion, so we usually shoot for a number of about 9,600 or so. We currently have 8,900 gallons in as of Friday, and our last delivery was only last week, January 24th.
I'm sorry, your last delivery was what?
January 24th.
Okay. And this spending authority also is going to be from April 10th through April 9th, 2021, right?
Yes, sir.
Why isn't that number, being that number is such a substantial number with all 3 departments combined, and you perhaps may not have the answer for this, but I'd like to get the answer from someone. It doesn't need to be tonight. Why isn't this fuel item, why isn't it like bid on the fiscal year? Do you have any idea?
I have no idea.
Because the reason is, I know I asked Christie some difficult questions, and it was difficult to answer because of it being, you're going from April 10th to April 10th or April 9th, and then the budget is all on the fiscal year. And I can see and appreciate where it's difficult for the department head to have that number. I find it to be even more difficult to keep track of the number, and find it as difficult to try to come up with some sort of a spreadsheet and an analysis or a budget as to how much are we spending, how much do we have left in the tanks, and how much do we really need in terms of dollars and cents. Yeah, I think I'd like to explore. I think I'd like to explore that a little bit further, why we don't have that on a fiscal year. Because we're talking $1.25 million here between the 3 departments, maybe even more. The police department doesn't use any diesel, right?
We do not, no.
Any questions from members of the committee? Councilman McAllister.
Thank you. Major, the The gas that you use for the, regular police cars, is it regular? Do you have to use the next level up for
89.
performance? 89 is what
Yes.
we use?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And that's for all the majority of the fleet? Or,
Yes, sir.
Well, okay, thank you.
So you're not using the 94 or whatever it was, right?
No.
I'm asking. It was a good question from Councilman McAllister, because I remember when Mayor Solomon was on the city council, that was a major thorn in his side about having to use this rocket fuel stuff, in the police cars versus what the rest of the world uses. Okay. Any other questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the council? Do you have any questions from members of the public? Any questions from members of the public? Hearing none, I need a motion.
Move for favorable action.
Second, all in favor? Aye. Thank you. Thank you, Major. 2020-249C, City of Warwick, gasoline, sulfur, diesel fuel. Chief?
Jason Umbenauer, Assistant Chief of the Fire Department. This is the fire department's portion of this same bid for ultra low sulfur diesel. The fire department only uses item number 4, which is the ultra low sulfur diesel. We're recommending Dennis K. Burke as the lowest bidder. This funding will come from our diesel fuel fund, which is 35-221. Same budget expiration, 4/9/2020. Is the current bid expiring? It'll be 4/10/2020 through 4/9/2021 for an amount not to exceed $148,000.
So, you use diesel fuel too, right?
Just diesel fuel.
Just
the only
diesel
one
fuel.
we use, yes. We use gasoline, but we get back charged from the police department for that.
So, why did you change the code?
We, last year at budget time, we split diesel fuel and gasoline into 2 different codes. Last year, just for transparency, to see how much we are spending in diesel versus gasoline. Not combining them together, as there was just one fuel last time, it was just called diesel fuel, although gasoline and diesel fuel were coming out of that same budget code. So last year, we had split it into 220 and 221, just so we could see what the difference of the 2 is.
So, you're saying now you use just diesel fuel?
We use both. So we use diesel fuel. We have 5 1,000-gallon tanks that supplies diesel fuel to our apparatus, and we have the smaller administrative vehicles that use gasoline, but we use the police department pump, and they back charge us for theirs.
But this 148,000 is only for diesel fuel.
Just the diesel fuel side, correct.
How many tanks and how many locations do you have in the city? Does the
Yep.
fire department have?
5 1,000-gallon tanks.
Where? All in the same spot?
Yep.
Or?
Nope, they're all over the city. One's at Station 2, up on 770 Post Road, near the Walmart. Station 3 next to Vets High School. 6 in Conimicut. Station 9 in Commonwealth behind CCRI. And Station 10 in Potawatomi.
And what's the largest tank that you have?
They're all 1,000.
All
They're the
1,000.
same.
Diesel and gas, they're all 1,000?
Nope, just diesel. We use
Just
the
diesel.
gasoline. We use the police department's tank right behind our headquarters.
Okay. And right now, on your, never mind, that's the gasoline item. So this is a brand-new code you're just doing this year, brand new. So you're going to break out the gas and the diesel separate.
Correct.
So you're looking for $148,000 in diesel.
Correct.
And how much are you going to be looking for on gas?
We're not going to look for gasoline. We just get, the police department, as part of their bid, includes our gasoline that comes out of their tank, because they fill their tank. And when we fill up at their tank, they back charge our department for the use of the gasoline. So whatever the current rate is for the gasoline, they charge us that rate for how many gallons we use from their tank.
And you get an invoice, and who pays it?
We don't get invoiced, we
What do
get
you
back
get?
charged. It's basically a balance transfer from the police department.
And how does that show? How is that tracked?
If you look in the gasoline line item,
Yep.
almost all of our gasoline line items will be WPD back charge, and every month they send us how many gallons we use, what cars use how many gallons, the total gallons used, the average cost, and then they give us a number of what it is, and then finance transfers that money from our account into their account.
So the $320,000 that the police department just asked us for gasoline only, that includes gas for the fire department.
That's correct.
And the gas for the fire department, you're not using gas in the ladder trucks, the tankers, rescues.
No, the two battalion chiefs' cars and then the administrative cars, so fire prevention, and all the administrative cars that the chiefs use. It's probably about $1,000 to $1,200 a month is I think what we get back charged. That's the average.
So in the fiscal year 2019, you had a budget of $170,000,
Correct.
and then there was a transfer in of $15,438.22 for a total budget of $185,438, right?
I don't have that number. I don't have that in front of me, but I would assume that's maybe back charges that were pending from the prior year. But I am not positive. I'm not looking at that right now.
No, it's not back charges. It was
I don't know what
money
the transfer-
transferred into your code 35220, which is what your old code was for gasoline. That was gasoline and diesel from what I'm gathering in this conversation now. And the transfer of $15,438 brought it up to $185. What, see again, the same complication is with your department from the April thing, trying to compare it to the fiscal year thing and get a grip on what the budget is and how much you're using or how much you're not using. It's just very difficult the way this is. Chief, I know that you haven't been in this particular position for a very long length of time, but while we're on the subject of that transfer, I assume you're aware that we've passed here a city ordinance several years ago that requires the city council to be notified in a very brief period of time when a transfer is made. You're aware of that, right?
I'm aware, yes.
Okay.
I can look into that when I get into the office tomorrow, and I can send you guys you an email if you want and investigate what that transfer was and what exactly had happened. I can
Okay.
look into that.
Any other questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public? Hearing none, I need a motion.
Move for favorable action.
We have a motion, I'll second it. We have a motion, we have a second, all in favor? Aye, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. 2020-251, Healthcare Dependent Eligibility Audit, found on page 53.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
Good evening. Jean Bouchard, Personnel.
Gene, could you just stay real close to that mic?
I will.
It's difficult to hear.
The city went out to bid for a healthcare dependent eligibility audit. This is a new bid, and the RFP is to contract a healthcare consultant to perform an audit on all employees and retirees to obtain information about any ineligible dependent participants on the city's healthcare plan. You've received a detailed letter about what the audit consists of, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
So what you're doing is you're going to be doing an analysis of all the employees in the city. Does that include the school department as well?
No, it does not.
So it's
Strictly the city, employees and retirees. Anyone that has health care with the city now.
okay. Which I happen to think is a good proactive move I know we've had conversation about this before with respect to the reliability of the numbers that we're getting from whomever the healthcare providers are, and are we being charged the right amounts, family versus single. I know we had those discussions several times over the past couple of years, and it's good to see that coming to fruition. So you say that the average eligibility audit achieves a minimum 2% of ineligible dependents, which should produce a savings to the city that exceeds the cost of the contract. So what is the cost of health care today?
The cost of health care today, if I had to just make an estimate, conservative estimate, $23 million.
And that is pretty close to what I had.
Okay.
So 23 million, a 2% savings on 23 million certainly is going to pay for $19,850.
What they calculated to be the 2% is based on you utilize the family plans because naturally they're the only ones that have dependents. So it would be somewhat less than that. Let's say if it was 2%, it would actually be $128,000. They feel they estimate that on an average they find 36.
So basically, what this is going to do is it's going to determine if we have been assessed premium for a family plan when it should have in fact been an individual plan.
That is correct.
And how far back is this audit going?
It'll be a current audit. It will be a current audit from the point that the contract's awarded based on all the phases. Like there's a phase where they get information, work with the personnel department. It will be an added task to the personnel in doing that. They will also, from that point, then they will send out the forms and they'll ask for documentation. Then when they get that information back, they will analyze it and they'll give us a list.
And these discrepancies that I would say is fair to assume are going to be discovered, where's the accountability for this? I would doubt that the city is saying, hey, charge me for a family plan, we're only getting a single. I'm sure that's not occurring. So this must be an administrative error on the part of the healthcare provider, where they're billing us for a family plan when it should have been an individual plan.
I
Fair
think
to say?
I think that would be a possibility, but I think it would be more likely that we would have a child on a plan that is over the age 26. Now, going back, I would say that also they still might need a family plan, but when you're self-insured, then those are claims that you're paying that you shouldn't. So that would be one reason. Another findings could be a person, a retiree that is a spouse of an actual employee that maybe passed on and didn't notify the city at all. That could be a possibility of finding, I think, as well.
So in my world, the private sector, we monitor those things, in our own company, and we make sure that we're not paying for a family plan when we should be paying for a single. We make sure that we don't have dependents on there that we shouldn't have. And there's individuals in the company that are responsible for doing that overview. Mm-hmm. Do we have such an overview here in the city that watches out for that?
We do. I think we have about 1,500 actually enrolled family and individual. We're only looking at family plans, which is probably about 880. But we do monitor that, and we monitor that with our billing system as well. And not only that, twice a year we have an aging list. So we look at people who had no claims. That to us is a kind of like makes us look at them and say, well, why don't they have any claims? Let's say a deceased person that we weren't notified that person deceased. That would have to be a spouse of a retiree, or it could be even an active person. So those are the type of things that we think might be missing. I feel confident that our process that we do in personnel to check on this is very accurate, but there are ones that we know could possibly be out there, and it would be in a situation where a retiree's spouse passed away. That could very well be. I think that's where the findings will be. We've done several different things. We've done the aging that we will do twice a year, look at anybody that doesn't have a claim. Then we also last year sent out, we actually used an age data and sent letters out to have people respond back to us to ensure that we had data correctly, but actually it was a part of the healthcare audit we were doing. So we do have in-house, we do tie out to our billing and everything, but we can't rule out that there would be a possibility of savings. And I think this is a very, very important step to take, as you mentioned as well, that this here, we're hoping, I would love to say we could find no one, but if we do find them, it will more than pay for what the cost of this is. And I think it's worth doing at least the once. We find out that this is something maybe we'll do every 3 years.
I absolutely think it's worthwhile doing, and I do support this completely. So, have you ever done a questionnaire to the employees, asking, probably similar questions to what this will do?
We did it in a small version, like I said about the age. We kind of picked an age and we did it, so we were actually looking at healthcare. We have thought of that to do. It does take a lot of time to even do what we have already, and even doing this audit will expand hours for the personnel department. We'll do whatever we need, but it does take extra hours to do it, and we have thought of doing one for everyone, but it is time consuming. But
Well,
certainly,
if you can save 2% on 23 million, it's worth a few hours.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Now, Gene, so let's assume that number is somewhat accurate. They discover that we've been overbilled 2% on $23 million. How are we getting our money back?
Well, if it's a difference of a single and a family plan, then I believe the health insurance will go back 3 months.
Say that again?
I believe they'll go back 3 months, our health care.
The health care will only go back, why won't they go back for the whole
there's a
year?
minimum on it. There's
Why?
a minimum. They will not go back any further than that.
Why won't they?
That's part of their agreement.
That's part of their agreement?
Yes.
That if they make the mistake
Well, if
and they
they
overcharge us?
if they made the mistake, that would be one thing. But we have to do the enrollment. We have to drop them. So if we're not notified to drop that, retirees, that spouse passed away, I don't think we can hold them accountable. I
understand that. If for some reason it was overlooked on our end, that's one thing. I mean, that happens. It does. It wouldn't shock me if, someone's son or daughter went from 25 to 26 and, we forgot to notify the city. That wouldn't shock me. I mean, how many people would even think of
We
doing
would
that,
certainly
right?
challenge anything
So that's not
that-
what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is, the insurance provider. Those folks that are so easily have their hands out, to take our monies. If it is determined that they have made the miscalculations charging us for a family plan versus a single plan.
We would challenge that. That's
Okay.
different altogether. We would
But
certainly
did you
challenge
say that we could only go back 3 months?
on if it's a fault of our part that we
No,
can
not
make
our
the
part.
change.
Their part.
Their part, I don't know. I don't know of any thing. I think we would just go and challenge it and try to get our money back. Absolutely.
I would certainly think so. I think it's a good thing. Councilman McAllister.
The recommendation is for Part D advisors out of Michigan for $19,850.
Yes, thank you. I agree with the chairman that this is very important. This is another new initiative looking for savings. With a line item of $23 million, we want to be making sure that we're only paying for eligible participants on the city's health care plan. So I think this is a very wise investment. Again, if we get the 2% back, that's 2%. That's taxpayers' money. This is big numbers, and this is very important audit and review, and I would like to see it continue. So I'm very pleased that we're, again, being proactive and looking at these things. Thank you.
So that brings us to another question. Because most of the employees in the city that we're talking about, they pay 20% copay towards their health care. And if it is determined that we have been overcharged by the health care provider, that also means that the employee who's contributing 20% has been overcharged. So that brings me to question 2. How does that get corrected? Because because what would be troubling to me is if, in fact, whatever this number is, and I would guess it's going to be a number, whatever that number is, that the employees who have contributed 20% of the cost of their health care, they've overpaid. They put more money out for health care than they should have on an average. And for it to just go back, whatever that number is, $10,000, we'll just pick a number, to go back into the general fund, and the employees are also picking up part of the tab, are not being considered, would be troubling. So how is that going to work?
I think there would be, if that was something we found out, it certainly would be an adjustment. But at the likelihood of someone paying for more, and one of our active employees paying for a family plan rather than an individual plan, it's not going to be as likely as they keep a good hand on that. They're not going to be paying more than what they need to. And furthermore, that is part of what personnel does as far as their plan. The co-pays and everything are determined by whether family or individual. And I'd be pretty sure that the employee would come forward a lot earlier than.
But it's something we need to keep an eye out for.
We've had a situation like that where the employee wanted, either way, a family plan or was no longer married or something of that event. That's when you have that 3-month thing with the. So
Right.
we will only adjust for what is determined to be allowed.
Okay. Any other questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Sir. And once again, just state your name for the record, please.
My name's Rick Casella. I'm a resident of Warwick. Just listening to this conversation about the healthcare stuff, a couple things pop out, and it seems to me that your questions just are going in a cyclical way, but it seems to me that the onus is on the receiver of the health insurance to notify the Human Resources Department that there has been a change in the family structure. So I can't see where you might think that money might be going back to the receiver of the insurance for an overcharge when the overcharge was not the fault of the provider, but rather a misstep in the human resources calculations as to how things change. And I think your idea of having some kind of a quarterly update, some kind of a review or some way that you can say, listen, you receive your insurance through the city, and we require on a quarterly basis that you give us a breakdown of what your current family structure is and your needs. That way, if we do find out that we were being overcharged, we only going back those 3 months, because I don't blame the provider for only giving you 3 months because you didn't monitor the makeup of the family structures that you're paying for. So not to disparage you, I know you work very hard, but there's got to be somebody in human resources that can pay attention. You said, what, 15,000 families are affected? Or how many, 1,500? 880 families. I mean, you could call 2 families a day and do the whole thing in one day. Or every day for a year. I mean, it can be done. It just seems like you guys are talking about how much it costs and who made the mistake and who paid who, when really the bottom line is we made a mistake and we have to correct it. And I think whatever action you take now, but paying an auditor to tell us that we overpaid, I don't understand that either. We seem to use auditors all the time to tell us how to do our jobs. And in my opinion, I think that the auditor is important for us to get accurate numbers, I'm sure. But if this is a regular function of human resources to keep track of where the money's going and who we're paying for, then we shouldn't have to pay auditors ever. We should just make sure that we provide the people that work in human resources the training necessary so that they can do those audits. I mean, it sounds like the auditors, you call the family and say how many people are still alive, because we're only paying for 1 or 2, depends on how many you have here. So if you could just give us that information. I'm sure the people that work for the city appreciate. You can hear me, trust me. I'm sure the people that work for the city can appreciate the quality healthcare coverage, but I'm sure they don't want to see the city pay too much for it. So just ask them. And if they don't tell you or they don't inform you, then there should be some kind of way that we can, force that issue. If they don't report on their quarterly deadline, then we get on the phone and we call them and say, if you don't report, we have to assume that you no longer need the insurance, period. If I don't pay my car taxes, I'm done. I can't do anything. There are consequences when you don't pay attention, and people have to stop paying attention, period. That's all I have to say. But I appreciate all your effort, really. I don't mean
Thank
to be
you.
critical.
Let me clarify what I said. So what I said was that I had asked the question, if we do our own internal work, I suggested that we do some sort of a questionnaire. And what I said was, if the provider of the insurance has overcharged us, I want to be reimbursed. That's what I said. If the employee had, for whatever reason, not notified the department of a change in their status and dependents, et cetera, of course not. I'm not looking for the provider of the coverage to reimburse us for something that is a household job. It's something we should be monitoring. And it's no different in the business world that I'm in. If I discover at some point in time that a vendor has overcharged me for something, yeah, I expect to get reimbursed for it. And if the insurance company is charging us for family plan when they should only be charging us for an individual plan, yeah, I expect to be reimbursed for it. If the error is because we weren't aware of the change, so be it. We got 3 months to do it. If you can't catch it in 3 months, then shame on us. That's what I said. Sir. Yes, and speak into the mic, please, because you...
I heard what you said.
Good, okay.
And what I was saying is the provider is not the villain here. There is no situation that we can't monitor that would allow them to overcharge us. If we're being overcharged, it's because we didn't do something. So to say if we're obviously if we're overcharged, we want them to, but they'll admit it. They'll say to us, oh, we overcharged you. They're not going to say, but if we're not counting the people, they're going to say, well, this is what you gave us. So to suggest that we're getting beat up by the provider is incorrect. It's definitely an in-house thing. That's all I was saying, and not trying to challenge you, but your whole idea of we want them to pay. We can't keep blaming the big guy. Sometimes it comes back home, and we got to deal with it at the local level instead of thinking that we're getting stuck by everybody when we're not. We're just missing something, and it needs to be improved. And I know you'll get to it because you're a good man. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from members of the public? Any questions from members of the public? Hearing none, I need a motion.
Move for favorable action.
We have a motion favorable. I'll second it. All in favor? Aye. Thank
Thank
you.
you, Counsel.
Need a motion for acceptance of the minutes? We have a motion. I'll second it. All in favor? Aye. Thank you. PCR 17-19, resolution relative to bids. We'll move on to PCR 1820, resolution relative to abatements.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman,
Good evening.
members of the Finance Committee, members of the Council. This month, we have abatements.
State your name for the record, please.
Thank you. Neil Dupuy, Director of Assessing. This month, we have abatements in the amount of $7,955.59. And I'll take any questions that you might have.
Okay, Neil, talk to us about the big one, $4,043.81.
So this is a property in the Farm, Forest, and Open Space program.
It's what, please?
Farm, Forest, and Open Space. There's a state
Oh, I
program.
thought you said aerospace. I say, what?
No, it's a program that
Okay.
offers a reduced tax assessment for property that remains in the program for 15 years or more, and they promise not to develop the property. So this was a new property owner that purchased the property. One of the first things we do when there's a tax appeal filed is we go out and do an inspection of the property. And in this case, there's a rather large barn, about 3,000 square feet. But the data that the city had on record was that there was an apartment in 3,000 square feet of the building. In truth, only a small apartment, 587 square feet, exists. The rest of the building is just simply a barn. So this $4,000 adjustment was reflective of that.
Okay, any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Any questions from members of the public? Hearing none and need a motion. I'll second. All in favor? Aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
PCO 17 -19, ordinance relative to senior and veteran exemptions. That is not drafted. I'm going to hold that until March 9th. Need a motion to hold till March 9th.
I make a motion to hold to March 9th.
We have a motion to hold. We have a second. I second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. PCR 4-20, abatement number 10669 and 10670.
Good evening. Neil Dupuy, Director of Assessing. We're going to ask that we continue this abatement until the March 9th meeting. Peter Clarkin, the Assistant Solicitor, had some surgery on his knee, and he couldn't be available for tonight.
Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Any questions from members of the public? Hearing none, need a motion.
I make a motion to hold to March 9th.
I'll second the motion at the request of the sponsor to hold till March 9th, you said?
Correct.
Okay. PCR 8-20, formerly 2019-066, repairs to existing Plymouth vent vehicle exhaust. Sir. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, all in favor? Aye. Thank you. Thank you. Chief?
Jason Omenauer, Assistant Chief of the Fire Department. This is a, Fire Department seeking a 612 alteration of contract for bid 2019-066, repairs to an existing Plymouth Event vehicle exhaust removal system. Seeking an increase of the award of the spending authority for $8,000. There's no change in the contract terms. It's a 2-year contract that expires August 26, 2020.
So, Chief, I noticed an email from you as I was basically pulling in the parking lot. Was that pertaining to this item?
It is, and I
All
can
right.
explain that if you'd like.
Talk to me.
So there was a little bit of confusion. I wasn't able to present the last meeting. The ask here is to authorize the $8,000 to continue to repair the existing systems that we have through the end of the contract. That's about $8,000 from what we can estimate. We spent about $9,900 over the first 9 months of this year, and we've got about 7 months left, so we're estimating about $8,000 that we need to repair. There is a plan in place to mitigate these costs. As the chief, I believe, had alluded to in the last meeting, there's a magnetic system that would replace the air-driven compressing bladder system that attaches to the vehicles. Those systems are about $3,800 a piece. So we don't have the budgeted funds this year in order to do those upgrades, and I don't believe it's in the scope of the bid right now to do those upgrades. The scope of the bid was just to repair and adjust the existing system. So what the intent of this was to ask for $8,000 to get us to the end of this contract period, and then when we put this out to bid again, probably in the summertime, well before the August deadline, to include that replacement and upgrade for that new system, and then evaluate as these things need repair, evaluate if it's better fiscally to make a minor repair or to replace it with the new system that would then mitigate the future costs.
And I believe at the previous meeting, I had asked if you had done an analysis of these various systems that you have and coming up with a hard number for the $8,000 excessive dollars. And had you done that?
Yeah, it's about $37.88 per drop was the estimation. We have about 36 drops in our 9 fire stations, so you're talking $136,000.
No.
If we
I'm
did it all at
talking
one time.
about the 8,000 change that you're asking to extend this to do repairs on the existing, not the future stuff. I had asked if you had done an evaluation of the current equipment you have to come up with the number that you need.
Okay. No, the equipment that we now have right now is full functioning. We call them out as more of a break and repair. So as they break, that's when we call them out. I mean, there's not really a way to tell if the bladder, that air-filled bladder, is going to rupture or a hose is going to split at any point. We're just going off an estimation that we spend about $1,000 a month on it, and we're just about out of money right now. We've got 7 months left.
And how are you progressing with the review for this new technology you're talking about?
The vendor has recommended a product like we were talking about, that 3788. We have seen it, and he sent us a report on where it's been deployed in other places around the Boston area. And most of those departments seem very happy with the system. It has mitigated their repair costs. It does function just as well, if not better, than the existing systems. We recommend that going forward, but like I said earlier, I think it would be prudent to put that specification into the bid itself, and then when we go to rebid it, and then budget funds to do those upgrades as those drops start to break. We repair them with the upgraded one and not replace it with the old air bladder system.
Chief, are there any grants that could be available, not so much for the 8,000, but for the new technology you're talking about? I know you guys you're pretty aggressive, on chasing down grants and finding them and so forth. Do you have any knowledge of any grants that may be available for that?
Yeah, we do have a grant committee. I would say most definitely this system is relatively old in comparison, and most of the grants that we're awarded by FEMA and by the federal government are on the age of the existing systems. So I can bring it to our grant committee to see if they can put it in. They have a long timeline of things that need to be replaced, SCBAs and vehicles and radios and other stuff that they have drawn out for the next couple of years. But since this is a smaller number in comparison to our normal grants, they may be able to squeeze this into as like a micro grant, they call them.
Good, yeah, it'd be good if you could look into that.
Sure.
Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Do I have any questions from members of the public? Hearing none, need a motion?
Move for favorable action.
I'll second that. We have a motion for favorable. We have a second. All in favor? Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. PCR 1120, a resolution relative to repairs to damage at Lippert Park. Is anyone coming to the podium? Is anyone from DPW coming to the podium to talk about PCR 11-20, resolution relative to repairs to damage at Lippert Park? Director Salicho, are you coming to the mic?
I'm sorry, Councilman, I missed that.
No, that's fine. Just bear with me 1 minute. So, Director, as you know, I have several items that we have on the calendar this evening that I docketed for various things that I've been requesting to get taken care of. Some couple of months old, some as long as a year old, and they haven't been taken care of. This particular item right here, this damage at Lippert Park, this is something that apparently a vehicle lost control for whatever reason, drove through these 6x6 posts that are supposed to keep cars and SUVs, et cetera, from going into that area. Also damaged a couple of the bike holder things. One of them bent over quite a bit. The other one bent over a lot. And it's creating a safety issue over there. And it's creating a dangerous situation for anyone that is going to that particular area. I have, not just on that item, I have a file folder here full of emails that I have sent off regarding that location, pictures, the concern that I have as an elected official in Ward 5 for the safety of the residents that live there. And this hasn't been addressed. We did, you did, somebody did, put up some stanchions and put a cone over one of the 6x6s that was damaged, and part of it still sticking up out of the ground, which to this day is still sticking up. Well, I'll say to the weekend, because I didn't get by there today. But my point, Director, is that these items, this list of items that I've been requesting to get done, for whatever reason, haven't been getting done. And for whatever reason, I'm not getting responses to my emails, and I'm not getting replies to most of my emails. And that is not only concerning, it's extremely frustrating. Because as an elected official, when I make a request or I send it out via email or text, I would certainly hope that I have the right to expect a response, a reply, or an acknowledgement of even receiving such. So I know that there is concerns about bringing this to the floor. And I'm going to respect those concerns. But I would like to hear from you with regard to this particular one, and we can deal with each one individually. But out of this particular one, why you have not replied back to me about this issue and why it hasn't been addressed, at least to the degree that you can make the area safe. And I know at some point from November 17th, when I first brought it to your attention, to current time, someone has contacted DigSafe to get DigSafe over there, which is only required, by the way, if you're going to be digging with power augers or machinery, equipment, etc. It's not required if you're going to just be cutting flush to the ground various items. But it certainly makes sense to have DigSafe go over there before any digging is done. So why isn't this particular area, those simple things, why are we here we are now going on 3 months and it hasn't been taken care of?
Matthew Salitro, Department of Public Works Director for the City of Warwick. So in fact, Councilman, this happened on 11/12/2019. We'll call it the incident at Lippert Park, where an F-150 drove through the 6x6 posts and mangled, for lack of a better term, the bike racks that were out there. So as in this instance, as the same as Pontiac Park, which is located down off of Route 5, somebody went through and ruined a park. As we did over there, we're waiting for the insurance to come back. As of today, before this meeting, they still have not come back and give us the monetary reimbursement that we were seeking for the bike racks. So that would be the reason for this. I have correspondence going back and forth with the insurance company, which is Progressive Insurance, stating that they in fact do claim responsibility for it. They're kicking it up to their department, whoever administers the checks. Once we get that in, we will certainly go out there and rectify the situation. The bike racks, they're a little different. I'm not sure if we can get a good handle on where they were ordered, but we'll get something pretty comparable. So that's what I have to offer on Lippert Park.
So unfortunately, Director, that certainly doesn't eliminate my frustration, because insurance companies require the insured to take appropriate action to eliminate or significantly reduce any further damage or liability.
Correct.
Right. Just like if you have a roof leak and you file a claim, it doesn't mean you let the roof continue to leak until the insurance company decides to get over there and do whatever they're going to do and then award you a settlement. As a matter of fact, you will have a major problem getting compensated for that claim if that were to occur, because you can't document what the damage was then versus what it is today.
Correct,
My
Councilman,
issue,
but unless
me.
I'm mistaken, we're not talking about a roof here. We're talking about an accident that occurred.
Okay.
Okay, so my documentation is thus. I have pictures
Yeah.
before and after, okay?
As
I've
do
taken
I.
the appropriate action to seal off the area. I put a cone over the 6x6, okay? And furthermore, I work for the mayor of the city of Warwick. Any administration and dealings, you need to go through him, as does every other councilman in the city. Okay.
Oh, so I need to make the request to the mayor to have something like that
if you'd like
fixed?
me to read this, this is Article 2 of the mayor. Chief Executive Officer of the Administrating Officer. The mayor shall be the Chief Executive and Administration Officer of the city and shall be responsible for the administration and management of all offices, departments, and agencies, except otherwise provided by the city charter. So that means
Yeah, what does it mean?
that the administration dictates what gets done and where.
So you're suggesting that someone other than yourself says whether something gets done or not, or doesn't get done?
No, what I'm saying is with my resources, I will look at it and
Yeah.
say, is this an emergency? I don't feel that bike racks in the middle of winter on an ocean front is an emergency. In my opinion, and I could be wrong, feel that the place is cordoned off, has a barrier on it, and has cones.
So,
Once the insurance money comes in,
Yep.
we will address it.
fine. So you're leaving that area in an unsafe
I
manner.
don't feel
You
that
are.
it's unsafe.
You don't feel it's unsafe. What you have is you have a cone that any 6-year-old can go over and take that cone off, instead of taking the responsibility to make it level with the ground. It's a simple Sawzall. It's a 5-minute repair to make sure that my constituents are safe in that area. Those bike racks. I got the email from the mayor. You're asking about contact the mayor. I've got emails in here that included the mayor on that issue, seeing as you brought it up. I did not bring that up.
Correct.
And what you have is a bike rack, and don't minimize it by saying, we don't use the bikes in the winter. I don't care if you don't use the bike rack at all. What I care about is that bike rack is bent down into an area, into a manner that somebody could get hurt on that bike rack. Some young kid, some senior citizen in between could get hurt because it's not lit at all or well lit. And it's a simple 5-minute thing to go over there with a Sawzall and cut it off and make it level to the ground or bury it 6 inches. But that hasn't been done. That hasn't been done.
Correct.
And I wasn't particularly going to expound on this issue to this degree, but you're the one that brought it up. And the insurance company doesn't care about when they get there to do whatever they're going to do. What they do care about is that you, I say you, I'm generalizing, it could be me, it could be anybody sitting in this room, do their due diligence to act in a responsible manner to make sure that this particular claim doesn't progress into something more serious. That particular claim could progress into something more serious.
In your opinion.
In my opinion, that's
your
right.
opinion, yes.
That's right. And I'm the councilman in that ward, and my constituents come to me and they ask me to make that particular area safe for them, for their children, and anyone else going through that area. Yes. And to say that my request, in my opinion, is unreasonable
I didn't say
because
that.
it's taking
I did not say
5
that.
minutes to go there and cut down a 6x6,
Right.
that is dangerous. Yeah, that's my opinion. To send someone over there that's going to take 10 minutes to cut down that bike rack and make it safe and eliminate the potential for any other damage, is that unreasonable? No. But that's just my opinion. It's also my constituents' opinion that live in that area. So my question at this point now is, do you intend to send anyone over there and take that 6x6, make it level to the ground, and to cut those bike racks down level to the ground and eliminate the possibility of anyone getting injured or increasing the claim to the city? Why would you not want to do that?
I will consider it.
You will consider it. What does that mean?
Just what I said. I'll consider it. Do you not know what consider it means?
So you
I
may
have
do it
limited
or you may
resources.
not do it.
Yeah, correct. Correct.
Okay, fine. So I'll be sure to advise my constituents that you're going
Thank
to
you.
consider it.
Thank you.
You're going to consider making that area safe
Correct.
so they don't get injured.
Thank you.
Thank you for the consideration. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the council? Sir. Councilman Sinapi.
New spot. Why is this before us on a resolution? This seems remarkably inappropriate.
I'm sorry?
This seems like the wrong setting for this. And I think I've voiced this to you
That-
prior
but
as
yeah,
well.
perhaps you feel it's the wrong setting. I feel it's an appropriate setting.
Right, so now each councilman should drag the various departments up before the mic to castigate them whenever they don't get something done in a fashion that they believe they should have it done?
Councilman Sinapi, I'm not going to suggest or tell you or any of my colleagues how to protect your ward or how to represent your ward. You do that any way you please. That is up to you. How I choose to protect my constituents and take care of my ward is up to me. And when I go this length of time and I'm not getting replies to my emails and I'm not getting replies to my texts and I'm not getting simple things like this done, then yeah, this is the next forum.
All right. Your
Okay.
choice, while it may be, still seems rather inappropriate, both
Thank
by
you.
subjectively and objectively.
Appreciate your opinion, and you're certainly free to handle things in your ward as you so choose. Any, Councilman Ricks.
I'd just like to say that briefly that I feel like it is entirely appropriate to ask questions on the floor if less formal methods of getting answers to the questions are not successful. I remember, while I haven't had much difficulty at all with getting requests through, getting responses to the vast majority of my issues when it comes to the current administration, I do recall that with the former administration, there was a series of potholes on one particular street in my ward, and I must have sent a dozen emails over the course of about 9 months. We're talking spring, summer, and fall turning into winter, and those potholes just were not getting filled. And so I think that, in a situation like that, certainly, and I do recall taking that question to the floor, so it's absolutely a tool that the City Council can use when we feel like the response isn't there as to less formal approaches. Similarly, there is a member of the administration who is due to present a quarterly report who has been unresponsive to my emails regarding an issue in their department. And I'm not going to hesitate to ask them the question that I've been emailing them multiple times over the last, I want to say, 6 weeks. So this is a tool that we on the council have, because while the informal method is always preferable, we have a duty to represent our constituents and get answers for our constituents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. So it goes to the point that, yeah, sure, there's an easier way to do things, simpler way to do them, and that's just do them. Or at least give me the courtesy of a reply as to what the reason is. I'm not an unreasonable person. I understand there's reasons for certain things. And I also understand the reasons for not doing things. Any other questions from members of the public? Any other questions from members of the public? So, Director, based upon the way this conversation went on this item, excuse me, I think we will visit the others because I'd like to know what the reason is for those for not being done. So what I'm going to do on this one is I'm going to make a motion to hold until February 24th so that we can come back here and see what your consideration was.
Thank you.
Make a motion to hold until February 24th.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor? Aye. Resolution to DPW that signage be erected as stated in PCR 14419. I'm going to make a motion on that one to also hold till February 24th.
I'll second the motion to hold the February 24th.
We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor? Aye. Thank you. PCR 15-20, a resolution relative to school bonding consideration for the 2020 ballot. Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's not drafted.
I believe there's two, correct?
Yes. This one here, I'll make a motion to hold until February 24th. Yes, February 24th.
I second the motion to hold it February 24th.
We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor? Aye. Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. PCR 16-20, resolution to the General Assembly to enact legislation authorizing the City of Warwick to issue general obligation bonds, notes, and other evidence of indebtedness to finance the construction, renovation, improvement, alteration, repair, furnishing, and equipping of schools and school facilities throughout the city to fund the capital improvement program for fiscal years 2020-2026. Councilman Sinapi.
This is a long-awaited Phase 2 bond, and it's my understanding that the school department and school committee have voted to actually reduce their request. So we need a motion from the committee.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I can't understand you.
This is the long-awaited Phase 2 bond request for the K through 8 grades and the buildings. And it's my understanding that the school department and the school committee have already requested that this be reduced to $56 million.
Councilman Sinapi, this request that you have here, let's assume that it gets approved. This is something that is going to have to end up on the ballot. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay, so your understanding is this is going to have to end up on the ballot, and is it also, it's my understanding anyways, I just want to make sure, I'm on the same page here with you. Is it also your understanding that when it goes on the ballot, that is something that the voters decide and determine whether or not they want to spend the money for this, right?
Unless I'm missing something, yes.
Okay.
Good evening, Phil Thornton.
Good evening, Superintendent.
Warwick Superintendent. Before I start, I do want to thank the council profoundly for, as you know, a while back you funded the dollars needed to do a study of the high school question. I want to just let you know that work did start last week. We had a 2-day session with the educational planner. The team of 50-some-odd people included business leaders, teachers, parents, administrators, school board members, politicians. So real exciting work is happening on the high school question. I would tell you the next benchmark for that is February 11th at the school committee, a brief report out, and February 12th at the Tollgate cafeteria, we'll have an activity with the planner to do next steps. So that's really exciting work, and it is moving forward, so thank you for that. In terms of tonight, as you just heard, we're talking about a Phase 2 bond request. It's essentially a K-8 conversation. And as you hear in a minute from Mr. Ferrucci and Mr. Gothberg with the details, essentially it captures the following areas in a nutshell. We have the remaining roofs for the schools in the district, and that's 5 roofs that have to be undertaken. We have HVAC or mechanical, or in other words, the heating and AC systems, and we have 13 of those to complete for the district. We have what's called building envelope, or the windows and the doors. As you know, in many cases, the windows are quite old. In many parts of Warwick, the windows have kind of oxidized over time and turned white, and you can't see out of them. So between the insulation properties and the visibility, we need work done on the windows and the doors. That's in this conversation. We have an abatement in this conversation. It's at Winman Middle School. Some of the tile is in need of replacement, and we have to abate. And as you'll see in a minute from Mr. Gothberg, the pricing is parceled out, some abatement costs and some costs for the tiles. Electrical in 18 locations, and we break it out on the following pages by outlet and by upgrade. It's all detailed there for you. Essentially, back in 1940, 1950, you might have had a 115 amp circuit in a classroom, and that was okay in 1940. That's not okay in 2020. So we have many electrical needs, and that's in this bond. Plumbing, around $200,000, not as large as the other numbers, but essentially we need hot water in some classrooms that require students to have access to hot water. And lastly, the last big idea is site work. Essentially, that would be the curbing, the paving. In many areas, like Holloman Elementary, like the road going to Scott Elementary, up that hill, very problematic in terms of the paving. The curbing at some of the schools is crumbling. So that's all part of the site work conversation. So in all, it's a $56 million request to the council. And as you did mention, if it was to gain approval tonight in fiscal and in the open meeting, it would go to the State House for enabling legislation, and it would go then on the bond for the voters in the fall of 2020. So I have myself here tonight with Mr. Gothberg and Mr. Ferrucci to answer any questions you have on this. We're happy to move forward. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Ferrucci.
Thank you, Chairman. Good evening, everyone. While Superintendent Thornton gave us a recap of what you have on the table in front of you this evening, I wanted to let the public know on the aisles over here, we do have the detail of the type of projects. Feel free to grab a sheet and you can follow along, and it breaks it down project by building. But before I turn the mic over to Mr. Gothberg, who will speak to the actual projects and the details within the $56 million, I just want to take 2 minutes to step back for a moment. 2 years ago, we were before you seeking an $85 million bond from the voters. And at that time, we had records from SMMA and Jacobs reports telling us that our district faced somewhere in the neighborhood of $220 to $230 million worth of repairs that need to be taken on over a 5-year window. From that conversation, we generated a priority list of $85 million, and we came before the City Council. City Council then authorized a $40 million bond, leaving $45 million for a Phase 2 to be considered 2 years later. Back in July of 2019, the Building Committee was charged with taking that $45 million and reprioritizing and reconsidering if there were any budget implications. During those conversations and deliberations, there were a number of items that came to the forefront that needed to be addressed. In particular, heating systems at Tollgate and Winman became a problem and were identified. A $15.5 million issue that the district was wrestling with. They look at the number of roofs that were going to exceed their useful life now had come forward. $5.5 million worth of roofing were identified as additional need. The replacement of flooring at Winman Middle School, which is asbestos if you break it apart, is a $2 million initiative. The identification of building envelope projects that would have been enhancing the heating and the air conditioning qualities of our buildings came forward as 2.9. And then site paving and cost escalators were another 1.5 million. 20% on top of that for A&E, which is architect and engineering, and contingency fees. Collectively, the $45 million number had been bumped up to by $34.9 million, and there was a program that was adopted by the school committee in August of 2019 for $79.9 million. Those documents were circulated beginning in September. In October, the school committee revisited the $79.9 million capital plan. But during that time frame, the discussion of potentially a high school being built or something to do with the high school structure was brought forward, at which point a consultant was engaged, or actually an RFP went out for a consultant, an educational consultant, to look at our high schools in particular. That all took place this past fall. The contract has been awarded, and as the superintendent has stated, the consultant has gone and started his project. Moving forward, around the middle of January, there was discussion by the school committee for the building committee to reconsider the $79 million. And I bring that up this evening, folks, because I know there are documents that have been submitted to you folks by email. There's documents that had been submitted to City Hall Finance that started off at 79. So I want you to understand that we're working from that plan. On top of it, the $79 million plan has been submitted to the Rhode Island Department of Education for housing aid consideration. It was submitted as part of a stage one submission, which was required deadline was in September. So we did achieve that, and RIDE has before them a $79 million plan. So January 23rd, school committee, during their public meeting, had advocated that the building committee reconvene and consider other priorities given what's gone on for the last 2 to 3 months. The building committee met on January 27th, and the discussion ensued as to what's the priorities if we were to reduce the number from the $79 million to some other number. And the reality of what took place was that the full $79 million are all high priority items. We already whittled from $200 million down to that number and identified a number of issues. What the building committee then really realized was, with the educational consultant work that's being taken on, and the timeline for the educational consultant's work to be completed sometime by mid-April, that it only made sense to the building committee to say, putting dollars aside, since $79 million was the actual priority roster that we had generated over 6 months ago, that we were told Mr. Gothberg to go and just strip out the high school elements of the $79 million and put just that plan forward. Also during this meeting on January 27th, there were 2 or 3 items that had not been included in the $79 million that were considered beyond the scope of the $80 million going back to 6 or 7 months ago. But what it included was Warwick Next HVAC system was not included in our original plan. Also, the building envelope, to the extent that might be necessary at Windman Middle School, was not included in that $70 million plan. So those items were added. In total, we were a little over $55.6 million. That was a plan that was presented to the school committee on January 28th. At the meeting on January 28th, the school committee took the building committee's recommended budget and said we need to round this to $56 million, and that there's $320,000 of contingencies that we want to allocate to all the various projects at the elementary school. On the 29th of January, the document that you have before you is what's been created. And literally, it shows you the $79 million worth of projects. It color codes the types of projects that were recommended. And we codified in summary what the superintendent just mentioned this evening as to how we got to the $56 million. So you have before you the details of the program. I just wanted to put a perspective of how we got to this point this evening. We are referring to this since that the concept was to wait until we hear from the educational consultant in April as to what to do with the high school. And as a sidebar, the range has been, we've chopped about $25 million out of the $79 million as high school, so I would put that as the low end of what we would be staring at in April. Whatever renovations and the possibility of a new high school and all the things that have been talked about in the community over the last 3 to 4 months, I think will be captured in the April timeframe, and then we would wrestle with that as a possible second bond referendum come later, November 2020. So this evening, we're seeking your approval of a $56 million plan. It's one of the last steps of seeking housing aid for the stage 1 that we submitted last September. RIDE needs support from the city leadership that, in fact, we will move forward with a plan. So your authorization of the $56 million this evening will be submitted to RIDE. Our drop dead date for them is February 17th. But we've been asking all documents to be in place by February 10th so we can collate it. We are working with somebody. It's a 3-binder package, if you can only imagine, when you're seeking approval for $56 million worth of state aid support. State aid, 35% is the minimum contribution that we'd become eligible for. There are at least 2 incentives that we will be automatically qualifying for based on the types of projects. They're 5% per. So we are looking at least another 10% bump, so we're in 45%. There are some educational components, and there are some opportunities, depending on our efficiencies that we gain, that we may be able to pick up 2 or 3 more percentage points, 4 percentage points, to get us as close to 50% as possible. There has been some conversation about the possibility of maximizing and getting out, which would be to 52.5% under the new regs. That would require a closing of a building. So that conversation, I think, will be deferred until April. There is one building, if we went forward with a construction project at Pilgrim or Tollgate that allows us to close the Drumrock building educationally, that would then qualify us for another 5% incentive. So that's kind of been deferred. So in a scheme of 35 to 50% reimbursement is what we would be seeking from RIDE, and we will know that by early May. So that's the timeline, the schedule, how we started, how we got to here this evening. And again, I have Mr. Gothberg if you want to go through any of the finer details with regards to the specific projects at the buildings. Thank you very much.
Mr. Ferrucci, thank you. Stay to the mic if you would, please. So yeah, I'm familiar with the up to 52%. I'm familiar with the possibility of closing Drumrock because, as you know, and Superintendent knows, and Council President knows, and I know, that was conversations we have a RIDE. And it was at their suggestion or recommendation of what to do to get us up to the 52.5%. It was a very productive meeting. Actually, we were in meetings and have been in meetings for quite some time now. So I would, let me rephrase, comfortable in hearing you say that you're going to defer the Drumrock decision until April, because I wouldn't want to take an extra 15, 20% on 56 mil when I can get it on 190 million. And I think that decision would certainly be warranted to hold that trump card until the very last minute. Now, if this 56 mil, if this were approved by this council and it gets up to the General Assembly and they approve it, that's not going to prohibit us for coming back for approval for 190 million, just using a number, for a new school, correct?
That is correct. It will not.
And we will still be able to get up to a 52% return from the state.
That is correct.
Okay. And whether we do a $56 million bond on the 2020 ballot or a $76 million bond, and let's go all out and put a $190 million bond out there, ultimately the voters are going to tell us what they want us to do. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So what we are making, or possibly making the approval for, is to get it up to the General Assembly. They'll make their approval, hopefully, and then it goes to the voters. This isn't our decision that we're going to spend 56 million or 76 million or 190 million or a collection of all of them. What we're doing is our due diligence in getting it to the voters. Let the voters decide. Let the voters give us the direction as to what they want to do. Do they want to fix and continue fixing? Do they want to build new? So sign off, sign on, sign off. The bottom line is, all we're doing is we're asking the voters to make the decision. What do they want to do?
That's
Is that correct?
That is correct.
So with the building envelope, we had, and let me just preface this so everyone is clear. I, as a contractor, do not bid on any city work in the city of Warwick. So just so as we're all clear on that. On the building envelope, that, my understanding is going to include windows replacements in some of the buildings. How many buildings, Mr. Gothberg?
It's Steve Gothberg, Director of Construction for the school department. So we're looking at all the elementaries and both middle schools.
And from our numerous discussions regarding the windows for a long time, there is a significant payback to the taxpayers by taking out those single glazed garbage windows, because we save both elements. We save in the heating season, we save in the cooling season. And the savings or the rate of return on those windows is significant. And it's compared to what we have, to where we're going to go, it's going to rapidly get to that payback point.
In combination with the new HVAC systems we're proposing and the building envelopes, doors, the windows, yes, it would be substantial.
And we haven't mentioned increasing the comfort level inside the classroom, inside the office spaces. Those little things that sometimes we take for granted, that when the sun's pouring in the windows and you can't sit in a conference room because the heat is just pouring through those inefficient, unprotected windows, this will certainly make the classrooms a lot more comfortable for the students as well as the teachers that are in there doing their job.
Agreed.
As well as the heating system and AC, et cetera. These buildings, these K through 8 facilities that you're going to be, or you're proposing to do these upgrades to, in doing these changes from the roofs to the HVAC to the envelope to the abatement, et cetera, have you or has any other professional done an analysis to project out the extended lifetime of these buildings and spending, in this case, say, the $56 million?
I don't think there's been an analysis, a professional analysis done by the architects, no, but they will last at least the length of the bond, 25 to 30 years, and extend the length of the buildings. Beyond that, I think you know that these buildings will then be, most of our buildings would be approaching 100 years old, so then a further conversation will have to happen after that.
So the bond is going to be 25 or 30 years. Do we know which one yet? It makes a big difference in the yearly payment.
I'm not sure what that is.
Okay, so let's take the low end. Let's say the 25-year. The expenditure of this $56 million bond over 25 years, if you break it down to the tax base, which is what, of course, is the major concern, how much does it cost the taxpayers? The number on the property value isn't quite as shocking as a $56 million bond, right?
Correct.
Mr. Ferrucci, do you have that number? How would this impact, given the fact that every million impacts us 10 cents?
Well, just in
That's a year.
Just round numbers from where we were at, Mr. Lattiser. I don't have that specific level of detail, but the city finance director was signaling me it's a 22-year payback. 22 years on a $56 million bond is approximately $2.5 million in principal, of which the state is going to pay 50%. So we're staring at about $1.3 million with the interest on that particular, maybe staring at about $2 million of debt service over that time frame. What Mr. Gothberg missed the opportunity to mention as well is that our operational costs in the schools, because of the energy efficiencies, would be a payback that would relieve some of the pressure on our school operations as well. So net number, I think your net cost on an annual basis, somewhere in the $1.5 million range. So I'm not sure how to back that back into what would the tax increase for $1.5 million be, but I believe that's a
I know somebody
relatively
that
small
can.
number.
I know somebody that can. You must be reading my mind.
Mr. Chair, if I could follow
Sir.
up after you.
Pardon
Councilman Lattiser, if I could follow up on the same line of questioning after you ask Brian your
Sure.
question.
Brian, could you give us that impact?
Certainly. And to clarify, I was given hand gestures. The amortization schedule will be 20 years, not 22.
20, okay.
I'm not good at charades.
I liked what he said better, 25 to 30. I should have listened to him. Go ahead, Brian.
So I have run this two ways. As mentioned tonight previously, the city would be receiving a minimum of 35% reimbursement and up to 50%. So I have run an amortization schedule based on reimbursements of either methods, as we don't know at this time what the city would be receiving. I've also worked with our financial advisors. Obviously, some of these, the last drawdown would be in fiscal year 2026. So we had to make estimations. Obviously, we don't know what the rate's going to be at that time. So if you'd like, I can go over some of the assumptions within the analysis, or if you'd like me to just get into the numbers, what's your pleasure?
I think for now, just give me simple.
Sure. I'm going to start with the 50%. I think that's a little more likely, or close to it anyway. It sounds like we're in good shape to get to the 45, and we're going to get between, it sounds like we're going to be between 45 and 50, so I'll start with the 50% reimbursement. In the next fiscal year, based on the drawdowns that we've already done off of the current $40 million bond, the city will have on its general fund debt service payments next year totaling $6,365,000. That again is an estimation because we have not, the last bond that, the second drawdown of the $40 million bond that the city council just authorized recently, $6.8 million, we obviously haven't issued that debt yet, so I'm making an estimation on the rate on that as well. But approximately fiscal year 2021, total debt service of $6,365,000.
Brian?
Yes.
I think what the Councilman Lattiser was asking is, what's the debt service on 56, your estimate on 56 million over 20 years?
Well, there's a layered in, as we're issuing new debt, we're not just issuing the 56 million in 1 year. So there's.
I agree, it's phased in over time.
Right. And at the
Okay.
same time as we're phasing in the debt, we're also retiring other debt. So I was going to show the net impact
All right.
on the
So
general fund.
could you focus in on what we're voting on tonight?
Mm-hmm.
The debt service of 56 million.
Yes.
I realize that we retired debt for other things.
Yes.
But just to give us an idea of the impact of what we're doing tonight.
Sure. So within fiscal year 2022, we'd be looking at a projected debt service of, again, 6.3 million. It would be lower slightly in fiscal year 23, a little under 6.3 million, 6.2 and change.
Is this including the 40 million?
That is including the 40 million?
So I don't know if I'm making myself clear. Okay, so I'll make myself clear. What's the debt service on the 56 million that we're looking at?
The 40 million is going to be issued as well, though.
I understand that. I mean, we've already voted on that.
Right.
We're not.
Well, you
I
still have to vote
want to
on the
know,
other
and
future
we've already
drawdowns
heard
as
the
well.
numbers on the debt service for 40 million and
But
what
we-
we've already done in the past. I get that.
We do still have, you still have to vote on future
So can you give me
drawdowns.
an answer for the 56, Brian, or you can't?
I did it as a sum because we still have future drawdowns as well of the 40. We've only done two, so actually we've only done officially.
So you won't give me that number, is what you're saying?
I did it on the remainder of the 40.
Will you give me that number on 56 or you won't? Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty simple question.
I did it off of the remainder, roughly 34 million of the $40 million bond and the 56, because both are going to be issued over the next 6 years.
So we're going to vote on something and we don't know what the impact of 56 million is on the budget. Do you want to lump in the bond referendums for sewer too, or
That's
open
not funded out of
space?
it. I was clearly stating that this is related to debt on the general
yeah,
fund. so
I
no.
understand that.
Okay.
But what I don't understand is why you can't give us a number for a $56 million bond referendum just for tonight. What would the debt service be over 20 years? Or would you like us to calculate it ourselves?
We
I
still
think it's a
have
fair question, don't you?
that remainder of the $40 million, $34 million does impact the general fund. I assumed
I
you'd like to
understand,
know the impact of that
and
as
you
well.
gave us those numbers, okay? But to say that a vote on $56 million, you're going to give us the numbers on $90 million, right? 96 million, because you're including the 40 million we already did, isn't helpful.
You realize we still have to, we still have to go
I
back
mean, we
before the
still have to
council for
back
the
out
remainder
what the
40
share of the
million.
56 is.
All that's been authorized from the city council on the 40 million so far is the first two drawdowns, and only one has actually been drawn down. That is a factor
you know
in
what,
the budget.
Brian? And we don't have to, even though this council approves a bond referendum, and it goes out to the voters and they approve it, as you just pointed out, we don't have to issue it at all. I mean, Mayor Avedisian froze the bond referendums for 5 or 6 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what I want to know is what's the impact of 56 million? Because we may or may not go out for a referendum on that. And if we do, we may or may not issue it depending on the financial circumstances of the city and the school department. I get that, but I think, I want to know what the 56 is. I mean, basically what you're saying is on $96 million, I guess phased in over 25 years because the other bond was, or 22 years because the other bond was issued last year. And the payments, I guess, would be made out over 7 years because I have to guess because you won't tell me. The 96 million and the 56 million, if it's 6.2, it's almost half. So I'm guessing that it would be around a $3 million debt service for 56. But I don't know because you won't tell me. What
I
is
was
it?
under the impression you'd like to talk about the total impact on all the debt
Well,
service
yeah,
that
I
could
mean,
be
we
facing
can
the
add
city.
up. We can add up the other bonds that I was part of too, for $26 million. I mean, we're still paying debt service on those too.
You still have debt to issue on
Yeah,
the 40 million.
why don't we
which I was-
throw all those in there?
Sure.
I mean, the point is, we're trying to make an educated decision on what we do tonight, and we need to know if we issue 56. What that impact is. We already know, because you told us in the past, what the other impacts were. So, do you have a number on what the impact is for 56 million over 20 years, or you don't?
Again, all that's been issued so far is about 6 million, the first drawer of the 40 million. I was under the impression you'd like to know what the impact is for all of the debt that would be hitting the city books, so I did it based on
I
everything.
never talked to you about what I would like. I'm telling you right now.
I made an assumption.
Yeah, so, I mean, I've been here 22 years. And when a bond referendum comes before us, or any other expenditure comes before us, we're given a fiscal note that gives the impact of that expenditure. We're not given a fiscal note for everything that we've done in the past and what the retiring debt. I understand big picture analysis, that's helpful, but part of that debt we're already paying now. That's been rolled into what we have to pay in our budgets. So what I'd like to know is if we do 56, is it around 3 million? I just don't know.
Mr. President, maybe I might be able to help clear this up a bit. So, Brian, what I was looking for is, I know we'll agree that every $1 million we increase or decrease the budget in a given year, it impacts us about 10 cents. right?
Spread out over 20 years, Councilman.
No, I understand. I'm getting to that. So, if this $56 million bond were to be approved by the taxpayers, and we did this bond referendum over 20 years, is it fair to say if we take the 56 million on its face, divide it by 20 years, it comes up to 2.8 million per year without interest, right? Yes.
Again,
Brian, I'm just trying to get to a number, because when the voters are going to vote on this, we want them to have an understanding of what they're going to be voting for.
Mhm.
So on the face of the 56 million, 22.8 million per year, right? That's going to be about 28 cents per thousand, right? Okay, I'll just finish going through the numbers. That's how I see it. If anyone disagrees, fine. You all disagree.
That's on 56 million. If we get half of that,
I
it
haven't
would-
finished.
Sorry about
That's
that.
on the 56 million. That's $343. Average home in the city of Warwick, I'm guessing, is 350,000, maybe more, maybe less. But let's use that. So that's about $343 a year. And if we get this 50% return, that cuts everything down. It cuts it down to a 14%, I'm sorry, yes, a 14-cent increase, or about $170 a year. I think that's reasonable to assume. Now, in addition to that, you have what you're saying, the pay down of this and the pay down of that, which what number I'm projecting, I think is probably worst case scenario, don't you think? On the 56 million. That's all I'm talking about. I'm not talking about 40 million or 190 or anything else.
I think you're taking a very direct approach.
Yep, I am.
I went off of, again, figures that were provided by the school department where it's not an even spread, where they projected a drawdown in the first year of 3.8 million, in the second year of 11.3, third year 15.6, fourth year 13.8, and last year 11.2.
All of it paid over 20 years, right?
Yes.
You draw down in the first year 4 million.
Yes.
Okay? In the second year, you draw down 6 million. The $4 million drawdown, I'm just throwing numbers, $4 million drawdown is going to be spread out over 20 years.
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you another, because I think I'm clear on the numbers. I don't know if anybody else is, but I think I'm clear. And I can explain to my constituents what I think this is going to impact them. So, Brian, we put this, and the voters approve it, and they say, yes, we approve 56 million. We want to spend 46 million over 20 years. The bond is approved. If we, excuse me, on its merit of approval only, the bond has been approved by the voters for 56 million or 100 million, whatever that number is. On its merit, simply by approving it, does that have any impact on us at all? None.
Correct.
Does it have any financial impact on us?
No.
Does it have any impact on our ability to borrow money?
No.
Does it have any impact on our ability to get additional bonding?
No.
Does it impact our bond rating at all?
No.
So it doesn't impact us at all until we actually draw some of the bond down, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Okay. So, I'll leave that, I'll leave that as is.
I had a follow-up when you were ready, if I could.
Go ahead, Council President.
So, Brian, there's been some discussions about what we need to do and what we don't need to do. I believe the recommendation initially from the school department was to look at 79 million, and that's the proposal that they put before the Rhode Island Department of Education, at least when we were there, and what they've been looking at. My understanding is 23 million has been cut from that, which includes everything that goes to the high schools, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. And I know that we've talked about fields before, and we've talked about the cost of building fields and some issues with the Pathways program, et cetera, and also rental income. So if this council was to do something with fields, Are you aware of the rental income potential of turf fields in the city of Warwick?
I could speak from just history, and from some other communities I've been in, it's negligible.
Really?
Yes.
It's negligible. Do you know that GPS is renting fields down in Narragansett and in other communities, Wheeler, turf fields, they're paying over $100,000 a year for 2 days a week and some games on a weekend? Were you aware of that?
It wasn't a community I was in, no.
Okay. There are places in Rhode Island, Worldwide South, Worldwide North, here on Jefferson Boulevard, Teamworks, communities exploding, looking for field space, in particular turf fields, because you can really play in any sort of weather. And these organizations are dying for space like that. They're writing memorandums of understanding with communities. Matter of fact, did you know how East Providence got their turf field?
I do not.
Global Premier Soccer paid for the turf field. Outright wrote a check for it.
That's something we should look into.
Well, I mean, yeah, if you have conversations about it. Sure. If you know what you're talking about, if you do the research, I'd agree with you. If you care about the issue, if you go to the Rhode Island Department of Education, I would agree with you. If this is an issue at the top of your agenda to give back to the community, things that pay for themselves and increase the quality of life for the residents, yeah, I think you would spend a lot of time looking at issues like that. I absolutely agree with you. So just in rental income alone, you could be looking, that's one organization. For 2 fields, you could be looking at $250,000 a year in rental income. If you look at the Pathways program, and a lot of us went to that meeting up at Tollgate to listen to how students are leaving the community and how they're going to North Kingstown. I have one person that lives up in my area that's the captain of one of the teams for North Kingstown. And you'll hear Mr. Thornton tell you at one of the last meetings that we have that people will come forward and say, hey, yeah, I want to go into the business program. But as they leave his office, they confide in others that they're leaving because they'd like to play sports and they'd like to play on artificial, turf surfaces where there's not goose crap, sorry for my language, on the field that you're playing on, that it's not flooded. And now, for the first time we're faced with really choices for the community. Choices where people and kids can determine that they want to go to another school. And what we heard from the school department is that Pathways program is a little over $2 million a year. And it's going to be, within a year or two, over $3 million a year to this community. Because we have to pay for when our kids leave the school system. And many of these kids have said they're leaving because of the facilities. I sat in on those meetings in 2006. I think Councilwoman Travis was the only one here around when we sat in on those bond referendum meetings. We put in $26 million back then for renovations for the field. It was frozen. When it was turned turned around, I think it was about 5 or 6 years later, unfroze the bond money, but you'll recall we had the Station nightclub fire, and most of that money went to other places. Didn't go to the problems that are approaching 2 decades now for the city. And now we're faced with a $3 million per year debt. That's why I was asking you about the $56 million. Because even if you can save half of that at $1.5 million and bring in another two and a half, you're looking at close to a $2 million savings per year between income and keeping people from leaving the city that live here to use that Pathways program to play sports at another city or town. All you have to do is you have to look at the communities around us. Let's look at Cranston. Cranston has a turf field, a second one on the way at Cranston West. Let's look at North Kingstown, new turf field. Superintendent Thornton was the superintendent at North Kingstown when that went in. He can tell you the impact of that. Let's look at Coventry, East Greenwich, right over the border, turf field. In the city of Warwick, Hendricken, turf field. People and kids and parents, they want an all-around education for their kids. You know, when you have an event outside, whether it be a soccer game or lacrosse game or a football game, the kids want to be able to walk outside. They want to see their friends play. The athletes want to play on those fields. The cheerleaders want to go out and cheer, not be bussed around to other areas of the city where people can't get to. The first thing you see when you're deciding on a community for education is the facility itself. Before you even walk in, it's the first thing you see, the outside, the feels, what it looks like, how it's cared for, how the community cares about education. That's your first impression when you walk up. We're talking about savings, and I'm talking specifically about fields, of millions of dollars where they could not only pay for themselves in a few short years with savings from Pathways, with income, with possibly a 50%, and I'll ask Mr. Ferrucci about that in a minute, reimbursement for fields, depending on how you phrase it. You're looking at something that's going to pay for itself in a short time and could help out with bonding. I mean, imagine if we eliminated Pathways because kids decided to stay here. We're talking about $3 million a year in today's dollars, and we know that goes up every year. That's what we're talking about. That's what Councilman Lattiso was talking about just in bond payments. We need to strike, in my opinion, now, because if you look at the other communities around us, and this bond referendum, which is $1 billion, which is unheard of that the state offered to us, offered to every community. All the other communities are gobbling that money up. And if we wait till 2022, it's probably not going to be there at a 50% reimbursement. And meanwhile, we continue to bleed our tax dollars to other communities as kids really have freedom of choice through the Pathways program. I can't tell you how many parents came up to me and have talked about the Pathways program and kids going to North Kingstown. And it's something that I have not experienced being on this council before because it wasn't an option, but it is now. I know talking to Superintendent Thornton that there is the possibility that the General Assembly may pass legislation that would give him some sort of say on whether a kid would be able to choose the Pathways program. But he'll also be quick to remind us that his decisions can be overridden by the Rhode Island Department of Education. What's important is when we went to RIDE and we talked to RIDE, what they told us. And they told us that fields were reimbursable. Everybody sat around that table. Those three gentlemen were sitting there with us when they told us that. It just depends on how you phrase it. So we're looking at also a 50% reimbursement on a $5 or $6 million investment for 2 fields, with half back and rental income in pathway savings. I'm fearful that if we don't put it in, we could lose that reimbursement and that money could go to other communities. We've said a number of times that, and RIDE has told us, we can make our bonding decisions, as Councilman Lattisaw just talked about. We can make our bonding decisions contingent upon RIDE approval. In other words, we could get voter approval and make decisions later on that could release those bonds over time, depending on the most advantageous circumstances for the city. All this does is get it before the voters so we can take advantage of a program I haven't seen before. Have you seen that program before, Brian, where you get 50% back on bonding? I've never seen such a lucrative reimbursement program for schools. Have you?
Different communities get higher amounts, but yeah.
Higher than us.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just talking about for the city of Warwick. No. I've never seen that.
No.
And I'm very concerned that we're going to miss this opportunity, that we should amend this to include fields, and that we should give the public a right to vote on it, and roll this out to the community. To me, it's a win-win for everybody. It's something that pays for itself, and it keeps our kids here in this community. I have one member that lives on my street, a friend's son, who played CYO baseball at St. Gregory, went to Continental, chose to leave Warwick and go to Hendricken because of the facilities. He then got a scholarship to Boston College and was drafted. Currently plays for the New York Yankees. Went up through their farm system and pitched for them. Pitched for the New York Yankees in Yankee Stadium this year in the fall. And he left. He was the Gatorade Player of the Year in baseball when he left. And he left. He could have gone to Tollgate, but they chose not to go there because of the facilities. And it was run down. And, you know, people talk about our testing scores. When my family moved to Warwick in the late 60s, early 70s, it was because Tollgate was being built. My sister was in double sessions at Warwick Vets. And people were talking about the Tollgate school system. People were moving into this community for education. It rejuvenated the whole community. We were one of the top high schools in the state, public high schools in the state. That's the type of enthusiasm, that's the type of forethought that I think that we need. That not only helps the kids and the educators, but it helps the taxpayers. It increases our property values because people want to stay here. So I can't be enthusiastic enough to recommend at the appropriate time an amendment to this $56 million to include that. We can always make the decision later on if a school is going to be built, whether we put that money towards a field in a different location from my understanding, and I'll ask Mr. Thornton to step to the mic here for a minute, the current proposal is to keep the high schools on the platforms where they are. So my understanding with regard to Pilgrim is that they bring it down to bare bones, if you will, but the construction of that complex would be where the school is now.
To that question, I would say the consultant last week did share with us many, many different models from A to, I think, M, different models from Ohio, from Europe, from South America. Some models were for new construction, item L, I believe, but a couple conversations were about rehabbing existing spaces. So we had both, but the consultant will share that with everyone on February 12th.
So, Mr. Thornton, if we were to add money in to this for Fields tonight, okay, would you have the flexibility and the time later on? I don't know how long it's going to take you, but if you cannot come back to this council for the 2020 bond referendum, for whatever reasons, for whatever those reasons are, you would have the money at least for the Fields. If you can, that doesn't exclude you from using that money for the Fields, but incorporating it into whatever that new development is.
I would say the thing to remember here is anything that we have to get approval from had to go through RIDE's stage 1 and stage 2. If memory serves, and Tony can correct me, we have $1 million per location for field upgrades. That was the extent of it. We didn't have turf delineated, so I defer to Tony, but I don't believe.
No, but I believe when we went to RIDE, we said whatever we decide to do that was different than the $79 million, RIDE would allow us to make that contingent upon their final approval. It would just get us on for the fall, correct? In particular, we were talking about that with the high school.
The struggle with the issue is we needed to have stage 2 updated because those conversations took place last October, and I was pushing for this kind of discussion tail end of the fall.
But they did say that, Mr. Ferrucci, correct?
But they were expecting us to do an amendment during the stage 2 process.
Right.
What they require by February 17th for consideration are engineering and schematic designs, which means folks would have to go out and actually cite it. We would not have time to comply with that level of piece.
No,
So my cut to the chase is we would put that in as a separate submittal to RIDE for September 1 in the fall, and then get a decision from them the following May 2021.
Right.
So I just don't want to confuse the voters.
No, what I'm saying is,
we put a bond referendum on and not have to say.
well, what you're asking for is to have 2 bond referendums for schools before the voters, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you're not going to have stage 2 done for the second bond referendum, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So that's going to be contingent.
That is correct.
And that's what I'm talking about.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay?
Yep.
So the second bond referendum is going to be contingent also. So what I'm saying is, even if we put money in for Fields and made it the first bond referendum contingent, RIDE would look at that and make decisions. Don't forget, these bonds are going to be phased in over 5 years. So that doesn't have to be in the first rollout, if you will, of the bond referendums. What I am concerned about and what I have experienced is that although we'd like to think that we could move that fast and get it to the General Assembly in time for them to give serious consideration for a second bond referendum, that doesn't happen. Let's make that assumption. Then we've lost the opportunity to get a contingent agreement for Fields. We've lost the opportunity to possibly keep some of those pathway students in Warwick. We've lost the opportunity to get a possible 50% reimbursement, and we've lost the opportunity for rental income. And so Fields are unique in that other parts of the bond referendum that we go out to for windows, that doesn't generate income. Windows don't generate income. Fields do. And so that's why I think that if we put that on, that's that $5 or $6 million now, we can certainly incorporate those concepts, get approval from RIDE, subject to their approval, in the second bond referendum. But if we don't do it, and you can't get it before us, or it doesn't have support from others, then we've lost that opportunity. So my question is, if this council amended that bond referendum, would you have any objection to us giving you additional dollars?
I would bring it back to the building committee and through the school committee, but I would see no objection. I think it's a worthy cause. Again, my only reservation is RIDE's interpretation of our bond phase 2, stage 2 application. I am fearful that they say we're going to delay that decision and roll it all into one package. I think we want 56 million approved by RIDE come May, and that's my only real reservation. So
what I get to is that what RIDE had said to us when we were there, and that the package before RIDE right now is not 56 million.
Correct. It's
The
79.
package is $79 million.
Correct.
Okay. So that's, to me, significant, and it gives us an opportunity to give money to the community and bring in, as I said, not to repeat myself, revenue, et cetera. So I thank you for your input, and I thank you for your time this fall and keeping us updated this fall and going with us to the Rhode Island Department of Education, because I don't remember the council and the school committee members, Chairwoman Backus came with us too, I remember. And I just thought it was a great collaborative effort to try and figure out what's best for the community. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, Mr. Ferrucci, I have a question for you.
Yes.
So the bond request before RIDE at this time is for 79 million.
That's correct.
You haven't altered that or changed it or done any administrative paperwork. Nothing's changed. It's 79 million.
That's correct. And the premise behind that is that they have the same package you have in front of them today. And so after this evening's meeting, if we have the affirmative to the 56, we would just notify them to extract the high school pieces. But in the meantime, the architects and engineers have done all the schematic designs, have answered all the questions on all of the projects. So that's where I'm just slightly concerned that if I introduce, because there's no turf fields in here at this point, if we're going to piggyback that application going into May, I just don't want them to say it's an all or nothing review. I would see this as a separate initiative, but then I don't want to confuse the voters if we're going to have a $63 million bond voting, of which 56 is approved by RIDE and 7 million we'll wait and see if they give us the approval the following spring. That's the only confusion I don't want to present to the voters. And that's why I'm cautious about it. But it would not fit with underneath the 79 million. We don't have the time to get them the level of detail that they're looking for to make a decision come May. That's going to be their pushback to us. And that's my concern.
Okay. Councilman McAllister.
Thank you. I also wanted to talk about the process. 2 years ago, you came before us with a bond request similar to this. We went over it. You had indicated these are the projects, these are the first things we need to address, here's the timeline. And we approved that. It went to the voters, and they approved it as well. So we've released two rounds so far. What this school committee and this administration has done, you have a website that details all of this information. I think the communication has been greatly improved. We were invited to a number of meetings that I know council wasn't invited to in the past, previous administrations. We're able to see how the the sausage is made, if you will. You know, you have, I know, Councilman Sinapi keeps me updated and other members of the council updated as he attends almost every meeting. And I think that's very important. That's very important for me when I'm considering this next round of bond, because I want to be able to know that, hey, here's the plan. Everybody knows we need to upgrade. I mean, who's against new schools, new fields, whatever it is. It's just, I think it's really important to highlight that this new administration, this new school committee, and this new council, we are working together. I think that makes a major difference when we're looking at that. However, we still got to dive into the actual nuts and bolts, but I just want to give credit where credit is due on that. I of course would support new fields, but my question are, you have before us the $56 million request that was approved by the school committee, your committee, then the school committee to come before us. Now the city council, we can't. I'll ask: are we able to say earmark X amount for a particular project, say new fields?
We would take it under advisement. The next logical step would be, we have a building committee meeting tomorrow morning. I already have it on the agenda to provide them with an update of tonight's actions. So whatever transpires, we'll coach them up. If there is a request to increase the $56 million, we would present what we think are the priorities given the community input, at which point we would then bring it to the school committee. The school committee is scheduled for February 11th for their consideration. So if the building committee was suggesting one priority and the school committee thought a better priority was in order, they have the final say. They would amend our recommendation, and then they would vote. So there's a two-step public process. I would suspect that you would get support. And then, of course, the vetting of is $7 million enough becomes one of those questions that I couldn't answer. We would have to do research as to where they're going to go, et cetera. So I would just be hesitant to say that we could do it for that number, especially with Tollgate and how it's built, how much that would actually take place and those kinds of things. But to cut to the chase, the mechanics are in place for this to go through the process over the next week to 10 days. And then we can follow up with whomever we need to as a school committee adopted K-8 and Fields project, if that happens to be the case that they've agreed to.
My next question, where did the $7 million come from? We've been throwing that number around. Who came up with that number?
I would have to defer because I haven't said it and I haven't gotten anything from any of my architects, but I would defer to the president, Marola.
I can tell you that the fields that were built, for example, at Wheeler, the field that was built there with lights, et cetera, was $2.5 million. And, for example, the field at Tollgate already has a track around it. So those areas needed to be stadium, seating needed to be built around it, fencing, lighting, et cetera. So, those are the estimates that I've seen. I think that, $3 million for each field, or about $6 million would cover everything since they're pre-existing fields. So those are the numbers that other communities are spending. And so that's how I came up with that number. But, did you have something to say about it?
What I've seen is, if we take Situate as an example, Situate has no lighting. It was bid out in 2017. Minimum stands, I think 300 and under 400 capacity seating, right around 2.8, 2.9.
With stands?
With minimal stands, like seating for 400 people or less.
So they were also purchasing those.
Right.
Yeah.
And the thing about Wheeler's private funding, I believe. We would have to deal with the Bacon-Davis Act prevailing wage, which increases numbers substantially, I think we all know. So my suggestion would be between $4 and $5 million per field.
So that is
that includes lighting, It'd be, by the time we got to these fields, we'd also have to do the tracks over because we'd be reaching the end of their useful life right now, so we'd have to include those. So you include all those numbers, 4 to 5, I think, per field. And then my concern at Tollgate is ledge. And we have to deal with drainage when we put in turf fields. So I really worry about blasting because I don't know what exists under those
yeah,
fields.
I remember when they put them in. I remember when they put the first field in, never mind the second field, and it's crowned as it is,
Right.
and there was fill underneath there. So I don't foresee a problem in removing the current field because they had to put in the drainage underneath the turf, the grass field as it is, and they crowned it. So, and the other issue is that obviously you don't have to blast if you raise the level of the field too.
Correct, but then you have to add-
That would be fill.
So you
So-
had to add fill, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's my recommendation, from what I understand, would be between the 4 and 5 million per field.
Between
You wouldn't have to
three,
use it
between
if
how
it
much?
came in under.
Between how much?
4 and 5 million per field.
Okay.
But that's my opinion, my recommendation.
Okay. And what about the other schools that have put in fields recently? If I could get Mr. Thornton to the mic here. I know North Kingstown just redid their field. They had a grand opening. And you were the superintendent there, so you might have a little bit of insight.
Actually, that field predated me, so I really,
So, and then they just redid it, and they opened it in the fall.
I don't have any numbers for NK.
Okay.
Sorry.
So, anyway, those are the figures that I was getting. I understand there's the federal act with regard to prevailing wages. But we're also not building fields from scratch. We're also not putting in stands. We're also not putting in fencing. There's a lot of things there that are pre-existing. Matter of fact, at Tollgate, there's a snack bar up there that has not even been used, and a press box. So those are big savings if we put it right where it is.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Hold on, I'm
Hold on.
still got it. That's just one of my concerns about the timing here. I mean, we just got conflicting numbers on, the council president did his due diligence and came up with some numbers. There's some additional information we get here. I'm just worried about the timing here because this is a really quick turnaround. As you mentioned, we can have a meeting tomorrow, then the school committee would have to vote on something like that. So I just don't want to see the 56 million desperately needed jeopardized on this. So, I mean, if we can, but we need to know the exact amount. We don't want to under, and we don't want to over. So we want to make sure we have a plan. We know what types of fields, what the layout's going to be. Again, the ledge, I know that's always an issue at Tollgate. Prevailing wage, you mentioned that. It's a little different than Wheeler. So all these different factors. I just worry about the timing is maybe, and the council president is correct. This is a great opportunity. If we can get 52%, I mean, we got to do everything we can to take advantage of that. So, and I completely agree that this is the worthy project. I just am concerned. I want to know the hard numbers, and I want to know the timing if we can do this, because we don't want to jeopardize the whole thing for this.
If I may, one of my takeaways this evening clearly is to make sure that the educational consultant fully understand the community's interest and that the two turf field proposals be factored in, and whatever we can do for engineering and/or design and/or get better hard costs for it become part of the dialogue that takes place by mid-April at the latest. So I think putting a spotlight on this particular issue is wonderful, and I applaud the community to stand up and elevate the wishes so that it doesn't get lost in the upcoming conversation. And then whatever direction the committees choose to pursue, we'll be happy to follow up.
Because I think the other point that it's been mentioned that I want to highlight again is that other communities are going for this money as well. So we want to put our best foot forward, and we want to make sure that we can deliver, the most that we can. We want to take advantage. I just don't want to, I just don't want to make sure we're making any mistakes to be quick, just to get something out there. I want to make sure that everybody is doing their due diligence and we're going to get the right number, whether it's 3, 5, whatever the number is. We just got to have the information to back that up so we can all make an informed decision. But we're all on the same page, I believe, on wanting these schools and wanting the new fields. I think that'd be a great thing for the city. We just got to make sure it works for everybody, for the schools, for the taxpayers, and for the bonding authority. And we just need to make sure that the timing is correct, that we can get everything so we don't hurt the original phase 2. Thank you.
I have a question for Brian. So Brian, a fair amount of years ago, and I'm not going to guess how many, but it was quite a few. It was under the Avedisian administration. I believe it was an $8 million bond that was approved by the voters for the sports complex. And as far as I know, that was never released. That $8 million bond is still sitting there, and to my knowledge, can be used. My question is it specific to a sports complex, or is it bonding approval to do athletic fields, tennis courts, et cetera? Can you tell us about that?
Presently, there are 3 bonds that are authorized and unissued related to recreation for the city of Warwick. There was a recreation bond that was authorized in 2000 for $500,000 that's remaining. There's a Parks and
Hold on.
Recreation. Yes.
Tell me again, when?
It was authorized in 2000.
For how much? Half a million?
What's remaining? All that's left that is unauthorized is $500,000. I'm not sure what was initially issued.
Okay.
There's a Parks and Recreation bond that was authorized in 2006. Remaining unauthorized is $3.5 million. And finally, there is a Mickey Stevens Sport Complex, which is exclusive to Mickey Stevens, which was also authorized in 2006, and that is unauthorized, totaling $7 million.
$7 million?
Correct.
Brian, are any of those subject to 50% reimbursement?
They are not.
Correct.
To that point, if I could, I spoke to bond counsel earlier. Now, I wasn't at the meeting at RIDE earlier. I just wanted to put this out there. I was not at the meeting, but bond counsel did state athletic field requests will be considered only if the district demonstrates that the facility will be used predominantly by the school population. This demonstration shall include an analysis of needed physical education and sports activities based on the student population to be served by the, sorry, my eyes are going, by the proposed new facility. The district shall also include an inventory of community athletic recreation facilities to ensure that the school housing aid is not being paid to community resources. I just want to point that out. I think it was stated that this was a slam dunk, that we'd be getting 50% on this, and it will be considered.
I was in the meeting. We talked about this. RIDE said if we phrase it a certain way, we would get reimbursement. So, that's why I took the time to go down there last fall, not in February, to figure out what we could get back and what we couldn't. And it was 50%.
That was pertinent information from bond counsel. so I wanted to pass it along.
You're reading rules and regulations. I'm talking to the people that make the decisions and interpret what you're reading.
Sure.
Thank you.
So Brian, obviously you just read that into the record for a purpose, and you being used, by the entity the majority of the time, or whatever the word was. So if the school department were using these fields as often as they wanted to, or as often as they needed to, and then rent out the remaining time that they don't need it, don't want it, don't use it, I would say that complies with the definition that you just read, right? Or the description?
That's not for me to say.
Well, if they're using it whenever they want, as often as they want, whenever they want, and then there's time allowed that they don't need it, don't want it, don't use it, then that would comply, I would think.
Mr. Chair, these fields are being rented for $200 to $300 per hour in other communities all over the state of Rhode Island. Thank you.
So, Mr. Ferrucci, if this were to be approved tonight for the fields as well, what is your opinion? What is your opinion of getting this done?
My opinion would be to continue forward with the 56 separate and apart, inform RIDE of the dollar value of whatever the fields are, and then initiate the process of filing the proper application for the fields. That would answer us getting the details that they need to ascertain that it is being used for school purposes, et cetera. It would be taken out of the 56, because my fear again is if they go before the board that's doing the review come May, they may just wrap it all into one decision. So, and I think it's fine. And I think just being transparent to the community that whether you're going to do 2 bond referendums or 1, if you do 1, I'm just very cautious that the community's misunderstanding that the whole thing is approved. We won't have approval by the time the voters get it. But my strategy with RIDE would be to separate because it's not embedded in the 79. I don't want to cloud that issue. We want to grab that 56 million support from state aid no matter what, would be my emphasis.
So I'm thinking back to June and I'm thinking back to July when there was the potential for eliminating sports in the city. And we all know what that resulted in. It resulted in the council being blamed for meetings backing up and things not getting done, et cetera, et cetera. But more significant was it resulted in this chamber being filled to capacity, maybe beyond capacity, for 2 meetings in a row with angry students and angry parents because their sports may be eliminated. So I get where the conversation and the reasons why this conversation has taken place about the sports or about the fields. So if, and I'm just hypothetical, if the council were to say, okay, we're going to do this for $64 million. We're going to approve $64 million. Contingent upon RIDE's approval. How long would it take you to turn that around and get the answer?
Again, if the $7 million, which is not part of the 56 million on the table today, we would be submitting a stage 1 application for the fields portion in September. Stage 2 with all the schematic designs and engineering, February 2021. May 2021, we would have an answer from RIDE.
So, no, that's not what I was, let me rephrase it.
Sorry, okay.
So, we've got the issue at hand right now, 56 million, vote it, boom, you guys say we're going to run the RIDE and, you know, we got all that other legwork done, okay? We're saying if we add 7 million to it or 8 million, whatever that arbitrary number is, that it's going to potentially create a problem. The whole thing may not get approved. What I'm asking you is, if we were to pass this with 8 million into it, subject to RIDE's approval, if RIDE says, no, you can't do it, or we don't have time, can it revert back to the 56 million? I'm kind of asking if we can have it all. can we keep the 56 million? Councilman McAllister is concerned with it. We're all concerned with it. Obviously, we don't want to lose not only 56 mil, we don't want to lose 28 mil of free money. That's my question. Can something like that be done where it's, if they don't approve the X million for the fields, it automatically continues forward with the 56, and we don't have any chance of losing the 56?
My understanding of the process is whatever we've submit on February 17th is the total package they bring before the commission in May for approval. And they vote yea or nay, I believe, on the total package. So that's the point I'm raising. We won't be able to get the level of detail for the fields for a May decision. The earliest they would give us that decision would be May 2021 on the fields portion. So that's where my strategy would be, to put in 2 applications concurrent, what you're saying, and have them approve the 56 in May and the contingent on the following May, because they would not have time to get all the details they need to make a decision.
So your suggestion is an application now for 56 mil, and then another application for 7 or 8 mil?
Correct.
And that's all done at the same time?
We can run those concurrent, but what they would do is take the $7 million application and put it in the cycle beginning in September. They would defer that. They would not take that. They would not be able to get up to speed fast enough, RIDE would not, to have that for recommendation come May 2020. That was very clear to us, what the stage 2 process is about. That's why they have a 2-stage process of the application.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Chair, if I could follow up on that. So if we did that, and you did put that in September, and we were able to come back with something else for school refurbishment, okay, then the school refurbishment backed out from the fields, if you will, could be a separate bond referendum.
If that's the interest of the community, yes, then you'd end up with basically 3 bond referendums.
Well,
going
it'd be
into
2 bond
2020.
referendums as far as the amounts go, I would assume, the total amounts. And then we'd make it contingent, the 7 or 8 million would be contingent on RIDE approval, and any money for school facelifts for the high schools
And or
would be
new high
contingent also.
That's
Because
correct.
that's, no matter what we do, if that's your goal, to try and get some contingency money.
Yes.
But my concern is that if we don't do something tonight on something that can raise money, keep kids in the schools, that if we're not successful in getting the answers that the community needs, if there are a number of proposals on the table, if there are contingencies that people don't see, then that would be an issue that I would want to try to avoid, because if we can't get it on the ballot in the fall, at least we'd have the fields there, and if we can get it on the ballot fall, we'll have everything. Thank you.
So I'm sitting here wrestling with this thing, and my goal is to get these issues before the voters. Because we're talking about, we're not talking just about a ball field.
Correct.
And we're not talking just about HVAC. We're talking about the future of our educational system. And we're talking about the future of our city. And this whole issue here is a huge portion of those questions. It's the 56 mil. It's the sports fields. Well, I think we pretty much, most people have spoken, yes, we support, we agree. And it's, we got to build a new school. I mean, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. Not in my mind. We have to build a new school. This is something, in my opinion, needs to be brought before the voters. The voters in the city of Warwick need to give us direction as to what they want to do. How much do they want to spend? And how far do they want to take this? Do they want to do the 56 mil? Do they want to do the sports fields? and do they want to build a new school? What I'm wrestling with is, how do we get that all on the 2020 ballot? You said that if we were to approve the monies for the fields today, probably wouldn't be able to get it done until 2021.
Rides approval, 2021. I think what the president is talking about is that would be a bond referendum for 2020 contingent upon ride approval. And to your point about this, what to do with the secondary of high schools, not even secondary, high schools, whether it's, and this is where the educational consultants coming into play, is sometime in April, we expect to have some plan and some solid project dollars associated with it. That would be then, what do we do about high schools? Those two pieces would be, if there were three of them on the referendum, I'm thinking, Ride's already said yes to 56, and here's two contingencies that we've got educational consultant support on and community support on, and here's our three. That's kind of what we're working under, that's what we're running against, and we're trying to get there as fast as we can.
So I have no idea how much time we spent on this here tonight, hour and a half, maybe two, I don't know. And it could all be for naught if the voters say no. Again, my desire, speaking from me only, is to have this before the voters in November of 2020. Because if we don't do anything on the potential for building a new school, if we don't do anything with this 56 mil, if we don't do anything for 7 or 8 mil for the sports fields, then we're not getting anything. If we agree to do this, before the big step can happen, it's got to be approved by the voters. I don't particularly want to wait until 2022 to go back to the voters and say, hey, do you want to build a new school? Do you want to take care of the sports fields? Why can't we just do it, get it out to the voters in 2020? You want to do 56 mil? Yes, no, boom, we're done. Do you want to do the new fields, 7, 8 million? Yes, no, we're done. Do you want to build a new school for 191 million? Yes, no. That's what I see as the big picture, the appropriate way to do it. Let's get the voters' approval. They say yes in 2020. You go to RIDE, you do your magic, we build new fields, and we build new school.
If I might just piggyback on that.
How do I do it?
With that sequence, having voter approval going to RIDE in our stage 2 for both a school and fields, I can't see how any Board of Commissioners could deny supporting that in state aid when the voters for the city of Warwick say this is important to us and we're ready to do what we need to do financially. That's a lot better than what we're experiencing tonight, saying I'm asking for 56 and we're going to get city council approval tonight, but we're still waiting on the voters. It's much more powerful. So I concur with you, having them on the ballot for November 2020 and having the will of the voters on stage, front and center for RIDE consideration come February 1st, we could be in the ground by the following summer, because my sequence is this. The voters approve the referendums in November. We're going to get RIDE approval come May. We can be ramping up, getting ready to do construction work that summer, at least A&E and those kinds of things, and get out on the street. We could really expedite the process of executing the plans.
So, we have 1, we have 2, we have 3. My vision.
That's what I'm hearing.
What I need, for me, I don't know if anyone else agrees or disagrees, is someone, be it you, be it legal counsel, be it the council president, the chair of the school committee, somebody to give us direction on how we can accomplish those items tonight. How are we going to make it work? We all agree we need to do it. We all agree we want to do it. We all agree the voters, they have the right, and we may even take it so far as to say the obligation, to approve or disapprove. We have gone through a very tumultuous time over the last 5 or 6 years with the school department, with the old school committee, with you and me. Anyone that's been in here for the last 7 years, and Lord knows, we've had our little go-rounds.
Yes, we have. Respectfully.
Respectfully. We're in a different position. We're in a different day. We have a new mayor. We have a different city council. We have a new school committee. Let's get it to the voters. The people have been requesting this. They've been demanding it. They flood the chamber. I remember in June, I had a department head come up to me and say, "You've got to control the crowd." They were stamping their feet so hard on the floor, they were afraid the floor was going to cave in. They control themselves. We didn't have to control them. They control themselves. But what they were doing was they were sending us a message. The kids were sending us a message. The parents were sending us a message. The teachers were, and the voters. And they're looking at us tonight and they're saying, fix it. I think we're all ready to fix it. And I think we need to send it to the voters and let them make the decision if this is what they want to do. So again, I asked the question, how do we do it? What amendment do we need to do, and how can we do it? I have an resolution already pending for the $191 million for the new high school. So that's just waiting for a vote. The other issue now is the twofold. The 56 mil and the whatever the number is, 7 or 8 mil for the thing. Councilman McAllister.
Again, that's my concern right now. We don't know it's 7 or 8 mil. We don't know where that number came from. If we are going to do a bond, I want to know what we're going to, we want to make sure it covers. We only have one person who came up with the number. And I understand he did the due diligence, but is one person saying that. He's not an engineer. He's never built a fields before. So I think, we are going, I just think it's inappropriate to just, we'll do 7 or 8. I mean, we spent an hour and a half on 8 bids to the city on gasoline for cars and different things that we drilled down on all these things. But all of a sudden tonight, because it's popular, I get it, it's super popular, but it is inappropriate to just say 7 or 8 and just figure it out later. I mean, we need to have hard numbers if we are going to put our best foot forward, because who says it's not 10? Who says it's not 5? So I just want to see where that number came from, and that's why, because we need to be responsible. This is the taxpayers' money, and they want to know that, hey, they did their due diligence, and that, yes, if I approve X amount of $1 million, that is going to give us those facilities that we want to be proud of. So I just want to see where that number is. That's my only concern, is that we are going way too fast, that we're just, one person has given us a number of now the new baseline that we are negotiating all of a sudden about, when it's not, all the studies that have come through. There's no one that's come to here to testify before us that when I built the school, a new field, we ran into this issue, this happened, it cost this, we had overruns on this. That's the stuff that we've done for every other project, but it seems like tonight we just have our foot on the pedal and we just want to put something out there because of this deadline. I just don't think we are taking the right amount of time to look into this, to get a solid number. Again, we're working off a baseline that is just one person throughout there. So I want to see what the correct number is, because it could be 10 million, it could be 5 million, it could be anything. We don't know. We don't know at this time. So I just worry that we are going too fast because we want to make a point, because this is a popular issue. Nobody wants to cut school sports. Nobody wants bad fields. We all played sports in high school. We want to make sure that we take care of it. But we have to make sure we do this in a responsible way. And sometimes the timing just doesn't work out. But we need to be able to look our constituents in the eye and say, listen, the reason why we came up with that number is because of X, Y, and Z. And we do not have that tonight at all, in my opinion. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may?
Sure.
There's two cliche phrases out there. There's look before you leap, and he who hesitates is lost. There's all sorts of ways to phrase it, and I think that there's a way to balance those interests, because obviously when we're talking about millions of dollars of taxpayer money, we have to look before we leap. But we also can't sit around and hesitate and second guess when we're talking about an opportunity that's going to come along and pass us by just as quickly. And I concur with the finance chair and with the school finance director, who say that our best opportunity here is to get this on the ballot for fall 2020. Because we don't know how long these reimbursement rates from the state are going to last. This is a finite amount of money that the state is putting out there, and we don't want to blunder an opportunity here when we're talking about a 35 to 50%, probably close to that 50% reimbursement rate. So how do we balance those interests? Well, as I look at it, I think that putting a number out there that estimates the reasonable cost is not so different from what we do with everything else that comes before us in terms of bonding. Bonding is rather unique and different from what we normally do on this council and in the finance committee meetings when we have all of the bids in front of us. With bonding, we don't have the specific bids in front of us when we go out to have the voters approve. We have estimates. And those estimates, they can vary widely from what the ultimate number is, because at the time that we go out to bond, we might have a decent idea of what the needs may be, but there's always the unexpected. We did not expect for, I believe it was the Winman HVAC system to go. And then we had to redirect some money for that Winman HVAC system to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars. So the best thought out plans, especially when it comes to bonding, there's always going to be something or other that comes up. But let's return to that look before you leap. Really, when we're talking about the leaping, we're talking about the actual spending of the money. The bond itself is going out and determining, okay, this is what the budget is. But determining what the budget is, that's not taking the leap. Taking the leap is going out and actually spending that money. And so before a dime is ever spent, there's going to be a competitive bid process. There's going to be reviews by the building committee. And I think we all recognize, I want to make sure that we take a minute here and commend the school committee and the building committee for all of the fantastic work that they've been doing in the last several years. I really did not expect to see so many of these different projects coming in on time and on budget, or ahead of schedule and under budget. It's phenomenal, the work that's been getting done. That's not to say that the City Council does not have oversight obligations that are continuing, and it's not to say that we shouldn't continue to do all of our due diligence to oversee the school committee in working with the mayor and releasing these bonds in an appropriate manner. So we have multiple layers here where we can exercise our oversight by working closely with the school committee and the building committee to make sure that before any money leaves, any check gets written, that it's fully accounted for, that we have a competitive bid process with full oversight. What I would suggest is that based on the numbers that we're hearing from similar projects across the state, we have a general idea of what needs to get done here. We have fencing, we have the turf fields themselves, we have the stands. And so we're hearing numbers from approximately $7 million to $8 million. Seems to me that what's most important here is making sure that this is accomplishing all of its purposes. First, accomplishing the purpose of being an excellent value and something to be treasured by the schools, by the students, primarily beneficial to them. That's simple. This will do exactly that. It's going to be put in use at these sites right there at Pilgrim High and Tollgate High so that the students can be using it 5 days or more than 5 days a week. Now, if we do, if the school department is able to then rent out perhaps evening hours on a couple of days a week and earn some revenue through that, these are all estimates. But if the going rate is for that type of rental approximately $100,000 per year, that's huge in terms of making this not something simply that's there for the students and for the schools, but revenue generating. We also need to look at what this is going to do in terms of stopping the bleeding of all these students going to surrounding communities, purportedly for the pathway program, but we all know that when a student decides to switch from one school to another, there's probably more than one reason for it. And sports, yeah, for teenagers, high school students, that's big. We all know the examples, and it doesn't take a heck of a lot of looking to realize that this is a major factor. Now, before I get back, and I would like to make a motion, but before that, I would just like to briefly ask the school finance director approximately how much money follows the students when a student leaves Warwick schools for another school system here in Rhode Island.
About $16,000 per pupil.
About $16,000. So if we're talking, say, about a half dozen students leaving, well, rather, before I ask that question, approximately how many students in Warwick schools, or rather who live here in Warwick, how many students are we losing to other school systems this year?
My recollection from my November report was in the vicinity of 200.
Yeah, that's my recollection as well. So it seems to me that even a half dozen of those 200 students, if we can keep that half dozen students, those 6 students more or less, and I'm not saying that keeping the fields would necessarily keep that exact amount, but I bet you that at least 6 students would be kept in the school system if we had these shiny new fields. And perhaps we'd lure some students from other schools as well. Just a half dozen students would be another $100,000. It's not hard to see how these fields would more than pay for themselves.
Councilman, I was just going to point out $16,000 per student times 200 is $3.2 million per year that our community is paying to send our kids to other high schools. Sorry to interrupt you.
Thank you, Council President. $3.2 million flowing out our doors. And if we can stop that bleeding, now, a quick interruption. Is that number projected to increase or decrease if we do nothing?
Our history has been up until 2 years ago increasing by 5 or 6 students. The last 2 years with the explosion of the pathways, and just for clarity purposes, the 200 students includes other career and tech programs and pathways. We know the sensitive one is pathways, so that's why I concur with that number, so thank you. But the last 2 years, we've been experiencing about 12 to 15 students leaving rather than the 5, which is going to make me make my change in my projections for next year, because I used to just carry 5 contingents. I'm going to carry 12. So we're escalating double or triple increases year over year. I mean, the numbers of departures from previous years, year over year, is going up.
And the bleeding is increasing and it's compounding itself. All the more reason why Warwick has to do something bold to keep our students here. And really, it's not something all that bold. As the council president pointed out, Cranston, North Kingstown, Coventry, all of these different surrounding communities, they have exactly this. They have the turf fields. So it seems to me that this isn't something that we can wait around on, not just a matter of let's take advantage of the best opportunity that we have, and we don't know if any opportunity like this is going to come along again, so let's take advantage of it now while we have it. Let's also take advantage of these incredibly low interest rates that we're getting, not just the reimbursement, but the interest rates as well. Let's take advantage of this opportunity to do something big for the students while saving the city money. And so with that, I would propose, I would move.
Excuse me.
Point of
Councilman,
order.
Yeah, we're not-
Rule
we're not done.
17.
Before you make a motion, I would like to just do a follow-up to both your comments and Councilman McAllister's.
Point of order
Certainly,
still.
I yield to the chair.
Point of
Okay.
order still.
So,
Still
the-
a point of order. You can't just
Excuse
go by
me?
it. Point of order. Rule
What's your point of
17.
order, Councilman? Rule 17, what is it?
Everyone gets a chance to comment on it before you change the question, including the public. Not all of us have had a chance to comment on it. In fact, for the past, 2 hours, it's mainly been 2 people. So the rest of us would like to speak before a motion is made.
That's fine. We can certainly do that. But right now, the chairman has the mic. And I'm going to continue with my comments, if
Per
you don't
Rule
mind.
17, you're actually not supposed to continue with your comments until the rest of the council has had a chance to speak. Per Rule 17, if the chair would like to,
Okay.
or the council president would like to rule on that point of order,
Let's rule on it.
for the record, I consulted the solicitor prior,
Which solicitor?
the one sitting at the table with everyone
Okay,
else.
not the solicitor, not Mr. Conley.
Would you like me to do that too?
So let me ask a question here. So either to Bill or Bill, whichever one wants to answer. This item is still in committee. It's still being discussed in committee. I have not asked for public comment as yet. It's still in committee. And the committee still has discussion to take place. Is some rule in the council rules prohibiting that?
But Councilman Ricks was going to make a movement without us even talking
He
yet.
hasn't, I said before, I interrupted him from making the motion if everybody was paying attention, and I said that before I allowed him to make a motion, I had some other things to add, but no one gave me the opportunity to add those. So if one wants to be presumptuous, that's up to you.
Mr.
Bill.
Chairman, the rules pertaining to meetings have customarily been attributable to the conduct of the committees themselves. In that circumstance, Rule 17, you would, as chairman of the committee, essentially operate as the president does over the full council. Members wishing to speak in this circumstance addressed you, and once recognized, they can continue to do so. The rule also provides that members keep their remarks to the question under debate, avoid making personal attacks on others, and it goes on further that members shall not speak more than once on the same question until members desiring to speak thereon shall have done so. In trying to interpret this scenario, one approach that you could take is that you control the conduct of the committee itself, and the committee's discussion and consideration of the item takes precedence over the full input of the council, as well as also members of the public wishing to speak, which under another rule have the opportunity to be heard prior to action taken. So you have the discretion to control the conduct of the hearing. However, before any action can be taken, you would follow through on the protocols of allowing all council members to have their input as well as members of the public. So my recommendation to you is you have the discretion to conduct the order of attention, but having gone to other members outside of the committee itself, my recommendation would be to allow every member who has not had the opportunity to be heard to have that first opportunity, continue the orderly conduct of the meeting amongst the committee as well as the council, and then take public comment as well prior to any action being acted upon.
So noted. And you never heard me indicate that no one else would be allowed to speak.
It was the timing of a motion being offered that we had to take a pause to.
Which I held and did not allow him to make. So,
Is that a ruling by the chair, one way or another, based on the recommendation that was for the actually other members of the council to speak? Are you ruling against that recommendation?
that wasn't his recommendation.
That's what I just heard.
What I just
Because
heard
you already
was,
opened
as
it up
the
to other
chair-
members of the council.
What I just heard was, as the chair of this committee, that I have discretion how this committee will be conducted.
So you are
And-
overruling the
and-
point of order.
Do you want to speak or do you want me to speak?
Are you overruling the point of order or not? It's a simple question.
Am I overruling what?
The point of order.
The point of order? I believe that the solicitor overruled your point of order.
That's not possible.
You as I make a recommendation in this circumstance to you. You are conducting the committee's hearing. In this case, the point of order of the committee would be subject to your discretion.
Fine. And the discretion in the point of order is that I will continue with my comments. And when I finish my comments, if there is no other comments from members of the committee, then I will go to each member of the city council, and you can speak to whatever you'd like to speak to regarding this issue.
Much obliged.
Thank you. So, I think that Councilman Ricks made some very good points, which I concur with. And I also think that Councilman McAllister made some very good points. And his concern for the number, is it 4 million, is it 5 million or 6 million? I concur with him. That is a concern. I also know that it happens every single council meeting where we approve spending authority up to X dollars and cents. We do that often. We did it several times this evening for collectively well over $1 million of spending authority. I also realize that the opportunity to save 50% or be returned 50% is significant. And that doesn't come knocking at the door. We heard Mr. Gothberg, who has done this more than once. This isn't his first opportunity or his first endeavor with remodeling schools, building schools, dealing with sports complex fields, et cetera, et cetera. We heard that, Mr. Gothberg, if you could come back to the mic, please. So, in your experience in doing these things that you do with school buildings and infrastructure and sports complexes, et cetera, what was your knowledge of the cost to do these 2 sports fields that you've seen actually happen?
I have not actually built it.
With the numbers. You may not have seen them built.
With the numbers, I firmly believe it would be in the $4 million range. I think if you're going to do an up to, then you may want to consider $5 million per field. Not that we would spend that, but that would leave the cushion so that depending when we build it, and we're seeing increases of 3% per year as costs have come in over the last couple of years, that they're going to increase.
Okay.
So if we're handcuffed and we have, say, 6 million, then that's the only approval we have, we'd be hard-pressed to get things done the way you would like them done.
So, thank you for that, Mr. Gothberg. So, therein lies my point altogether, is we don't want to take a chance on losing this 50%.
I agree.
I don't want to take a chance, and I don't believe my colleagues want to take a chance on losing 50% of 56 million. And I believe that we appear to be in harmony about the sports fields. And again, I concur with Councilman McAllister that we don't want to jump at a number of 3 million or 5 million and have it be short. So what would make sense to me is to use an up to number based upon what you just have told us. In your experience, you have seen these fields done for X dollars and cents, up to 4 million a field. The suggestion is perhaps do a spending authority up to 10 million. To me, that makes sense, because we are not the ultimate deciders on this. All we're doing is we're setting and putting up a game plan for the voters to decide whether or not it makes sense to them and whether or not financially they want to do this. So again, I'm going to bring it full circle based upon the comments and suggestions of all of my colleagues that the 56 million is an item, and a separate item of up to 10 million in spending authority for the fields. The new high school will deal with that when it comes back again. At least we have put ourselves in a position that we're not the ones going to take the risk of losing 50% of the monies that we need for the sports fields. That'll be a decision for the voters. We're simply putting a game plan on the ballot for the voters to say, we like it or we don't like it. And we're not taking a chance on losing half of anything. That's what I'm suggesting. Yes, Mr. Ferrucci.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Gothberg and I chatted. We believe that we can contact our architects and engineers over the next day or two and be able to get back to the City Council by the second meeting in March with some kind of proposed schematics of activities, just pictures to what extent, and some fairly decent cost estimates. So I don't know how that plays into if we delay the resolution until March or do an up to separate resolution this evening, and then we come back to you with solid information so that we could validate whatever piece it is. But I just wanted to put that out there, and we would be in front of the April conversation in some way, shape, or form. If that plays out in some manner, we'd be happy to do that.
You know, I appreciate that recommendation. The concern is that this has to go to the General Assembly. And if we don't move on something till the end of March, by the time it gets up to the General Assembly, it's April, and then we're into May and June. I spent a fair amount of time over the years at the General Assembly, and by May, their calendar is jammed. It is jammed with thousands and thousands of requests. You know, you can't expect the General Assembly to just stop what they're doing to deal with our particular issue. We'd love for that to happen, but you know, realistically, we know that's not. So for me, what would make sense is that we act on an up to number today. That does not mean it can't be stopped or it can't be changed. What it means is we are simply putting one foot ahead of the other, and we're not just coming up to a stone wall and saying, it's too late. We can't do anything. We can't get the approval. We can't get it through the General Assembly. And, you know, here we are, 2022, with a women of prayer and a hope and a whatever, and about another 25 to 30% more to do anything that we want to do now. What do we have to lose by doing that? What harm is that going to cause by simply coming up with an up to number, 10 million? You've got up to 10 million. And it gets to ride, it gets to the General Assembly, it gets on the ballot. Guess what? If any time between now and the time the General Assembly adjourns and we find out or we figure out you can't do it for 10 million, then you pull it back. It's done. We're not committed to doing it. This isn't like you walked into, the sporting goods store and bought a new baseball glove and you own it. We have the control of it. But we're starting it in enough time that it gives everyone else time. That's what I'm suggesting here. Councilman McAllister.
And again, I agree with the premise. I do like the idea of up to a certain amount. But as you just laid out, I mean, the General Assembly, they get to take their time making this decision. RIDE gets to take their time to make this decision. The school committee, they put in a lot of time coming up with this $56 million. They did the research on that. And then we only get tonight to decide what that number is going to be. I just have some concerns on that. I am on the same page with you and everybody here for the new schools. I like the idea of a number up to spending authority. I just want to see the information. They offered it. Again, and this is not anything that the council is responsible for. The timeline in this is what concerns me. Our backs are up against the wall here to make a decision that maybe, if we had an additional couple of weeks, we'd all be simpatico and we could just, come to this. So that is a situation that's on there. My other concern is about the 50% reimbursement. Is this guaranteed? If we put this separate bond, if you will, that it goes in there? Because obviously, if we don't get it, we're out anyways. But is this something that it has to be worded correctly, or what is the actual language on that? Because I'm hearing it might not be.
The guarantee, as long as it qualifies, because it's not a community recreation activity, we all in agreement, that's how we have to make sure that it's school first. That's 35%. The next 5% increments are safety and health issues. So we could wrap it into other projects when we undertake them, but we will do everything we can. So guaranteed, no. I can tell you right up front. 10% is what we're going after, but it has to do with safety, so we would demonstrate that the current turf fields are not as safe as turf fields, et cetera, and so we would pursue those kinds of opportunities. But it's in the 40 to 45%, I can guarantee. We're getting to the 50, so it's about a 5% differential.
Okay, and that's very good to know. And one of the other things that Councilman Lattiser talked about is maybe a third bond for a new high school. Wouldn't that number in there, is in a new field included in that 190?
The current 190 number that's bandied about does include a field for that particular facility, but clearly if we were going down this path, it would be deducted off of whatever the April recommendations are. That's correct.
So you're not looking to build 2 new fields and then
no,
another high school?
The educational consultant would be advised, actually he'll participate with his architects and engineers in getting us cost estimates. I would want to solidify that. If the action's taken tonight, we still expect to get something solid for folks, because that question will come, how'd you get there? And we'll have that answer by the tail end of March. So going into April, we'll know that this is on this path and that we will deduct that off the total plan.
Okay. And again, this is the timeline that we're put up against here today had nothing to do with the city council. It's our backs are up against the wall because this just came to us now. And I understand a lot of work came into this. And this is just, we're talking about $10 million, up to $10 million. So I just think that this conversation is very important to have. Thank you.
And Councilman, I agree with you. And I think you've got the answers to 3 of your concerns. And your first concern is the time frame. That our backs are up against the wall. We've got this time frame, and what happens. So here's how I see this. If I gave you a $50 bill right now, tonight, and I say, okay, Councilman, I want you to go out and I'm going to give you the spending authority of $50. Here's the $50. I want you to go out and buy a new microphone, and you can buy it. You can spend up to $50 to do it. If you can't find a mic for $50, I get my $50 back. That's all I'm suggesting, is that we, you know what? We just step up to the plate and we say, listen, we're going to approve up to a $10 million expenditure on fields because of timing, because of what you said, the exact argument that you have been presenting, which I concur with. And if in 2 weeks or 3 weeks or in March, the school department comes back and says, hey, listen, members of the city council, we can't do it for $10 million. This is going to be $15 million. Then you know what? We take our $10 million off the table. We don't have anything to lose. We don't have anything at risk. We haven't put the taxpayers at risk. But you know, if we don't do it, we've put a lot at risk. If we don't do it, we've got the loss of up to 50% of $10 million. We've got that at risk. We have the risk of not getting it done at all because of the time constraints that you're speaking to. So all the risks are on the bad side. For us, there's no risk, because if they come back to us and say there's no way you're doing this for 10 mil, fine. Then we just pull it back. It doesn't go anyplace. But if they come back and say, yep, guaranteed 10 million, maybe even less, we've already got the car in gear. We're moving. We don't have to, start reinventing tires and transmissions. I mean, I can't put it any simpler in my mind than that, because for us, for the taxpayers, for the students, for the teachers, for the future of the city, there is no risk unless we move forward with it. Any other?
Mr. Chairman, yes.
Yes,
Thank
Councilwoman
you.
Travis.
Yes, my concern is the school committee came to us with 56 million. That's what we got in front of us. Nowhere here does it say about the fields, right? Nobody wants fields more than me. I'm the one who had Vets High School, and everybody used to play at Vets, and all of a sudden it becomes a middle school, and even now we got lousy fields. But the thing I'm trying to say, this finance committee, and you as chairman, and I'm not being critical, you've gone through finance committees where you drilled a lot of department heads for all kinds of numbers, and we don't even have numbers now. You know what I'm saying? We don't have the numbers, just like Councilman McAllister said. It could be 5, it could be 6, it could be 8. And you're one who's stirring about these numbers. You've got to have them the right way. And here you are wanting to vote for something we don't even have any paperwork on. Well, this is what we got, 56,000 for this, these repairs and all the stuff that we need. I mean, they actually came down because they eliminated the high schools. But nowhere here it says about fields. And the bottom thing is, I know when you're talking to the department heads, you want those numbers right. If not, they got to go back and get numbers. And now we're talking about something we don't even have any numbers about. Then we get criticized from people from the public because, oh, you're just grabbing numbers out of the air. I'm trying to see from both ends. Yes, we need it, and I agree with I agree with a lot of things you're saying and Councilman Rick said, but at the same time, I understand what Councilman McAllister says. And it is confusing because this is what we got in front of us. And yes, the fields are a good idea. I would love to have them come back tomorrow and tell us what the real number might be. If they did, go out and do homework and get more information. But that's what's confusing. I mean, this is what we got in front of us right here. 56,000, whatever. And I don't see fields here. So it's aggravating. We're spending hours and hours and hours. And I think fields are a different subject. And yes, I know it's got to go before the House and all that, but I'd like to see this move. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Sinapi.
So, some questions. Number one, Phase 2 bond does not involve the high schools in any size, shape, or form, right?
That was the recommendation decision. Yes, it's a K-8 bond.
Right, and Phase 3 bond will involve the high schools, including the fields, and Phase 3 bond will be back before us prior to the ballot, right?
In mid-April or early May is yes.
Which means it'll be in time for the ballot, right?
From a calendar perspective, yes.
Okay, so, and by then there will be plans, there will be paperwork, everything backing up the fields will be ready, correct?
Yes.
So we won't be winging it like we are now, right?
Yes.
And I think you already pointed out the bond submission to RIDE didn't even have new fields on there. It only had the 1 million refurbishment for each one.
That's correct.
And so adding this in potentially endangers the rest of the 56 million in repairs.
I have reservations how it'll be interpreted by RIDE, yes.
And you actually deal with RIDE and these requests and have for, I don't know, probably over a decade.
Yes.
In fact, that's your job to deal with that. Whereas, not for any of us. And as far as the new high school or refurbished high schools are concerned, I mean, we were at the two-day, conference, or we call it the Community Development Vision Team meeting, and it looks like pretty much everything's on the table for what gets done, whether it be tearing apart a school, whether it be building a new one, whether it be adding on to one, whether it be pulling off pieces, right?
That's the way he's presented it, and that's the path he's following. Multiple paths, yes.
All right, and so the current locations of fields at both Pilgrim and Tollgate, in theory, for all we know, could have a building on it, according to the educational planner.
In theory, yes.
So we have utterly no idea, and we will not until April.
Correct.
So we could be putting aside money or trying to repair a field that won't exist come defined once we do the Phase 3 request, right?
Well, yes, in the near term, but we would absolutely make whatever adjustments after the decisions are made in April.
Right, and I think the Chief of Staff is here for the mayor, but it's my understanding that the mayor's office is working on putting together one or more fields in or around vets, turf fields, just the kind that we're looking for here, that could serve the exact need we want in the interim until the high school issue is squared away and the Phase 3 bond can get squared away. And that request could utilize pre-existing bond funds and grant money. I know you may not be able to speak to it. If the Chief of Staff is hiding up in the wings, he might be able to. And regardless, as far as how we need a Phase 3 bond, no matter what, we're going to need one, because Pilgrim needs to either be renovated or bare minimum fixes or just made anew, right?
That is correct. That is absolutely. With the FCI number that it has, that is absolutely up for consideration.
So as far as these concerns that there will not be a Phase 3 request, they seem ill-founded because we're not going to have a choice, right? Both for accreditation and just for practical purposes.
Again, my understanding of our paths that we're following is the educational consultant report comes out in April. The school committee will take those under advisement and then come up with a plan tail end of April, early May. So that those resolutions will happen sometime later this spring.
And if we don't do something about Pilgrim, its accreditation is very much in jeopardy, is it not?
That's my understanding, yes.
And to be clear, reimbursement for fields is not 50%, right?
Correct. We will craft it to maximize it. I believe it's safer to call it 45. I think there's still 2 incentives out of the 3 that we would be going after.
All set.
There's
Thank
some
you.
other.
Yes, Councilman Qualley.
It seems like it's topsy-turvy Monday. We're trying to give Mr. Ferrucci some money. He's saying no. And then in May, we're going to be beating him up saying you can't get the money that you need for the budget. But that's the day we are. I've been listening. I don't feel like my back's to the wall. I feel like the wind is behind me, pushing me forward. I think if I turn my back on the decision of trying to get money from the state where we can get 50% payback in order to do something positive for the kids in Warwick, the students, the student athletes, their parents and their grandparents, then I would be doing a disservice to my constituents. I made my mind a long time ago. I knew I was for this. I have no idea how we're going to discuss a school, but all we're saying is that we're going to ask the voters to give us the opportunity to have this money, to spend it on behalf of the kids and on behalf of improving Warwick. We are not making a decision to sign a check or set an amount tonight. We are simply asking for the flexibility. We have heard what the schools have said. I know that there was a $79 million request. They cut it back to 56. I think that the people on the council have made their statements concerning whether it makes sense to add the artificial fields. I happen to agree with that. And if we were to make it up to the figure, if it was 56 and 10 million, I think that's 66 million. Whatever the number is up to is simply giving us the ability to have a cushion, and we don't make the decision. I trust the voters. If they like this idea, they'll vote for it. If they don't, they won't.
Thank you. Council President, I believe you wanted to say something?
I just was listening to a few Councilman Sinapi's comments, and I always like to try and focus on the positive, too, because we're stuck here on what direction we're trying to go in. I think we're all in agreement that we want to build these fields, that it would bring in revenue, it would maybe prevent kids from leaving in the Pathways program. It could give us up to a 52% reimbursement from the state of Rhode Island, depending on how we phrase the language. So the real question is, procedurally, how do we get there? And I listened to Councilman McAllister's comments, too, about, well, do we have the exact number? What's interesting is that if everything goes along as planned, and I know that Mr. Ferrucci, we met recently with Councilman, it wasn't Councilman McAllister, I'm getting old, Councilman Sinapi. And we discussed last week what the amounts were and how soon that study would come out for you to help everybody make a decision. And at that time, you told me May. So in the course of 4 or 5 days, maybe it's moved to April. And I was just going to ask Attorney Conley, if you could come to the mic. In one of your other professions, I believe, sir, you are on the Senate Finance Committee.
Yes, sir.
And you're the chairman of the Senate Finance Committee, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Procedurally, to help this council, statistically, when do we need to get resolution up to the General Assembly for it to, quote unquote, have a fair shake of passing?
My recommendation would be that you certainly get it there by May. We're there through June, but I would suggest that the earlier the better, and to get it to the General Assembly in May would be more prudent than waiting to June.
One of our issues is obviously when that report is going to get done. So that's a huge concern to me. And I would just follow up by saying,
in paraphrasing what Mr. Ferrucci said, which is for the Phase 3 bond, that would be contingent upon RIDE approval. Nothing would change if you bifurcate this additional money that we give you for fields. That too would be contingent on RIDE approval. And overall, those funds can be determined on how they're spent, just as Councilman Ricks had said a moment ago, and I had said too with regard to the Station Knights Club fire and how we had to spend it on fire apparatus and doors, etc. That too can be changed by the school committee. So whether we wait till May, which I get nervous about doing, and make that contingent upon RIDE approval, because we're all talking about, oh, we're going to have exact numbers, estimates. Those are all going to be subject to RIDE approval and RIDE reimbursement. As we heard before, we start off with the premise that we get 35%. We can go up to 52%. Those are things that we cannot control. So my suggestion is that we put that money in there. And if we're lucky enough to get through this procedure and then we come back with a Phase 3, then we can consider the totality of the circumstances, including that we had put money in fields, and allow RIDE to make those decisions regarding reimbursement, and then ultimately bring it back to the council because we have to authorize the expenditure of that money. So as Councilman Ladislaw said, this just begins the process of how this money is going to be spent. It's not a final decision on how it's going to be spent. My concern is, as wonderful as the school department is, you get hung up on reports, you get hung up on decisions, and we can't get what we need to the General Assembly in time, and we lose out on that funding. And it's going rapidly to other communities. And I thank everybody for their time.
Thank you. Councilman Ricks. Councilman Ricks, you're not going to make a motion right now, are you?
No.
Okay.
I'd like to just briefly address a couple of points raised by Councilwoman Donna Travis. So perhaps the first point is, I'll start with the quicker point first. So PCR 16-20, this resolution, while it doesn't specifically use the word field anywhere in here, it does deal with improvements, repairs that are outside of the school buildings themselves, because it includes the phrase schools and school facilities. And we're seeing in the approval itself, rather in the resolution itself, and the spreadsheet that we were provided, that it already deals with some items like paving of the school parking lots. So, you know, the school facility language, that has us covered, so it's not like we're adding, you know, some new category here entirely. The second item that, you know, I hear and I understand, you know, the difficulty and the magnitude of this decision. I would also say that there's a big difference, or there can be. Hopefully there usually isn't, but there can be a huge difference between what's accurate and what's precise. So, for example, I'll just take a couple of examples. Paving over at Holloman, we have here on the sheet, really it's an estimate of $731,500. Is it going to end up being that amount? I really don't know. There's some methodology behind it. For all I know, it could top out at $650,000. It could end up being $800,000. Same thing, I'll take another item from a big number over here. HVAC system over at Oakland Beach Elementary. It comes in, according to this sheet, $2,814,000 on the dime. Most of these numbers, they have it rounded to either the nearest $100 or nearest $1,000. I'm sure that there's a methodology out there where they could be more precise. I'm sure that, however these precise estimates they come up with them, if they wanted to, it's all rounding to a certain extent, because the way that these are calculated, I'm sure that the initial draft, it goes down to the dollar or to the penny, but that would imply some false precision there, because nobody is going to actually stand up here at the mic and say, oh yes, that system is going to be $2,814,159.15. That would just, yeah. I'm just making that the rest of that number up, but nobody's going to stand here in front of us and say that they have it down to the penny, because when we're talking about precision, it's an estimate. And we hope that the numbers are accurate. We have reason to believe that the numbers are accurate. But at this stage, we're not looking for the precision that we would when we're going out for bid. And when we go out for bid, that's when we want those contracts to be stating the amounts down to the penny and not to exceed that amount. But as some of my colleagues have stated, really this is, especially just now with Councilman Corley, this is about giving ourselves the flexibility. And there's multiple stages here where we can rein this in if we're seeing this go in a direction that we're not liking. And there's not just us, but there are multiple safeguards along the way. The building committee, the school committee, ourselves, and the mayor. And really, if everybody isn't on board as we're going along, if the city council and mayor aren't authorizing to release the funds, if it doesn't even get that far because the building committee and school committee aren't coming to us with the bids and with their recommendations for the approvals, then we're not even going to get to that stage where it's even in front of us to even consider releasing. So really this is, as Councilman Corley said, about giving ourselves the flexibility. And I feel like if we don't grab this opportunity, I don't know what we're going to be doing in the future, looking at ourselves a couple of years from now and just kicking ourselves for not taking that chance to get that 50% reimbursement, or otherwise just letting a year or two slip by while we continue to bleed 200 students a year to these other systems and another dozen or another 15 on top every single year, losing $16,000 a student, and otherwise, beyond just the numbers of it, and the numbers make sense to me that we can go ahead and approve this, let the voters decide, and then go from there in terms of getting the specific bids and all of that detailed, precise information that will be accurate, because it's the bidding process. But beyond just the numbers, also just letting it slip by a couple of more years where a couple of more classes pass through the high schools without these opportunities. I don't want to let that all slip by, the financial opportunity, as well as really the reason why I think we're all here, to do what's right by the students. And so I will yield my time to the chair, and I will be supporting a mechanism that gives us all that type of flexibility to try to get something big done here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. At this point, I would like to open it up for public comment. Any members of the public? I'm sorry, Brian, go ahead.
I just wanted to comment on Councilman Rick's
Sure.
latest comment. I agree. Until we go out to bid, these are estimates, absolutely. Where I would differ, the figures on the page there, they were studied and analyzed by architects, provided they were voted on by the school building committee. They were then analyzed by the school committee, and now they're before you. Just tonight, when we started talking about the fields, it was a $7 million number. Fast forward a few hours later, we're at $10 million. That is, I don't know what, I don't think we have accurate figures. That's, over the course of a few hours, we've gone from we started at 7 and now we're at 10. These are guesses at this point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, Chairman, if I may, one quick, I completely understand where the finance director is coming from on this, and I certainly didn't mean to insult the process. I understand that there is a methodology behind all of this. I would also say that when it comes to actually getting this done after it's been approved by voters, knock on wood, we don't know exactly where the economy is going to be, if it's going to be a very tight construction market, if prices continue to rise, if there are, say, additional tariffs with China that impact the cost of materials. We don't know if suddenly the economy is going to take a slump and then costs come down. I don't mean to insult the numbers or the process here, certainly not. I'm just saying that inherently when we're looking out 6 months or a year into the future, nobody knows what the economy and prices are going to be in that period of time. And so it's very possible for some items to go up or down by 5 or 10%.
Thank you. Okay, I'd like to take comments from members of the public, please. Step to the mic, speak directly into the mic, and just identify yourself for the record, if you would.
Tom Flanders. I teach at Warwick Vets Middle School, coach at Pilgrim High School soccer. First of all, I just want to commend everyone on the cooperation and the conversation about our schools. It's long overdue to have a school committee, a council, everyone working together. I've been teaching and coaching since 1993. I was a student at Pilgrim High School, I graduated in '89. So I've been around for a while, and I don't know if I've ever seen conversations like this. I don't know if I've ever seen the city council try and give money to the school committee, and they're reluctant. So I applaud you all for that. But talking about the fields, my players are fast asleep. Hopefully they've done their homework and they're home. And I feel the need to be here to speak about the fields, the situations that we see day in and day out. We need a plan. We need some type of plan, and it sounds like the council certainly is behind us getting what we need. When we look at the fields at, for instance, Pilgrim High School, where we play, our team is being promoted to Division I. We play against teams, most of the teams have turf fields, and they are used to a certain standard. And then when they come to our fields, there's comments, there's embarrassment for our players, there's safety issues, there's health issues. We have areas of the field that have no grass. We have exposed sprinkler heads. We have porta-johns that aren't the cleanest. We have goose droppings that football players get tackled in. They get cuts. They have those things. We have soccer players that slide tackle, and we have to replace uniforms due to these things. As I travel around coaching in Rhode Island and out of state, I've seen so many fields, beautiful complexes, that, and most of the time now when I'm traveling, I'm with my son who plays for GPS soccer, and some of the facilities that these individuals play at, and the rents that these fields fetch. And so when we talk about, the weekends, the summer, these things never stop. And the people that I've talked to, the revenue that comes in is amazing. So, I've been here since 5 o'clock listening to people talk about this, but it is true. I know I just heard of a private school that is going to lease out to a premier soccer club 90 to 100,000 for 12 hours a week. So it is a revenue source, and it's something that, and I'm kind of speaking to the voters now because I know that they're going to need to understand that they're going to have to empathize with the kids and look and say, okay, the voter that doesn't have a child in school, a voter that doesn't have a grandchild in school, you have to understand that this is going to raise your property tax. It's going to do great things for you personally. The other thing is we need to understand is parents send their kids where they want to, and now it's even easier. So before they'd have to go to a private school or whatever, and now with pathways. So I call it the P and P effect, and it's the pathway and the private. So they have options. When we look at sports and what kids are doing, kids are actually making athletic pacts with themselves and saying, okay, we're all going to go to this school. We're all going to do that and play sports. Even though the Interscholastic League says, that this doesn't happen or whatever, everyone's turning away from it, saying it doesn't happen. You have $3.2 million that say it is happening, and we're allowing it to happen, and it's bleeding, and we're continue to let it bleed unless we do something. And I'm glad that the council, again, is having this conversation and taking these steps. My son practices at Narragansett High School. They have an 8-lane track so they can attract the New England's youth, Olympics, the Junior Olympics, all different things for track. They have tennis courts. They have outdoor bathrooms, and they have a state-of-the-art football field, soccer, lacrosse, field hockey. And they have 400 kids in their school. So when we're talking to the voters, I just urge them all, again, to just imagine, if they don't have kids, this is really hard to put yourself in somebody else's shoes. I get it. Their kids are grown, or whatever. But just imagine if it was your kid out there running around, playing on an unsafe field, having other teams come in and ridicule them. And so I get all your concerns about being responsible with money, but not doing anything for these kids is irresponsible as well. So I like the fact that you're going up to 10 million or whatever was in there and leaving it up to the voters. Let them vote. And I think this is definitely something that needs attention. It's far overdue. 27 years I've been coaching in Warwick, and this is clearly the worst the fields have looked because we've neglected them. And it's not, the school department can only do so much. As far as the custodians, they can only fertilize what they can. They can only put water down when they can. They can only line when they can. So I'm not here to blame anybody. I just want a solution because these kids are awesome kids. They're awesome athletes. I want them staying here in Warwick, and I hope you do too. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Just identify yourself for the record, please.
Darlene Netco, lifelong resident of Warwick, homeowner, taxpayer, teacher of 32 years, 30 years in this district, president of the Warwick Teachers Union. I played a number of sports when I was a student at Tollgate High School. One was field hockey, so I had to walk over to CCRI, to play field hockey. We still have to do that. We didn't have a football field until my senior year at Tollgate. I was in the band, and prior to that, we had to take a bus to play our home games at Vets. Obviously, the fields are an issue, whose time is long overdue, but the whole school department has been a victim of deferred maintenance over the years. The city and the schools have not worked well together over the years. This particular school committee, this particular city council, and the administration now have been working together, at least over the past year and a half, and that is very encouraging. The fact that we have a second bond here that you're going to vote on is very encouraging. The fact that you want to add money for fields is very encouraging. I listened to all the city council people, and everyone has made excellent points. I know you don't want to, I know some of you are looking for a set amount of money, but as somebody pointed out, it's not the same thing as an actual bid in front of you right now. You're putting it up to the voters. We want up to $10 million to use on fields. After the results of the planner come in and we can see the choices and the options, and we can vote on them and decide where the fields, maybe new fields will go. Maybe a new school needs to be built next to Pilgrim, and then you'll tear Pilgrim down and put new fields in the way other districts do. Maybe both Pilgrim and Tollgate need some extensive renovations. I've said it before, and my apologies if that person, hears this, but whoever designed Tollgate was on serious hallucinogens. Made no sense. It makes no sense. I know there's a lot of ledge up there. We are building, the district is building a little entranceway now because our main office is on the second floor of the building and people enter into an empty hallway. That is a project whose time is long overdue, much like everything else. But I know Mr. Gothberg and Mr. Ferrucci have been working diligently on putting together the document that they have put in front of you tonight regarding the almost 56 million, or the 59 million. And I know that the council people who have proposed an extra bond of up to 10 million for fields, they're putting their hearts in the right place. I think Mr. Flanders was correct. We have to do what is best for the children in this city and for the city as a whole. Maybe people who don't have kids or don't have grandkids or aren't involved in the schools at all might not see a benefit, but they will. The benefit is in your property values going up. More people moving into the city, younger families moving into the city, revitalizing the city. And the revitalization starts with the schools and the children in the city. And those of us who are on the school committee or a teacher or a coach or a member of the administration all want what is best for the kids in the city, as do the parents and hopefully all taxpayers, whether they have children or not. So if these bonds go up in front of the voters in the fall, as Mr. Flanders said, I agree with him. I hope that the voters of the city will vote for the future of the children in the city and vote for those bonds. And your responsibility right now is to put those bonds in front of the city for a vote. Thanks.
Mr. Chair?
Thank you.
If I may. If you saw me get up a few moments ago, it's because I went and spoke with administration for the school department, spoke with the chair, spoke with the administration, via the chief of staff for the mayor's office. So I have a proposal to make sure we don't endanger the 56 million, but that we also make sure we have assurances that we're going to get the fields. So at the end of this meeting, I'll docket the 10 million, up to 10 million for the fields tonight. That way, there's no ambiguity, there's no maybes, there's no, it's never going to happen. It'll be done. The 56 million bond will not be endangered in any way, as Mr. Ferrucci repeatedly pointed out, because if we stand to combine them, which has been proposed by a few of you, we risk the entirety of it. So instead, we have it be separate. We get everything we want, because I know you mentioned, how do we get it all? That's how we get it all. We get both, without issue, without risk to either of them.
So if I could, through the chair, so you would docket something and that would come up for a vote on the 10 million in, what was that, March, if you docket it tonight?
It's not, if I'm not mistaken, that's at the pleasure of the council president when it first comes up, because
No,
in theory, we could
it
have
comes up the first meeting in March if you were to docket it tonight.
unless it was,
And I'm assuming everybody here would co-sponsor it.
that was my thoughts as well, but if we have it docketed as, well, first meeting of March would be more than sufficient time-wise, so there's
Yeah.
no reason to belabor it.
I don't have an objection with that. I don't know how my colleagues feel, but if everybody's going to co-sponsor something for the fields, that'd be great.
So, Mr. President, what is prohibiting us from doing it under unanimous consent at the second meeting in February? We don't need to go out to the first meeting in March. Why can't we do it under unanimous consent at the next meeting?
Mr. Chair,
I asked the council president.
I'm aware of the answer, though.
Look, I think, I don't want to speak for everyone, but I think the concern was to give an appropriate amount of time to give the school department to get a number. I think if I was listening to Councilman McAllister and Councilwoman Travis, Councilman Sinapi, if we could give them 3 or 4 weeks to March, they'll feel a lot more comfortable with whatever that number is.
Council President's
And
absolutely
that would
correct.
give us time to get it on the ballot for the fall. And if we're all co-sponsoring it, that'd be wonderful. I don't think it would endanger us not getting the money, and I can appreciate what the chair is saying because we want to push this as fast as possible. But it'd be great to have a unanimous decision on that for the kids. So with that said, I wouldn't have an objection to co-sponsoring that with you, Councilman Sinapi, and putting it on for the first meeting in March with the understanding that Mr. Ferrucci, you'd be able to get the numbers to us. So I'm getting 2 yeses, 3 yeses. Okay, 3 yeses. Sounds good to me.
So at the end of the day, we're at that spot that I mentioned about an hour ago of doing both things, not jeopardizing the 56 million and coming up with a bond to present to the voters for up to 10 million in spending authority for the fields. This is, I think, essentially what I had said about an hour or so ago, and that's fine. And I asked the question, how do we do it? And thank you, Councilman Sinapi, for reaching out to whoever you reached out to figure out how we're going to do it. It's fine with me. I don't care who gets the credit. It's not what we're here for. What we're here for is to do the people's business. If someone else gets the credit for it, that's fine with me. So where we're at, and feel free to correct me, where we're at is right now we are going to entertain a motion to approve, or we're going to entertain a motion with regards to PCR 16-20. And once that is done, we'll move on to the rest of this evening's business. And during the docket resolution, is it fair to say that we will all 9 of us sponsor the resolution for a $10 million bond? Is that fair to say?
Seems like a safe bet, Mr. Chair. Although, if I may, we do have to...
8 of us, sorry. Okay, so my math, you guys know I'm no good with numbers. So it's fair to say that all 8 of us will co-sponsor the bond for $10 million. Is that fair to say? Sounds it.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Sir.
we do have to make sure to amend this bond to what the school department
to 56
requested.
million. We're working on it. Councilman McAllister, I don't mean to rush you, and I don't mean to belabor the issue, but before I do want to make a point of clarification. When I am making decisions, when we are listening and hearing from department heads, you betcha, we're going to have discussions if it's a $60 item or a $50 item, because that is immediate monies we are discussing, and we are considering that affect the taxpayers. We are making that decision instantaneously. This decision is simply putting a suggestion and a spending authority to the voters. They're making the decision. We're not. We're simply extending to them the opportunity to decide whether they want to spend this money or not. What we're doing is putting in a recommended spending authority. Big difference. Councilman McAllister, I'm done for right now.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion on PCR 16-20 I would like to amend the amount that's before us. Currently, it's 59,350,000. I want to make it $56 million at behest of the school committee and the school administration, and I would move favorable action on that amendment.
You want a second?
I would like a second.
I will second that. We have a motion on the floor to amend PCR 16-20 to reflect $56 million, and that is in 1, 2, 3, 4, I believe, 4 locations. Okay. It'll be in 4 locations. It's going to change $59,350,000 to $56 million, and it's in 4 locations. We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Move as amended.
I move favorable as amended.
We have a motion for favorable action as amended. I will second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. The time is 9:58, and the Finance Committee is adjourned.
Could I have the department heads come up to the council president's desk that are going to give presentations tonight? Dan, I think if I could have you come up too.
I call the ordinance committee at 10:05. I need acceptance of the minutes for the January 6th meeting. Do I have favorable action on that? Moved and second. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you. First off is PCO 10-19, an ordinance in regards to water discharge. This is for first passage. It's not drafted. Councilwoman Travis and Councilman Lattiser, any preference to hold? It's not drafted. Okay. Hold for 1 month, which would be the March 9th. I'll make the motion to hold to March 9th on behalf of the sponsor. Do I have a second? It's second. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you. Next up is PCO 1-20, an ordinance in regards to no parking signs to be erected on the north side of Hull Street. This is Councilman Corley for first passage. Councilman Corley. Thank you very much, Councilman Corley. As you mentioned, that this is a issue that has a traffic study that goes along with your recommendation. Do we have any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Any questions from members of the public? If not, would you like to make a motion, Councilman Corley? We have, it's been moved and second. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you very much. Last is PCO 2-20, an ordinance relative to forming a commission to establish LED signage guidelines. Councilman Lattiser, this is not drafted. What's your pleasure? I'll make a motion on behalf of the sponsor to hold to March 23rd. Do I have a second? It's been moved in second. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you. Hold on 1 second. Do I have anything else? That's all I have, too. Okay, that's all. I close the ordinance committee at 10:11.
So public safety will convene at 10:11 p.m. First thing we have acceptance of minutes from the January 22nd, 2020 meeting. Do we have a motion to approve?
Approve.
Second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next, we have claims. First, we have the claim of Raymond Regusta. This one, we had indicated we had planned on denying it, but we had to wait till he got his letter of denial, or letter saying that we were going to likely deny it and giving him the opportunity to attend. And to the clerk, did he get that letter? And then the prior correspondence, he had indicated he didn't actually care one way or another whether or not this passed.
When I spoke with him, exactly, he said he has nothing bad to say about anyone, and he was told that he would get reimbursement, so that's why he submitted his.
Oh, good call. Oh, you're welcome. I jumped to number 5. It was the first one. Habit.
It's the first one in the binder.
Well, while we're here.
Understood.
All right, so given that denial was recommended and that even the claimant himself agreed that everything that occurred was correct and proper, he's been given his opportunity to attend. He's indicated he's unable, but also that he's indifferent to whether or not this gets approved. We entertain a motion one way or another.
Move to deny.
Second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Before taking the vote, if you could make sure there's any opportunity for any input of the
It's probably a good call.
public.
Any other members of the council
Any
wish to speak?
public.
That's important. All right, so as of now, it's been discussed that the claimant, Mr. Raymond Regusta, so he's PCR 190-19. We had indicated we planned on denying this, and we gave him the opportunity to attend. He says he's unable to attend this meeting or any meeting, apparently. However, he's indicated he's ambivalent to whether or not his claim is approved. The fire department indicated that the property damage that occurred was not their fault in the least, and the claimant actually concurs. So given that, again, the claimant's ambivalent, he's been given the opportunity to attend per the new rules we established, and that denial was recommended by the fire chief, given the stance of the fire department and the stance of the claimant. There's been
And what's that PCR again, Chairman?
PCR 190-19.
Thank you.
So before we jump to the motion, so this goes to the council, if anyone has any comments on it, questions, concerns, queries.
The only thing, Mr. Chairman, you asked him to come like how many months now?
Repeatedly, but in his defense, he hadn't gotten the letter with the specific wording that's required by our new rules up until recently. So that wasn't his fault. Although, that being said, he has already indicated for some months now that he was indifferent to how this shook out anyway. So it was the only reason why it's still here, honestly, is because of us, because we wanted to have strict compliance with our new rules on this regard.
So you're denying it now?
We planned to, but we were taking questions, comments, or concerns from the council first, and then any questions, comments, or concerns from the general public. Going once, going twice. So now back to the motion.
Move for unfavorable action.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So the next is the claim of Susan Paris. Approval has been recommended in the amount of $300 due to a pothole that was hit on 55 Cedar Ridge Trail. Well, claimant resides on 55 Cedar Ridge Trail. My apologies. Pothole was hit off of Jefferson Boulevard. Claimant properly filled out her affidavit and has provided the 3 estimates, actually 4 estimates in this case. The damage, well, one of the invoices is actually for damage as high as over 1,000. However, we're capped at 300 anyway. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Seeing none, we can entertain a motion.
Move favorable action in the amount of $300.
Second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next, we have the claim of Lisa Ziegler. My apologies for butchering the pronunciation.
Mr. Chairman, this is the same pothole, I believe.
Oh, lovely.
Ward 2.
Gift that keeps on giving. All right, so the affidavit has been filled out correctly. 3 estimates were provided. Approval was recommended in the amount of $300, which is actually below all 3 estimates provided. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Seeing none, we can entertain a motion.
Move favorable action in the amount of $300.
Second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next, we have the claim of Mary McGann. It's provided 3 estimates, however, denial was recommended. Oh, I skipped one. We have the claim of Francis Parenti, provided 3 estimates, all well exceeding $300, again on Service Road. Approval was recommended for the amount of $300. The affidavit is filled out correctly. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? It's a good question.
According to some of the paperwork that was filed, it appears that shortly after the last 2 in time, which were, I believe, on consecutive days, it was taken care of. It appears to have been taken care of around December 12th, 2019, if my memory serves and if I read this all correctly.
Any questions from members of the public? Nope. Councilman Lattiser?
Just to point out also, the first claim, which would have been brought to the attention of the city, was on November 1st. So there was over a month that went by with, obviously, additional potholes not being filled.
Any further questions or statements from members of the council? Anything from members of the public? Seeing none, we can entertain a motion.
Move favorable action in the amount of $300.
Second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next, now we have the claim of Mary McGann. 3 estimates were provided, all well exceeding $300. However, denial was recommended as the claimant's vehicle, apparently the damage occurred while construction was being performed by a private entity who is in fact responsible rather than the city. And there's actually a reference for who the claim should be referred to. The affidavit was not filled out correctly, based on looking at it, at least not in the way we're accustomed to.
Mr. Chairman, I would briefly state that my understanding of how the affidavit was filled out, it appears that the claimant, while receiving lower estimates from 2 other possible providers, although it is unclear from the documentation whether those 2 other estimates actually include all necessary work. In any event, her invoice was in the amount of $840.81. She was apparently reimbursed by her insurer in the amount of $341.81, which would lead me to believe that there's a $500 or $499 deductible, and it would be unclear if we were to entertain approving this claim. It would appear to me that it may be proper to approve in some amount, as clearly the insurance company simply would not be receiving that money, and I believe that that is the purpose of the second option. But in any event, I don't believe that that is relevant at this current point in time because of this private entity's involvement. And from speaking with the DPW director earlier, the DPW director clarified to me that the work by this private entity involved the natural gas lines onto the road. Hence, it's not simply work that's being done adjacent to the road, but on the road itself, and that at that point in time, this private entity had control over the road exclusively, and therefore is responsible rather than the city of Warwick being responsible. Therefore, I believe that I would concur with the department's recommendation of denial of the claim and encourage, I suppose informally encourage the claimant to seek compensation from the private entity as referred to.
All right, are there any questions or comments from members of the council? Members of the public? Seeing none, is it the will of the committee that we're going to offer a denial?
Correct.
All right, so that means the claimant has to be provided the same letter that Mr. Reguster was provided before we can actually formally move for unfavorable action. So for now, we have to hold this until the next meeting. And that means we need a PCR as well. So this becomes PCR 21-20, and we have to do a motion to hold.
Move to hold to February 24.
Second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next, we have Brittany Carpenter. 3 estimates were provided. Approval was recommended in the amount of $213.19. Affidavit appears to be filled out correctly.
Everything seems to be in order.
Any questions or comments from members of the committee? Any questions or comments from members of the council? Members of the public? Seeing none.
Move favorable action in the amount of $213.19.
Second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next, we have PCO 25-19, Sub A, ordinance in regards to no parking between signs either side be erected from the southeast corner of Cadora and Greenwich until pole number 3. Second passage, and that's mine. Speaks for itself. Seeking second passage. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Members of the public? Seeing none.
Move favorable action for second passage.
Seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next, we have PCO 24-19, ordinance in regards to one-way traffic on Alice Avenue. Councilman McAllister, is this the one to hold?
Move to hold to March 9th.
Second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next, we have PCO 28-19, ordinance in regards to no parking between signs in front of 301 West Shore Road on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. Councilman McElroy? Not drafted. Yep.
In March.
Move to hold to March 23rd.
Second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Resolution relative to traffic studies, PCR 6-20. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Members of the public? And for those who don't know, this is the pretty much yearly resolution we pass in regards to traffic studies, just enabling us to have them done. So, see no questions or comments, entertain a motion.
Move favorable action.
Second it, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And PCO 4-20, an ordinance relative to the installation of traffic control signs. Councilman Lattiser.
To install signage that we approve once a traffic study has been done, recommending favorable on that. There has been, at least in my ward, some rather lengthy delays on getting these signs installed after we get the traffic study done and after the city council approves that. I feel that a 30-day window from the time it's approved gives the department plenty of time to erect a sign and have it installed. And that's why I'm asking for favorable action on PCO 4-20.
So just so you know, by the wording of this ordinance as it's written now, it says as approved by the Warwick Police Department or the city council. So that would suggest that with the traffic study with the Warwick Police Department where they recommend XYZ occur, that then DPW would be required to follow through within 30 days
Well, that's
to put in the
because
sign.
that's because not all signage requires a traffic study. You can put in a crosswalk sign, you can put in a slow sign, you can have, utilities, you can have a blind person. Those don't require traffic studies. So some of them can be done simply with the council action, and such as stop signs, that requires a traffic study.
Right, I get that, and what you're saying makes sense, but my point is that right now the Warwick Police Department, by the wording here, could on its own accord put up signage, which is what the confusing part is, because it's an or.
So it says, the Department of Public Works shall install all signs and signals as approved by the Warwick Police Department or the City Council within a 30-day period of said approval. It should actually say, it should reference a traffic study on behalf of the police department. Not that the police department can just arbitrarily go ahead and have a sign installed. The intent is after a traffic study has been approved that the sign will be installed within 30 days.
Probably punt to the solicitor on this one.
So look to legal counsel for housekeeping on it.
If I may, I would also add that not all signs or signals would necessarily require a traffic study.
Correct.
So I think that the original language, the simplest way to improve upon it, so as to make it clear that the approval of a traffic study that's intended for the city council to take action upon would not itself trigger the change in signage, would be to simply add the words as applicable. So let's see, I'm looking at the underlined sentence, which would be the change to section 76-14. It currently states, the Department of Public Works shall install all signs and signals as approved by the Warwick Police Department or the City Council within 30 days of said approval. And my suggested amendment would have it read instead, the Department of Public Works shall install all signs and signals as approved by the Warwick Police Department or the City Council as applicable within 30 days of said approval.
As legal counsel have suggested quite wisely, given the time and given that some of the things on the docket tonight have to be approved, like the bond issue, you suggested that we possibly hold this so that way we fine-tune the language, because as you notice, the department head is ready to speak on this, and this likely is not going to be the shortest of things to handle. So if it would be acceptable for the sponsor, if we could just hold this to the next meeting.
Been waiting this long, we can hold it till the next meeting, that's fine.
And then we can make sure, too, that the language, there's no issues, because, while the suggestion from Councilman Ricks actually seems perfectly reasonable to me, that way at least legal counsel can have at it.
Okay. So we'll hold, I request that you hold till February 24th.
Hold to February 24th as requested by the sponsor.
Second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We have PCO 10-20, a resolution relative to the installation of a crosswalk in the vicinity of 333 Sandy Lane. Councilman Lattiser.
I'll hold that until February 24th as well. Actually, hold on. Before I make the motion to hold, I'd like to have the director come to the mic on this one, please.
Any questions from members of the committee?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Director, and I don't have the dates in front of me, but it's probably goes back to, I think, early or middle of November. I had held a meeting at that particular location, which is at St. Kevin's Church, and there was a police officer there to do a traffic study. I had a couple of my constituents there. One of them is a senior citizen who is legally blind. Father Marciano was also present. We viewed the area. It was determined that, in fact, it was dangerous for my constituents that live on that side of the street at that particular area to be crossing the road to attend service at the church, funerals, mass, et cetera, et cetera. The police study was approved, and from there, it came here, and the item was approved to install a crosswalk. This is another issue that I had sent you numerous emails asking that that crosswalk get installed. I asked for it to be installed before the weather turned. I stressed the issue of the safety factor, particularly with respect to my seniors that live across the street, one who is a legally blind individual. I also included a letter from Father Marciano requesting that crosswalk and stating the need to have that crosswalk installed. I realize that weather can be an issue with installing these crosswalks, and that's why I had made sure it got to you immediately. And that's why I had sent over numerous requests to have it done. And the weather was certainly indicative of doing so because it was still quite mild. I did not hear anything from you, no reply from you, no reasoning why it couldn't be done, wasn't done, maybe it'll be done, nothing, no communication. So as a result of that, I docketed the resolution to formally again request that this crosswalk be installed for the safety of my constituents that live across the street and anyone else that wants to cross the road from that particular point. So I'm curious to hear what you have to say with regard to the rationale why it has not been done. I think the mic's off.
Public Works Director for the City of Warwick. So, Councilman, I'm standing here listening to you, and you're stating that there's a blind person that lives across the street from St. Kevin's, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So that blind person would need to cross Sandy Lane at approximately 333 Sandy Lane?
That's what it says.
Okay. And so
I said legally blind.
legally blind. So Officer Johnson of the Warwick Police Department conducted a study on November 12th or 13th, thereabouts, correct?
That's
Right?
correct.
So I'm in favor of putting a crosswalk in there. What I'm not in favor of is I need to make that ADA compliant. I cannot just put stripes on the ground. How would a blind person or a handicapped person access and egress off the curb? That takes money, that takes planning, that takes engineering, none of which I have.
You know what it takes, Director?
Yes, sir.
It takes you to either reply to my email or to pick up the phone and give me the reasons why it can't be done. Silence is not a reason. That is not an answer.
Again,
I don't get any
Councilman,
excuse me, let me
I work for Mayor
finish.
Solomon.
Yeah,
I do not
okay.
work for
So
the
I
city
understand you
council
take your
as
marching
direct-
orders from Mayor Solomon. I
Yes.
understand that.
Not marching orders. That's who I report to.
Correct.
And as such, I could read the ordinance again or the article that states he will administer the work, and he
And
is the
who is
sole-
going to administer the courtesy of replying to an elected official's request? I simply asked you via email, several emails, and if anyone wants to see these emails, I have some of these emails right here in this file that you're welcome to look at that have gone unanswered. I simply asked you about installing that crosswalk. Now,
But it's not,
excuse me.
It's not as
You-
simple
you-
as installing a crosswalk.
I understand it's
and
not as,
painting.
but what
Well,
it is
if
as
you-
simple
If you
of.
know that it's not that simple, how can you come up here?
No, I know it
time
now
and-
because
Can
you
I
told
finish?
me. I didn't know anything about any sidewalk. It was nothing in the police
Councilman,
report.
you stated for
There
the
was
record-
nothing in the police report that indicated anything about a curb cut.
the
There was
police-
no communication from you or anyone in your department or the mayor's office saying that this required a curb. Councilman, listen, we got the police study. We understand. We support doing the crosswalk. We want to protect the citizens, not just this one individual who's legally blind, but the seniors that are quite capable of walking across the street and stepping off a curb. But here's what we need to do. We need to do a curb cut. We need to have it ADA compliant. There is another crosswalk, a couple hundred feet down the street from there. Director, that's all it would have taken was the courtesy of a reply to one of my several emails asking for this to be done. And once this was said, we got to do a curb cut. We got to have it ADA compliant. Okay, fine. I get it. But that isn't what is happening. And I understand what you said. The mayor's your boss. You work for the mayor. I get it. I respect that. But I also expect the courtesy of a reply as an elected official when I communicate with a department head.
Correct. And your communication...
And I'm not getting it.
Your communication should come from, like it does with everyone else, through the council liaison.
So we're talking about, what you read off, statutes, et cetera.
Yes.
So where does it say in the charter, or where does it say in the ordinances, or where does it say in the council rules and regs that as an elected official, I cannot send, or I'm prohibited from sending a request to a department head.
Councilman Lattiser, just if I may, one, questions have to come through the chair. Two, I know you want to ask these things, and I get it. I'm not trying to not let you ask them, but we are on a timetable, and if we
Fine.
hold it, you can
You know
still
what?
ask
With
all the
respect to the
questions next time.
timetable, let's move this item to February 24th, okay?
Got it.
And as you get to my other items, we can, well, we'll take them one at a time.
Before I make that motion, I'll just briefly comment that, to my understanding, the proper procedure on these various requests, what I have been directed to do in the past is email a specific person at the Department of Public Works, not necessarily bring the request through the City Council Constituent Affairs Liaison. With that said, I just wanted to clarify that. If someone disagrees with that, please feel free to say so, because I feel like that's an important point to clarify. Beyond that, unless someone does have a question or comment through the chair.
All right, we got to do the usual. So I'm going to withhold my comments till next time. I got plenty to say, but we don't have time. So does anyone else in the council have anything to say? Members of the public? All right, seeing none.
Move to hold February 24 on the request of the sponsor.
Second it. All in favor? Aye. Last, we have PCR 12-20, a resolution relative to the installation of a street sign at Lenox Avenue and Warwick Neck Avenue. Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Simple. I don't need the director to come to the mic. This was, the street sign at Lenox Avenue is right outside of Warwick Neck School. The sign was basically bent over by a school bus. This was probably 6 or 7 months ago. And for the past 3 or 4 months, I've been trying to get that sign put up. It's a simple sign. The sign was there, the pipe was there, it was damaged, it was removed by somebody. And I'm just simply asking for the sign to be put back up to identify Lenox Avenue. This is a public school. This is where kids are. This is where people go to find this building if they've not been there before. That's all. Simple. Put up the damn sign. Hold a march till February 24th.
Request move to hold to February 24 on behalf of the sponsor.
Second it. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Glenn, are we good? We got other ones hiding? Yep. And we also have acceptance of minutes for the claims docket, January 6, 2020.
Move to accept.
Second it. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Public safety concludes at 10:44.
What did they do with this PCO 25? They're so much better at this than me. What did they do with that PCO 2519? Yeah, what was that? Number one on unfinished business. It'll be almost on the second page. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, this is the intergovernmental committee beginning at 9:40. Oh, 10, yeah. 10:45. 10:45. First item of business is the acceptance of the minutes from the committee meeting on January 22nd.
I move acceptance of the meetings.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
No, they're gone.
First item on the agenda after the minutes is the PCR 196-19, a resolution to the General Assembly for additional funding for Warwick Public Schools, not drafted. President Marola. Yes. Resolution for funding for Warwick Public Schools, not drafted. I would move that we hold it to March 9th.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next is PCO-3-20 and ordinance amending Chapter 2, Article 1.
Hold February 24th.
It's on for first passage.
Hold February 24th.
At the request of the sponsor, we will hold it till February 24th.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
PCR 14-20, a resolution by the Warwick City Council urging the governor not to raise the amount of veteran pays to live in the Rhode Island Veterans Home. It's not drafted. It's Councilman Howe. We will, since he's not here, I will move that we hold it to February 24th.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The intergovernmental meeting will end at 10:47.
Jeremy, you're up.
All right. The City Council Committee on Public Properties, Land Use, and Community Affairs comes to order at 10:48 p.m. First, acceptance of minutes from the committee meeting held on January 22nd, 2019.
I would move acceptance.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Item 1 on the agenda, PCR 182-19, resolution regarding lease Cooper Building. Councilman Lattiser.
Hold
not drafted.
February 24th.
I move that we hold it to February 24th.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Second item, PCR 7-20, omnibus resolution of congratulations and condolences. It says not drafted, but I think I saw a draft.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, given that it was posted as not drafted, I recommend the committee just hold it to the next meeting.
All right.
Move that we hold it to February 24th.
Second.
All in favor? Third, PCO 5-20, an ordinance in regards to amending the stipulation imposed on the Cumberland Farms development on 87 West Natick Road. Councilman Snappy for first passage.
Looking for favorable action. The Neighborhood Association has no objection to this. It creates some additional jobs for the city. The police department has had no issues with this particular gas station, and their other gas stations in the city are also without problems, despite being 24 hours. So move for favorable action.
Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions or comments from members of the council? Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This obviously is a ward issue, so on a ward issue, I don't have a problem with it. If the councilman is fine with it and his constituents are fine with it, doesn't bother me none. However, what does concern me is variances by the zoning board, planning, et cetera, and stipulations were given when this particular approval was done. And I have several in my ward as well that various stipulations were provided. You can't have X something higher than this, it can't be closer than that, it can't be lit, it can't do this, can't do that. And the entities are, everybody's all fine, and yes, absolutely, we'll do it. The problem is there is no monitoring these after the fact. So I think we can all go through our wards and see variances and approvals that were given with stipulations, and those stipulations all go by the wayside. Nobody's monitoring it. We don't have anyone out there taking care of this, say, okay, is that doing what they're supposed to do and what was approved? So the only concern I have with this is this going to create a rippling effect where everyone who has certain variances and certain stipulations to be able to open up a business, build a house, do an addition, whatever, is this all of a sudden going to open up the floodgates for, well, you know what, we can always go back and get a second bite at the apple. That's my concern with it. And from my ward perspective, if this is a condition and a stipulation and a consideration, yeah, it's going to be something I'm going to look at, very strongly, because I just think it's establishing a precedence for what could come to be in the future. By the way, I'm not going to vote against this, be it is a ward issue, but if it occurs in my ward, I'll be dealing with it as a ward issue.
My thought process is that it really is a case-by-case matter, certainly a ward-by-ward matter, but moreover a case-by-case matter. And I think that where a particular business or other entity, other property holder comes forward, they are drawing attention and scrutiny to themselves. So I think that the process that we have here with the City Council, and especially with the particular City Councilor representing the ward that the property happens to be in, and having that desire to speak with constituents and make sure that there is no issue with the proposal that the property holder desires is an effective process in dealing with these issues. Any other questions from members of the committee or council?
I have a question for the sponsor. In reading this, I am just questioning it says the business shall be allowed to operate 24 hours a day, subject to the Board of Safety approval. Does that mean that this has already been before the Board of Public Safety? And since it's a zoning ordinance, doesn't the zoning board have to act on it?
So this was an issue that came up before this got here tonight, where we made sure that it was coming to the correct location prior. The reason why it says subject to Board of Public Safety approval is because that's how it is for all these. When you have the 24-hour license, they just want to make it consistent. And bear in mind, every year this license has to be reviewed. It's not a forever thing as far as a check and balance. So you can't just say it's open 24 hours a day forever, because in fact it's not necessarily, because the Board of Public Safety, when it comes time to re-up, might say, nah, we're done with this for XYZ reasons.
So has there already been previous action by the Board of Public Safety and the zoning board to allow them to be operating 24 hours? That's my question, I guess.
I truthfully don't know the answer to that one way or another. I do know that they won't be operating 24 hours a day without Board of Public Safety approval.
Any other questions from members of this committee or members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion.
I would move for favorable action.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. And the City Council Committee on Public Properties, Land Use, and Community Affairs adjourns at 10:55 p.m.
PCO 1-20, number 1 on new business. Yeah, let me get it here. Favor? Okay. Okay.
The city council come to order, and the clerk will call the roll. Here.
Yeah.
Here.
Councilwoman Travis, if you could lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you. Can be seated. First item on the agenda is executive communications. I believe that the executive session would be continued. It's my understanding there was something put on for a court case, and that regarding ATC Outdoor DAS LLC versus Allen Booth. I believe that's going to be continued at the discretion of the administration to a new date. Also, earlier in the night, because since it was such a long meeting in committees regarding very important issues, we are going to continue the quarterly reports till the next meeting. Acceptance of meeting minutes from council meeting held, there are none. Announcement of appointments, there are none. Announcements requiring confirmation, there are none. Under general communications, I don't know if there's, I was just going to say, because it is such a late hour, if I would ask council members if they've said things in committee that we rely on what we've said in committee to move the council session along. Obviously, that doesn't preclude you from stating whatever you need to state, but if we've already stated it once, I think it would be a little bit more efficient if we have any chance to get through the calendar before the end of the evening. Is there any discussion on general communications? Councilman McAllister.
Thank you. I just want to acknowledge the passing of Raymond Green. He is a longtime Warwick resident. He passed away this week. Marie Green is his widow. She is very involved in the city of Warwick for a number of years, and I know that they were both great citizens of our city, so I just want to send my condolence to the Green family, and I just ask for a moment of silence on behalf of Raymond Green, who passed away this week. Thank you.
The council will recognize a moment of silence in his memory. Thank you. Any other council members for any general communications? Councilman Ricks.
Tonight being the night of the Iowa caucuses, it seems like an appropriate time to bring to the City Council's attention that the presidential primary is scheduled to be held, the presidential primary for Rhode Island is scheduled to be held on April 28th. I looked up at the Secretary of State's website the polling locations, at least of myself, and found, and I was a bit surprised that it had me going to my local precinct for the presidential primary. I contacted our Board of Canvassers here in Warwick. They informed me that I would instead be going to the Pilgrim Senior Center, which I had initially anticipated, as on occasions where one precinct is open per ward, the Pilgrim Senior Center has traditionally been the spot in Ward 2. And the Board of Canvassers informed me that they would be upholding that past practice of having one precinct open per ward, all 9 wards. And so I wanted to make sure to bring that to the attention of the City Council and the general public in case anyone else out there was looking up their information on the Secretary of State website and getting the wrong information at this time. I'm sure that it will be corrected soon enough.
Thank you. Any other comments? If not, we'll move to the consent calendar. The first item on the agenda is PCR 1720, a resolution relative to bids, committee report, finance.
Favorable action.
For action, Councilman Lattiser.
Move favorable action on PCR 17-20.
Seconded by Councilman McAllister. Go ahead, Councilman.
First item, 2018-247, favorable action. 2020-019, hydraulic parts and repairs, favorable action. 2020-071, pest control services become PCR 20-20. 2020-206, inspection of Lincoln Avenue transmission main, favorable action. 2020-249, City of Warwick fuel diesel, favorable action. 2020-249B, City of Warwick fuel, favorable action. 2020-249C, favorable action for diesel fuel. 2020-251, healthcare dependent eligibility audit, favorable action.
Thank you. Next item on the consent calendar is PCR 18-20, resolution relative to abatements committee report, finance.
Favorable action.
For action, Councilman
Committee
Lattiser.
recommends favorable action on PCR 18-20.
Seconded by Councilman McAllister. Go ahead, Councilman.
Committee recommended favorable action.
And I think it was in the amount of $7,955.59.
That's a perfect number.
Okay, great. Next item on the agenda is PCR 1920, resolution relative to claims, committee report, public safety.
Committee recommends favorable action.
For action, Councilman.
Committee recommends favorable action for the claim of Susan Paris in the amount of $300.
Sorry, you were going to make a motion?
Move for favorable action, but one of them is getting separated
Seconded
out.
by Councilman McAllister. Go ahead, Councilman Sinapi.
Claim for Susan Paris for the amount of $300. Claim for Lisa Ziegler in the amount of $300. Claim for Francis Parenti in the amount of $300. The claim for Mary McGann becomes PCR 21-20. And the claim for Brittany Carpenter, $213.19. And that's it for the consent claims.
Thank you. Any discussion on the consent calendar? I know we had a lot of discussion in these committees. If not, a yes is to approve, and the clerk will call the roll. Yes.
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 Consent calendar stands passed. I believe the first item that was removed was from public safety. If I could get a recommendation on bid number 2020. Sorry. Right, I have claim. Okay, we'll go to the bid first for finance. Bid number 2020-071 now became PCR 2020. It's a recommendation from finance.
That was as a result of Councilman Sinapi needing to abstain.
So the recommendation is favorable action. So Councilman, if you could move that.
Move favorable action on PCR 20-20.
Seconded by Councilman McAllister. Is there any discussion? If not, the clerk will call the roll. A yes is to approve. Yes.
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 Bid 2020-071, now PCR 2020, stands passed. Next item that was removed from the consent calendar was the claim of McGinn, I think it was, Councilman. And was that going to be held? Held till February 24th. Next item on the agenda is unfinished business. First item is for second passage is PCO 2519 sub A, an ordinance regarding to no parking between sides, either side, being erected from the southeast corner of Cadora and Greenwich until pole number 3. Committee report, public safety. For action, Councilman Sinapi, if you could move it. Seconded by Councilman McAllister. Councilwoman Travis, this is for second passage. Is there any discussion? If not, a yes is to approve second passage, and the clerk will call the roll. Yes.
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 PCO 2519 sub A stands passed, second passage. Next item on the agenda is PCO 10-19, an ordinance in regard to water discharge. This is not drafted. Committee report, ordinance. Held till March 9th. Next item on the agenda is PCO 1719, an ordinance relative to senior and veteran exemptions. That's not drafted. Committee report, finance.
Hold March 9th.
Held till March 9th. Next item on the agenda is PCO 2419, an ordinance in regard to one-way traffic on Alice Avenue. Committee report, public safety. Held till March 9th. Next item on the agenda is not drafted. It's PCO 2819, an ordinance in regards to no parking between signs in front of 301 West Shore Road on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. Committee report, Public Safety. Held till March 23rd. Next item on the agenda is PCR 18219, a resolution regarding the lease for the Cooper Building. That's not drafted. Committee report, Public Properties.
Hold to February 24th.
Held till February 24th. Next item on the agenda is PCR 19019, a resolution relative to claims. This is committee report, Public Safety. For action, Councilman Sinapi. Move for unfavorable action, seconded by Councilwoman Travis. Any discussion on the recommendation? If not, the clerk will call a roll. A yes is to deny. Yes.
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 PCR 19019 stands denied. Next item on the agenda is PCR 19619, a resolution to the General Assembly for additional binders for Warwick Public Schools. That's not drafted. Committee report, Intergovernmental. I said binders. I'm to late night. Funding for Warwick Public Schools. I apologize. Held till March 9th. Next item on the agenda is PCR 420, abatement number 10669 and 10670. Committee report, Finance.
At the request of the sponsor, hold till March 9th.
Held till March 9th. Next item on the agenda is PCR 620, resolution relative to traffic studies. Committee report, Public Safety. For action, Councilman Sinapi. Seconded by Councilman McAllister. This is a resolution relative to our yearly traffic studies. If there's no questions, a yes is to approve, and the clerk will call a roll. Yes.
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 PCR 620 stands passed. Next item on the agenda is PCR 720, an omnibus resolution of congratulations and condolences. Committee report, Community Affairs.
Hold to February 24th.
Held to February 24th. Next item on the agenda is PCR 820, now 2019-066, repairs to existing. What type of vehicle is that?
It's a
Ply movement?
It's an exhaust removal system. Mr.
Vehicle
President.
exhaust removal system. Never heard of that. Committee report, Finance.
Committee recommends favorable action.
For action, Councilman Lattiser.
Favorable action on PCR 8-20 for whatever you call it.
Seconded by Councilman McAllister. This is obviously for an exhaust system. Just wasn't familiar with the vehicle. Is there any discussion on this? If not, a yes is to approve, and the clerk will call a roll. Yes.
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 PCR 820, 2019-066 stands passed. Under new business, first item on the agenda is PCO 120, an ordinance in regards to no parking signs to be erected on the north side of Hull Street. Committee report, ordinance. For action, Councilman Corley, if you could move it.
I would move favorable action.
Seconded by Councilman McAllister and Councilman Lattiser. Any discussion that we haven't had in committee regarding the no parking signs to be erected? If not, yes is to approve, and the clerk will call the roll. Yes.
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 PCO 1-20 stands passed. First passage. Next item is PCO 2-20, an ordinance relative to forming a commission to establish LED signage guidelines. This is not drafted. Committee report ordinance. Held till March 23rd. Next item on the agenda is PCO 3-20, an ordinance amending Chapter 2, Article 1. Committee report intergovernmental. February 24th. Hold till February 24th. Next item on the agenda is PCO 420, an ordinance relative to the installation of traffic control signs. This is for first passage. Committee report, public safety. Held till February 24th. Next item on the agenda is PCO 5-20, an ordinance in regards to amending the stipulation imposed on the Cumberland Farms development on 87 West Natick Road. This is committee report, public properties.
Recommend favorable action.
For action, Councilman Sinapi. Seconded by Councilman McAllister. Is there any discussion on removing that stipulation that we didn't have in committee? If not, the clerk will call the roll, and a yes is to approve. Yes.
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 PCO 520 stands past first passage. Next item is PCR 1020, a resolution relative to the installation of a crosswalk in the vicinity of 333 Sandy Lane. Committee report, public safety. Held till February 24th. Next item on the agenda is PCR 1120, a resolution relative to repairs to damage at Lippert Park. Committee report, finance.
Hold February 24th.
Held till February 24th. Next item on the agenda is PCR 1220, a resolution relative to the installation of a stop sign at Lenox Ave and Warwick Neck Avenue. Committee report, public safety. Held till February 24th. Next item on the agenda is PCR 1320, a resolution to the Department of Public Works that signage be erected as stated in PCR 14419. Committee report, finance.
Hold February 24th.
Held till February 24th. Next item on the agenda is PCR 1420, a resolution by the Warwick City Council urging the governor not to raise the amount a veteran pays to live in the Rhode Island Veterans Home. That's not drafted. Committee report, intergovernmental.
Hold to February 24th.
Held to February 24th. Next item on the agenda is PCR 1520, a resolution relative to school bonding consideration for the 2020 ballot. That's not drafted. Committee report, finance.
Hold February 24th.
Held till February 24th. Next item on the agenda is PCR 1620, a resolution to the General Assembly to enact legislation authorizing the City of Warwick to issue general obligation bonds, notes, and other evidence of indebtedness to finance the construction, renovation, improvement, alteration, repair, furnishing, and equipping of schools and school facilities throughout the city to fund the capital improvement program for the fiscal years 2022 to 2026. Committee report, finance.
Favorable action.
For action, Councilman Sinapi. Seconded by Councilman McAllister. Councilman, I'd like to be added, since we're doing that, as a co-sponsor, with no objection, if I could be added. Councilman Ricks wants to be added, Councilman Corley, Councilman Lattisaw also added, the entire council. Did you want to make an amendment, Councilman? Move an amendment? Okay, and I believe that's in 4 places, seconded by Councilman McAllister, Councilman Lattisaw. Any discussion on the amendment, amending it from 59 million to 56 million in accordance with the school department's request? I know that was the longest debate that we've had on a school bond referendum, so I don't think there'd be any extra questions. If not, a yes is to approve the amendment to $56 million, and the clerk will call the roll. Yes.
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 Okay, the amendment stands passed. Councilman Sinapi, if you could move it as amended. Seconded by Councilman McAllister. Any discussion on PCR 1620, the school bond as amended to $56 million? If not, a yes is to approve, and the clerk will call the roll. Yes.
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 Council will move to unanimous consent. Anything from Ward 1? Pass. Ward 2?
Pass.
Ward 4?
Pass.
Ward 5?
Pass.
Ward 6? Ward 7? Ward 8? Ward 9 passes. Councilwoman Travis.
There be no further businesses on the body of the docket session.
Councilwoman Travis moves to the docket session. I get a second. Councilman McAllister. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Council now stands in the docket session. Ward 1, anything to docket? Ward 2?
Pass.
Ward 4?
Pass.
Ward 5?
Yes, Mr. President, I have several. I will defer the docketing memo for the $10 million bond to Councilman Sinapi. I believe we're all going to be sponsoring it.
Okay.
So my first item is a resolution, and the tentative title is regards to erecting a stop sign at the most easterly end of Marblehead Street at the intersection of Holden Street. I do have a traffic study that was performed with favorable recommendation.
Public safety.
The next one is a resolution. Tentative title is Angle C, potholes, sinkholes, drain issues.
Intergovernmental.
I have an ordinance, hold on. I have an ordinance titled Street Paving List by Wards.
Finance.
A resolution, tree debris and street flooding.
Is it an ordinance, you said?
Resolution.
Resolution regarding street flooding?
Tree debris and street flooding. And we need some flooding remediation, and we need tree trimming.
Intergovernmental.
Next one is a resolution to grind down a stump that is remaining since the city removed the tree that's infested with bees.
Finance.
Resolution, ratification of teacher contracts by the city council.
Finance.
Next one is a resolution, term limits.
Resolution. Intergovernmental.
That's it, Mr. President.
Okay. Next. Ward 6, Ward 7, Ward 8. Intergovernmental. Finance. Ward 9 passes. Have a good evening. City Council stands adjourned.